probably all girls dream of becoming a duchess, the heroine is engaged to Filion, the only heir of Duke Williot. A luxurious family estate with rich decoration, many admiring glances. At the center of general attention is the young and beautiful Layla. Warm summer 14 years ago, a charming duchess with bright eyes and an open smile. Then, Duke Williot's family obtained a new title and received the sword of the empire. And the heroine was lucky enough to become part of a noble and eminent family clan. Layla sat at the table and listened to the enthusiastic praise directed at her if she had really prepared everything. The table would look incredible. In front of the main character were the people dearest to her. Love and immodest care for the girl shone in their eyes. Despite Layla coming from a poor noble family, Duke and Duchess Williot took care of her as if she were their own daughter. And they loved her immensely. They always took care of the girl. They made sure she was deliciously fed so that Layla would not forget to eat healthy foods. And necessary. They bought the protagonist absolutely everything she wanted. The best things, the best jewelry, the best education. These two brilliant people loved the girl like no one else loved. Even their own son became jealous of his parents because of Layla. Duchess Williot begged her beloved daughter to take care of her unfortunate son. They were engaged since birth. The Duchess was an amazing, incredibly interesting, and cultured woman, and there was much to learn from Miss Williot. At that time, the Duke's own son, Williot, became seriously interested in fencing, and he devoted himself to training. Therefore, although the young couple was engaged, they rarely managed to spend time together. However, not everything was entirely bad. Because meeting times were rare, they became precious. Layla always greeted him joyfully after training. The young couple were not kindred spirits, but there were definitely bright feelings. And warm ones between them. Filion worried that he was not good enough. The girl teased him, made fun of him, and taunted him. They both loved spending time like this. The main character always supported the young heir and praised him. He would become a worthy duke and continue the family dynasty. The young duke's heir looked displeased and frowned, which greatly amused the girl. Layla, on the contrary, was always radiant, open, kind, and warm. The girl had enough light for all the estate inhabitants. The young man was always sad and dissatisfied. Philem rolled his eyes. Layla smiled broadly and was happy. Until fate turned its back on the main character and destroyed her happy life. Literally, in an instant, everything around her turned into a nightmare. Layla was sitting at her desk, taking notes, while the elements raged outside the window of the Duke's family mansion. The girl was very worried about the estate's neighbors as there was a storm outside. Asking if everything was all right for them. The maid brought hot tea to the young lady and assured her that everyone had everything necessary for such an eventuality. Layla smiled. She couldn't find a place for herself, but since the maid is sure that everything is fine, then the girl can relax and trust her words. But then the most terrible words in the main character's life were heard. One of the maids ran horrified to her room and reported that due to the weather conditions, the Duke and Duchess's carriage had crashed. At the same moment, the Duke's heir, Williot, ran after the servant. And the young man immediately jumped to Layla. Filion began to comfort the girl and tell her that he was sure his parents managed to escape. That they would definitely return home, that everything would be fine. Nothing could happen to their parents. Williot knows it and feels it for sure. Layla must also believe in them and that she will still see them alive and unharmed. The main character was trembling all over. Her body weakened, trembling with sobs and cries of despair, but the boy hugged her tightly. The two young people prayed together for the Duke and Duchess to survive this terrible disaster and return home to their children as soon as possible. Layla, more than anything, wanted to hear the dear words of her native guardians that they were home. And happy to see their daughter again, but she never heard their soft voices again. The youngest Filion inherited all the estate of his eminent parents and also received the status of Duke Williot. The young man felt offended by fate and tried to lose himself in his studies. The young Duke poured all his rage into training battles, the pain and despair. were felt in every blow and movement of his saber. Someone needed to take charge of all the worries about the estate, its inhabitants, and the duties of the Duke. In memory of the best parents, Layla took charge of everything. Each of the young people coped with their grief in their own way. The young man swung his saber. The girl was buried in papers. Layla and Felen decided to postpone their wedding until better times, and one day the emperor declared war on another state. And the young duke set off on a military campaign. 6 years have passed since the start of the declaration of war, and the terrible event that claimed the lives of many people has finally ended. The maids dressed Layla, combed her hair, and put on her dress. The war was over, which means the Duke would soon be home. The maids whispered to their mistress that young Philem must have missed his fiancée very much. Because she was so beautiful, like an angel descended from heaven. Layla was very embarrassed to receive the compliments directed at her, the airy blue dress. Light makeup, how long has it been since they last saw each other? These 6 years were terrible, starting with the death of the dukes, then there was a pandemic. A bad harvest and a fortunate famine, but they faced it all. Philnus had finally returned to his family property, the Williots, and everyone was interested to see how he had changed. The maids reported that it was already possible to leave the mansion and meet the young duke. Layla was expectant. The main character was very worried. Everything was ready for the duke's arrival. If they managed to do everything, he would be there any moment. Layla eagerly awaited the appearance of her beloved fiancé, because now their feelings would ignite again. When Philem returns, he will marry the young landowner. They will marry and fulfill the last wishes of their parents. All the estate inhabitants awaited the return of their duke. This marked a new stage and big changes for everyone. Layla was radiant. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. She had done a lot for this moment, and now this day has come. Horror and savage, shock froze on the protagonist's face at what was happening. Her duke had really returned from the war. But Philem did not return alone after 6 years of separation from Layla. The duke carried a blonde trophy on his horse. How could he dare to do this to Layla in front of so many people? They have been together since childhood, they are engaged. Everything inside the girl collapsed. She was sure that everything would return to being the same as before, but there was someone else next to him. All the people froze in silent shock. Everyone knew about the engagement of the Duke and Miss Layla. No one expected him to bring another woman here. Long bright blonde curls, sophisticated figure with a thin waist, porcelain skin. And on top of everything, a protruding belly, this was the second terrible event. And painful in the main character's life. The personal maids watched with horror what was happening. They were incredibly offended by their noble and brilliant mistress. The girl was pregnant. A discontented whisper was heard. The gentleman is engaged. How could he bring a girl here? She is pregnant with his child. But what about the lady now? This means that Duke Filion and that blonde girl spent the night together behind the fiancé's back. And the young man dragged her here too. What a humiliation. One of the maids shouted to the others to stop talking nonsense. The Duke would never do this to Layla. She is dear to him. It's just a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding. This situation only had one subtext, and it simply shattered the main character's soul. If that white-haired scoundrel became the Duke's mistress and carries his child under her heart, what should the lady herself do then? Attacking the dirty girl and insulting her would be deserved, but the culprit was the Duke himself. How dare he do such a thing to her? Layla has always been noble, understanding, and infinitely kind. She should remain so now, but what should she do? Besides, the main character has not yet become Philem's wife. Does she even have the right to vote? The heroine is just a fiancée. She is still Lady Tevessa and not Duchess Williot. Layla is not a duchess. She is nobody on this estate, and now, apparently, everything will remain the same. It is unknown what has changed in these 6 years. What a pity that the girl did something wrong. How she offended her childhood friend, and how she deserved such treatment towards herself. Duke Philem dismounted his noble horse. leaving his blonde and pregnant mistress in the saddle. Phylum asked why everyone was so quiet, not understanding what caused such a reaction. He had never been smart. The Duke had always been stubborn, spoiled, and absolutely stupid, which is why his parents had high hopes for Layla. Phil shamelessly jumped towards the main character, wondering if his childhood friend had forgotten how to speak in 6 years. The poor girl managed a smile, as she was supposed to do. For nothing, she was just surprised. The young Duke was always jealous of Layla. They always spoke of her with pride. And the young man didn't want to master anything, but at the same time, he wanted general admiration and recognition. Phil was not really gifted with outstanding intelligence and did not understand why everyone was so suddenly surprised. Layla still did not understand Phylum's intentions and what was really happening now. Why such an obvious question? The young Duke gallantly extended his hand to his blonde mistress to help her dismount her horse. Then Layla's stable boy gently took the pregnant lady in his arms. She was probably tired after such a long journey. Fair and delicate skin, large ice-colored eyes, sensual lips, and an angelic face overall. But something was clearly wrong with her. As soon as this lady dismounted from her horse, Philion hugged her tightly and confidently, demonstrating his attitude and support with his entire appearance. The servant started whispering again, but how dare the young man insult the poor mistress like this? She took over all his responsibilities, as he made fun of this, pulled him out of the crisis. And here is the gratitude. If it weren't for Layla and her devotion to Duke Williot, no one would be here right in front of the fiancé. What an idiot. The rumors could no longer be stopped. Of course, Layla and Phylum's marriage was for the convenience of their parents. But this does not allow them to neglect and openly humiliate their future wife. The young Duke turned to a surprised maiden named Michelle. The girl responded immediately. The Duke turned to his mistress. She should rest and lie down. The servants will prepare a room for her. Just let her say which one she wants. The girl was named Cecil. She stretched and mumbled contentedly that she wanted the brightest room in the estate to be prepared for her. Phylum ordered Miss Cecilia to be taken to the farthest room in the east wing. The maid was stunned. The main character was pierced by a painful jolt from what the Duke had just said. Did everyone hear this or just her? This is the bedroom of Duchess Williot, the most secret place in the family mansion. After her death, no one can enter. How can you put a dirty girl in your mother's room? Why contaminate it with as much ignorance as he can? The Duke asked if it was my mother's room. It was empty anyway, and Cecil wanted the brightest room in the mansion. The bored young man really didn't understand why no one, except the Duchess herself, was allowed to enter the Duchess's room. The Duke frowned and objected that his father often stayed there, and Layla too. Layla tried to explain to him that the Duke was the owner of the house, and that the girl only worked there. But this is the brightest room on the estate, as Cecil wanted. Impenetrable stupidity. Layla did not back down. There is enough light and warmth in the other rooms too. Let them choose any of them. Philion crossed his arms in front of him. He is not going to listen to the girl's discontent. The rules in the mansion are set by its owner. Maid Michelle was ordered to immediately send maids to the mother's bedroom and arrange everything for Cecile and not let anyone bother her. Layla lowered her head. She never expected the Duke to do this to her, and he also touched a taboo subject. Michelle made a stone face, condemning her master. She bowed and left to fulfill the order. The blonde mistress turned threateningly and smiled sarcastically, looking into Layla's eyes. The stupid Duke paid attention to Layla's face. She was upset about something. Something was wrong. Phylum asked the angry fiancé why she was suddenly angry. He returned after the war. Such an event. The young lady would very much like to vent all her indignation on this scoundrel. But she replied that everything was fine. The Duke looked at her suspiciously, but saw that she was not particularly cheerful. Layla's fiancé has just returned from the war with his pregnant mistress, dealt an irreparable blow to her reputation, and installed this girl in a sanctuary. The main character held her head. What was happening? Phil was either so stupid or rotten, or all of the above. The worried maid asked her master if everything was fine for her after this. Layla asked not to worry about her. Everything is fine, they will sort it out and everything will fall into place. The poor girl was so prepared for this meeting. She was so happy and amazed, and he brought this scoundrel into the house. Layla got used to being responsible for everything here. She exhaled and told the maid not to think about her and to go prepare her mistress's room. But if the maid notices anything suspicious about this unkind lady, she should report it immediately. Neither her character nor her position allowed Layla to turn a blind eye. The girl was immensely kind. But she also respected herself. Year after year, the heroine covered up for the Duke's stupidity, managed the estate, and led the Williot family to prosperity. She dedicated every minute of her time to work in memory of her beloved Duchess and Duke. She paid them tribute and infinite love. Due to the Duke's arrival, Layla did not have time to finish her accounting. Everyone knew that the heroine decides everything for Filna and highly respected such a unique lady. Even those who initially laughed now consult with Layla, but the girl will not be forgiven for her mistake. He is not a man. That's why everything has always been impeccable. After carefully preparing the document, it was checked several times to eliminate any errors. Then, a dying thunder rumbled outside the mansion window, like when the carriage with her loving parents crashed. The heroine began to tremble. She could never recover from that terrible day's events. Layla held her head. She was completely upset and completely forgot about the rainy season in her area. Since the death of Duke and Duchess Williot, the girl has been plagued by panic attacks. A storm has become an omen of death for her. Probably Filion has already forgotten about this. All his thoughts are occupied with his insolent mistress. He doesn't care how Layla is now. This is why Williot let that dirty girl into the Duchess's room. And this is why he made fun of her in front of everyone. A worried maid entered the young lady's study and announced that it was time to go down for dinner. Layla became very nervous and apologized. The Duke is now home after a 6-year war. They need to have dinner together. Unfortunately, it was established and accepted in such families. The lady could not argue with this, although she very much wanted to. The maid supported the noble lady. Everyone is happy for the Duke's safe return, but Layla is not obliged to make efforts for the sake of this girl. Michelle was the girl's favorite maid. She was always straightforward and honest. All the staff adored Layla and took her side. The servants bustled in the corridors. Because the owner of the estate had returned after the war, everything had to be perfect. The family estate of the Duchy of Williot seemed to come alive with his return. The mansion rejoiced at its owner, albeit worthless. Everyone works so hard with such dedication. The lady was proud of them, and the staff did not want to disappoint their dear mistress. A maid passed by the main character with a large food cart and greeted the lady apologetically. Layla froze. What is it? Why is the maid carrying a cart with food from the hall for family meals? The young lady said to stop. Dinner had already started. Where was the food cart going? And why? The maid looked at her mistress guiltily. The Duke asked for dinner to be brought to his bedroom. He was too tired. The maid was very worried about the reaction of the already distressed Miss Layla. She had already suffered undeservedly today. The main character walked past the cart towards the general portrait of the Williot family. I wonder if she is a member of it for Phil. Of course, the Dukes considered her their own daughter. There was no doubt about that, but he did not. Layla worked for over 10 years for the name and honor of her beloved family. But she remained a stranger to Phil, which means she has no right to demand a family dinner. The rest of the staff looked at their dejected mistress with regret and compassion and also understood it. The Duke could get tired and neglect once again the one thanks to whom he came out. And he is still the owner of the estate. However, there is much more food in this cart than for one person, that is. It's not about imaginary fatigue. This means that the young Duke did not want, after a long separation, to spend time at dinner with the one who had been with him since childhood. The bastard also decided to have a private dinner with his mistress, openly neglecting his fiancée. The girl clenched her fists. She went to this dinner only out of respect for Filion, and he treats her like this. The maid called Layla worriedly. Because her mistress had not eaten yet, she needed to have a snack and gain strength. But the protagonist heard no one and returned to work again, wasting time. An educated and excited man approached the young woman's workplace with documents that needed signing. These are always the Duke's duties, and he himself has already returned to the estate. But the young woman must understand that the Duke cannot cope with this. Everyone knew the foolish Duke and his brilliant fiancée very well. Layla announced that from today, Phylum would take care of the paperwork. The girl was tired of everything and just wanted to spend time for herself and not for anyone else, and have a pleasant warm bath. While the protagonist was discussing how she should proceed in this situation, she was called from the bedroom. Layla returned to her desk and resumed her usual duties and responsibilities. The same man stood by the desk with the documents and asked for them to be signed. The man waited humbly. Layla studied the document and said that Duke Williot had already returned, although he was probably frolicking with this girl now instead of familiarizing himself with his obligations. Since Phylum returned, this is now his area of responsibility. From now on, let him handle the paperwork himself. The man had worked for the Duke for 30 years and did not think that after his death everything would deteriorate. But Layla elevated this house. And the stupid Duke will not understand a single word here. The young man was not at all surprised by her answer. Why were the papers brought to her? Layla should do it. The man explained to her that generally these were his obligations. Phylum said that the girl worked not only during the war and his absence, of course. Because Phil is incapable of anything. The Duke was sure that Layla had fixed everything. She was just looking for a new reason to complain. The mistress intervened unceremoniously in the Duke's and his subordinate's conversation, and placed her hand on his. It was extremely vulgar. Cecil interrupted their conversation and placed her hand on the Duke. Something happened when Phylum finished speaking. He was terribly bored. The Duke shamelessly stroked his mistress's cheek, told Cecil not to try too hard. And go rest. She is pregnant. The insolent Duke ordered the papers to be brought to Layla. She has no time. Let Cecil deal with the documents immediately. Even the servant started trying to reason with the careless Duke. Layla is the Duke's fiancée. These are not her duties at all. She simply helped out of her kindness. The arrogant and ignorant Duke simply shut the door in the man's face. He wants to rest because they interfere with him. Cecil chirped mischievously that apparently she and Layla were very close since they communicated without titles. Apparently she is dear to the Duke. Phylum replied that this is true, that they have been together since childhood. The mistress objected. Such familiarity is not allowed. After all, she is a simple daughter of an earl. Since Phil was incapable of doing anything on his own, even his mistress easily manipulated him. In the eyes of the nobility, Layla is still the daughter of an earl, despite the fact that she is a fiancée. Cecil slyly added that it would be much better and more correct if the fiancé addressed Phil formally. The vile mistress struck where it hurt the most. If the Duke continues to encourage it, the servants will soon start looking down on him. And all because of her, because of this insolent fiancé. Why did the Duke choose her? Are there so many worthy people around? The poor man timidly returned to his mistress with an order from his idiot Duke and handed her the papers. Layla sighed. She expected nothing more. She sympathized with the man's situation and plight. The fact that the Duke cannot independently carry out the matters he is obliged to does not exempt him from responsibility. Layla is not part of his family and will not do it for him forever. The main character needed to raise this issue in a conversation with him. He could not evade his obligations forever. Moreover, it would be wise to bring up the topic of the vile mistress and indicate what her presence means to everyone. It was hard and painful for Layla, but she endured it. She always endured for the sake of her deceased parents and did her job. A man who sympathized with her asked guiltily how her mistress was feeling now. But the heroine gave no sign that everything was fine. But everything was worse than ever, everything that she had been prepared for since childhood. What the Duchess had prayed for was shattered in an instant. The girl's hands trembled. She handed the documents to the man and asked him for a break so as not to show it. And she told the employee to rest well. There is a lot of work ahead. It is the rainy season. There is a lot to do. In addition to the treacherous blow, thunder also roared outside the window. The girl did not know what to do with herself. Everything burned inside. The protagonist was truly scared for her future, for the future of the estate. She is afraid of letting down her beloved mother, although she is not hers, and even this cursed thunder, which every time ends in uncontrollable panic for her. The girl held her head with her hands in an attempt to calm her mind and soul. It's okay, it's just thunder. The storm will pass very soon and nothing terrible will happen, but those who should not calm down. Salty tears ran down the girl's cheeks. She was unbearably scared and sick. There was no one nearby. Often knowing her owner's terrible trauma, Michelle brought her hot tea and cookies and helped her fight a panic attack. The personal maid assured her that she would never leave her mistress or abandon her no matter what happened. These words had a healing effect on the protagonist. Michelle always supported her and did not allow her to weaken. And now Michelle is forced to serve her vile mistress instead of being where she really matters. Outside the window, the weather had been waiting for a long time. A strong wind picked up and entered through all the windows. The storm thundered louder and louder, and 200 Dan to 200 and anxious terrible. The blonde scoundrel clearly feigned a frightened look, how much her mistress fears thunder. The stupid Duke was delighted. Cecilia is so sweet and naive. It's close that she is afraid of nothing. As the mother of her unborn son is so afraid, then nothing can be done. The Duke will have to spend the night with her today. Michelle suppressed her nauseous reflex and, clenching her teeth, remembered her presence was still here. The Duke turned to her surprised. The maid had really been here the whole time. Michelle asked him to leave. The maid was quickly approaching the exit of the scoundrel's bedroom. How petty. The Duke is simply a scoundrel. Michelle had already reached the door and took the handle to finally leave these two monsters. But then her vile mistress called her in a feigned and shrill voice and told her to stay. The blonde trash chirped that her back and legs hurt terribly. Apparently due to the long journey, the Duke suggested calling a doctor. Cecile showed her teeth predatorily. There is no need to bother the doctor. It would be much better to give her a massage. Michelle looked at the scoundrel with disdain. She doesn't know how to give a massage, and it would be better to call the owner. There are other servants. The Duke placed his hand on his mistress's stomach and ordered the maid in a sharp voice not to decide for him. Let Cecile do the massage, because she suddenly decided she had the right to contradict her Duke's orders. Meanwhile, the main character agonized in her bedroom, and no one came to the girl's aid. And the Duke drank wine in an armchair, and with an intellect-free face watched the storm. He was home. The young and exhausted lady stood in front of the mirror and smelled the red roses. A man's voice called her from behind. Behind her, at the door of the girl's bedroom, stood the Duke with some kind of envelope in his hands, apparently bringing another correspondence. Philem handed the white envelope to his fiancée and told her there was something urgent inside. That Layla should take a look. Layla replied coldly that she would be late. Inside was an invitation to a banquet in honor of the new emperor's coronation. The celebration would take place in a month. Layla took the letter in her hands. Indeed, there was a royal seal on the envelope. There was very little time left before the banquet. The journey to the capital takes 4 days. There are 3 weeks left to prepare the dress. It is necessary to contact the tailor and order the suit, shoes, and jewelry. How long will Filion stay in the capital? If the Duke plans to do everything on time, preparations must begin today. There is a lot to do. Prepare the right carriage and be sure to buy good gifts. The Duke ruthlessly interrupted his fiancée's words. From that moment on, she addresses him by his title. Nothing more. Why suddenly, before this sulking turkey was fine, he was her fiancé? And not so advanced in his childhood, he ate sand in front of her, and she should call him Duke. Well, they will appear in secular society. If Layla suddenly gets too familiar, everyone will laugh at him. Does the girl really want to dishonor him as always? Her whole life, she already feels that she is worse than others, and it doesn't matter that it's his fault. He needs respect from others because he is a duke. The protagonist furiously clenched her fist with the letter. Everything is clear. The blonde trash has done its job. How foolish he is. Layla exhaled when the Grand Duke wanted. From now on, she would address him formally. The young Duke frowned contentedly. You should have done it immediately. He is the Duke here, but Layla is not. Don't even think about arguing with him. But then Philem must address her as Lady Tebessa. Philem crossed his arms in front of him with disgust. He did not expect this rule to apply to him, so be it. It is also necessary to call a tailor so that the master can sew the appropriate dress for this event. This is a reception with the emperor. Then a dress must be chosen for Cecil. The girl didn't hear now that the Duke had just shrieked. Layla could barely contain her nobility. Cecil will go with the Duke to the capital. Phil will show her everything here. After all, here on his family estate, the lady will be completely bored without her master. Layla said dryly, let her do whatever she wants. The Duke also expects Layla's dresses to fit his mistress well, because she is his guest. And they need to take care of her, whose guest, not to pretend that she still considers the main character the owner of this estate. Layla struggled between what her deceased parents had instilled in her since childhood and what really awaited her. Of course, Phil considers her his mistress, because she is his future wife, and what is so surprising? The lady clenched her fists, and this idiot has the audacity and ignorance to ask not to give dresses to his mistress. That's why Layla is angry. The Duke knew she was dissatisfied, although she is always dissatisfied with something. Yes, that night with Cecil he couldn't control his mistress. She got pregnant, but that's no reason to abandon his own child. The girl has nothing to worry about. As soon as Cecil gives birth to his heir, the Duke will immediately kick her off the property. This means that the daughter of this reptile will be added to the family tree, even though Layla will become the legal wife of the Duke. Her own father said the same about the protagonist, and so she became Lady Tevessa. Layla sharply moved the Duke's hands away from her. So be it, the main character understood everything. But then Filion must try to understand what she is diligently trying to convey to him. The Duke did not understand at all why his fiancée suddenly pulled her hands away, which was not surprising. If Philem really wants to continue marrying Lady Tevessa, then he shouldn't even ask to take care of his mistress. Meanwhile, on the Williot family estate, the working staff whispered loudly. The lady was not herself. They completely moved away from the Duke. They used to be very friendly, but now they address each other by title. The servants wanted to help the lady, but they can do nothing, and it is the lady's fault. This scoundrel is very arrogant and ignorant, and does not consider himself a mistress at all, but aspires to the place of the Duchess. And what if this vile girl gives birth to a boy? Then she can become a Duchess, and Miss Layla will simply be kicked out. Then the servants noticed their beloved mistress behind them, who had no face, and immediately apologized to her. The servants bowed apologetically. They did not want to offend their beloved mistress. Layla loved all the local residents and was always kind, generous to them, and communicated as equals. They are right about everything. They have nothing to apologize for. The staff tried to calm their mistress, but Layla heard no one and did not want to. She understood everything perfectly. It's okay, Layla never depended on other people's opinions and did not seek general recognition. She will survive these rumors. Who cares what they say? Lady Tevessa still marries Duke Bill not for love, but to escape her own home. Of course, it is unbearably painful to watch Layla's future husband make love to the brat. But it is much worse at home. But if the mistress keeps her distance and does not cross the line, then the mistress will not mind. There she was, the blonde thrown like trash in a pink dress. Cecile immediately showed a fake smile and greeted. The appearance of a mistress could cloud a man's conscience. She was charming and sweet, but inside there was an obvious rot. The lady touched her stomach, as if by chance, giving a blow to the nose to the future Duchess. The belly is already quite big. Maybe Miss Layla wants to touch it. She won't mind at all if she touches it. Layla clearly saw this trash and was not carried away by her provocations. She politely refused such a wonderful offer. Cecil apologized for not showing up the last time they met. This needs to be fixed urgently. One would think that Layla would be interested in this. The bastard bowed. Her name is Cecil Elliot. She was sure this impressed Layla, but she didn't care. Elliot means this family ruled the Muleys' empire, which their kingdom had just conquered. The mistress used to be a princess, but her country fell along with her title, and now she is a commoner. And an ordinary mistress. Layla introduced herself calmly and uniformly to Lady Tebessa. It would be best if she left. They shouldn't talk much. But the vile blonde trash called the noble girl, determined young lady, and sarcastically. There will be many more problems with your mistress. She is really focused on gaining status. This brat lost her status after the war, and must simply be addressed as Lady by Layla. Not Miss, since she is nobody. Even the servants did not consider the mistress to be someone to respect. And they shouted in the castle that for her, in general, her mistress was a lady, not a young lady. But Michelle did not give up. All the neighbors of the place were already fed up with this vile girl. She was no longer a princess, but a commoner. Layla took the blow and bowed. Michelle is very straightforward. Don't let the scoundrel get offended by her. In general, let Cecil go back to her bed. It's time for the lady to return to work. Cecile was boiling. She wanted to be addressed with respect and called by her name. Layla and her personal maid looked disdainfully over their shoulder and began to walk away down the corridor. Since the main character is already tired of this brat, only a real idiot could bring such a thing onto his estate. The maid began to worry. Her hands trembled, because the main character received a letter from her home from Countess Tebessa. The Countess hated Layla since she was born. She always treated her cruelly and called her a nullity. And the heroine always apologized to the bitter mistress, because they always accused her of doing everything wrong and, in general, of being a degenerate who should not have existed. Layla always felt like that frightened little girl when it came to the Countess. The main character took the unfortunate letter in her hands. The Countess wondered how Lady Layla was. Since the Countess is worried and hasn't heard anything about her stepdaughter for a long time, tomorrow she will visit the Williot estate. But this soulless creature was not enough for a full series. The Countess was definitely plotting something. This woman would never come like this. She comes here with some intentions and definitely not good ones. The protagonist announced to her personal maid that Countess Tevessa would arrive tomorrow. Layla asked not to worry. The Countess will visit them for a short time. Michelle always hated her visits. A worried maid ran into Lady Layla's bedroom, the main character. And her faithful maid immediately turned to look at her. The maid nervously reported that the girl who had arrived with the Duke had fainted. The best doctor was immediately sent to this lady, and the Duke also immediately went to her bedroom. If Felin is already there, then the heroine does not need to go there and sympathize. The girl thanked the maid for telling her. The main character began to suspect that the scoundrel was counterfeiting his fortune to draw attention to his insignificant person. Then the enraged Duke burst suddenly and noisily into the bedroom and shouted Layla's name. Layla was surprised by such an emotional visit, but the enigma in her head began to take shape. Phyllis was beside herself with rage. The girl had never seen him like this before, that Layla dared to say something to Cecile. Even if she doesn't try to pretend she doesn't understand what he's talking about, Layla definitely said something to Cecile. If the young lady did not say or do any of that, then why did her mistress faint after their conversation? What is he talking about, the lying reptile? Layla did not say a word to him. That's not her habit. Cecile is still unconscious, but her doctor reported that her fainting was the result of shock. And the maids saw them both in the corridor. They heard that a conversation began between Layla and Cecile. And the narrow-minded, of course, thought that Lady Layla, who always distinguished herself by her nobility and honor, had offended the pregnant lady. Layla merely greeted the false bastard. A greeting was never considered bad manners. Then the young man fiercely grabbed the poor girl with his good hands and squeezed her hands painfully. If anything happens to the child his mistress is carrying, the Duke will never forgive Layla. From now on, let the girl watch her language and be more careful in her statements. Otherwise, Phil will not know what he will do to the main character. After which, the Duke looked at his fiancée with contempt and released her from his grip. The Duke left his fiancée's bedroom silently and with deadly coldness for the sake of this scoundrel. He was ready to kill Layla, not doubting for a second that she was guilty. The protagonist was terrified. She clutched her shoulders, which burned from this idiot's hands. Layla collapsed exhausted on the floor. What is happening? Everything is collapsing. She tried so hard to pay tribute to the line of the Williot family, and what in the end? Now the girl has finally understood the true attitude towards herself and towards this lie. The Duke's feelings for his mistress are much deeper than he says. Duchess Williot could be the lying brat from the street instead of Layla herself. And her engagement to the Duke could be the end of her marriage. Everything that the heroine protected and kept in her heart with great fear was cut short. What should she do? The maid entered the room and reported that her mistress had regained consciousness. Layla was not interested in this. And Countess Tevessa has arrived at the family estate. She is already waiting for the young lady for a personal meeting. The protagonist sighed resignedly and closed her book, without even having time to rest. During the course of the Willett family mansion, the figure of the named mother Layla was already looming threateningly. It's time to start the public performance and sketch a wider smile. Lady Layla is immensely pleased to meet Countess Tevessa. The young lady's stepmother did the same. The Countess coldly said she was glad to see Layla in good health. The heroine replied that everything was really wonderful with her, thanks to the fact that the Countess was so worried about her. But this was unnecessary. Countess Tevessa had just entered someone else's estate, but she was already behaving inappropriately here, in a domestic manner, and ordered the maids to follow her to the living room. The guest needed to discuss something with her stepdaughter, so it was better to ask the maids to leave. Layla rolled her eyes and told the girls to leave them alone, of course. The maids then left the room with relief. The Countess assessed the young fiancé with an air of a true connoisseur. Although Layla was tormented by her past, she was no longer small and had grown strong. The heroine looked her stepmother in the eye without a shadow of fear. Even with some defiance, the Countess noticed that the girl was simply beautiful. Then the venomous stepmother sarcastically asked if the girl knew why she had come to her. Layla hit the table with her hand. The heroine now has many really important things to do. Let the Countess stop talking empty talk and get down to business. Countess Tevessa took a sip of tea from her cup, and the girl was still so cheeky and reckless as in childhood. So the stepmother came on business, or there is no one else on the Earl's estate to pour poison on. That she forgot her mother here, that Layla does not dampen it. The gazes of the two interlocutors met. Layla has matured a lot. She will no longer allow herself to be offended. Layla calmly took a sip of tea from her cup and asked the Countess to serve it to her quickly. She didn't feel well. The Countess could not stand the confident answers of her stepdaughter when she told her to behave like a duchess. She didn't mean that you could communicate with her like that. The Countess sarcastically pointed a thin, wrinkled finger at the girl. Don't be arrogant, she is still Tevessa. The stepmother hit the nail on the head. Layla has not yet married the Duke and is still a nobody. Did the Countess actually come to mock the existing reality, or is there no one else on the Earl's estate to pour poison on? The Countess clenched her teeth. Indeed, she had heard very interesting and delightful rumors. So she decided to visit her in person. The dear and loving stepmother knows that the Duke returned from the war not alone, but with his mistress. What a vile rat tells her stepmother everything on the Tevessa estate. And she also knows that this scoundrel is also the princess of the losing state. But all this is completely irrelevant now. Why the hell did this brat get pregnant before the fiancé if her stepmother didn't teach her? The Duchess smiled predatorily and placed the bottles on the table. She had warned Layla about everything. Knowing the inhumanity of the Countess, the girl was horrified. This mixture helps alleviate the course of pregnancy. Then Countess Tevessa took out a second bottle from a leather bag, but it was already blue glass. Layla felt uncomfortable. The woman placed the blue vial next to the red one. The second medicine will help get rid of the child. 1 drop is enough. The protagonist immediately jumped up from the table. She is not going to listen to this baseness. Let her go out. Let the girl recover immediately and finally start thinking about what she thinks will happen to her when this trash gives birth to a child for the Duke. Most likely, there will be no more wedding with the Duke. But even if she is named Duchess, it will only be a formality. And at her age, it is already too late to look for suitors in case of annulment. It will be possible for Layla to miss her home and want to return to her warm family circle. The Countess put her hand on the main character's hand because the stepmother is worried about her. Layla was taken aback. She no longer has the right to touch her. Let her escape and pretend she heard nothing. Well, the guest still has nothing to say to her stepdaughter if she is not stupid. She will do everything right. The woman will not take these 2 bottles and will take them to let Layla decide how her future will be. The main protagonist looked with horror in her eyes at these 2 gifts from her stepmother. What else did she expect from this witch? Of course, Layla hated Cecil. She really was repulsive and rotten, but the Duke is no less guilty. But this is no reason to kill, especially an innocent child. This idiot with the title is to blame for everything. And it is because of him that she can lose her future. Then a maid called the girl's room and asked if Layla could enter. She immediately wiped away her tears. Of course, the protagonist is always happy with her. Michelle. The girl cheerfully announced that the tailor had already arrived and was waiting. Well, finally the girl just needs a distraction. She leaves for the capital in 2 days. She needs to finish her preparations as soon as possible. And the jeweler and the shoemaker. These craftsmen also received an urgent order request and promised to arrive today at the estate as well. Layla told me to hurry up so that I have time to try everything on with the dress. I need to distract myself and deal with pleasant troubles. Layla was already heading to the living room, where new designs of precious couture dresses of the season were waiting for her. Layla hastily combed her hair and fixed her face, getting rid of the old remnants of sadness. The heroine asked to call the Duke for a fitting. Michelle hesitated and replied that Fillion was already there. Like already, what is Fillion doing there? Layla looked at her personal assistant with surprise. Michelle barely said that her fiancé was teaching his mistress how to greet guests. Therefore, the Duke is now in the living room with his mistress. Cecil is familiarizing herself with the rules of this house. Receiving guests is the responsibility of the estate owner. This idiot decided to let his mistress meet the nobility. The tailor thought that in front of him was the Duke's future wife, since he was teaching her the rules for receiving guests. Mistresses have never been allowed to do this before. What this idiot does, he understands nothing at all and creates new orders. The nobility will be enraged. Layla felt nauseous. What is this? She is nobody, but the main character is not yet a duchess. Layla only behaves like a duchess with Philem's permission, so she is almost on equal footing with this scoundrel. Michelle was incredibly worried about her mistress and perfectly understood her feelings. Everyone in this house understood and took her side. Even if the lady only orders Michelle, the maid will immediately kick this brat out of the Williot family estate. Layla took a couple of deep breaths and exhaled. There is no need to do anything. This is the Duke's decision. He should answer for it. The heroine had no other choice. She needed to appear in the living room if she kicked this doll onto the street. She would simply dishonor herself. And here is the culprit for this entire cataclysm. An idiot whose surroundings are already creating a legend, but who does not want to think even for a moment about the consequences of his unhealthy decisions. Duke Williot turned to his fiancée with disdain. She saved his position, all his fortune and properties. Without her, he would have become a ruined drunkard. And this peanut-sized brain is not even capable of assessing and analyzing what Layla did. The Duke greeted Lady Tevessa. They were already waiting for her with the tailor. The designer immediately realized the serious mistake he had made regarding that white-haired faker. Layla could not say she was happy to meet the Duke and his mistress, but she needed to choose a dress. The tailor was embarrassed because from the Duke's attitude, he was sure that Lady Tebessa was that pot-bellied lady. Therefore, the master confidently showed the dress to this lady. The Duke didn't even stop him. The scoundrel was already pawing at Layla's dress with all his might. The insolent brat again humiliatingly called Layla miss and told her to quickly come towards him. There was such a beautiful dress hanging here. Here the protagonist became enraged without even paying attention to the provocation that this dirty trash put on herself. The daring girl smiled contentedly in a beautiful green dress with expensive trimmings, rhinestones and lace. This creature is wearing the same dress now, but how dare she? It is a gift for Lady Layla. And not just from a suitor, but also the last gift from her beloved mother. Duchess Williot prematurely gifted a maternity dress to her adored daughter. The loving Duchess really wanted to look at her beautiful girl in this dress, because someday she herself would become a mother. The Duchess put her heart and soul into this dress because she wanted Layla to be the most beautiful mother in the world. The mother gently stroked the heroine's head. She would really like to see her grandchildren. Layla's daughter will definitely be a beauty. How dare this dirty pig wear a dress that Layla herself, the Duchess, gifted to her? She loves him more than anything in the world. The bastard started thinking of an answer and mumbled something inaudible. He was starting to look like his 1-year-old mistress. The Duke covered this reptile with himself. Why did the heroine yell so much? In fact, he himself ordered her to wear this dress. Wow, that insolent fool dared to take something of Layla's things without her permission. It means it's entirely her fault. It's just a dress. Why is the girl yelling so much, just think? Well, Cecil is blaspheming against her green dress. What is the worst that can happen to her? Layla is not pregnant at all. She doesn't need this dress at all. It is better that this brings benefits than lying around in an unknown place. In what sense is she lying around in an unknown place? This dress is a memento of her own mother. It was carefully stored in a secret place. Stop, the Duke could not know where this thing so dear to the main character is kept. How did Filion find it? Let him tell you. Of course, the Duke immediately fell silent. He had no idea where the dress was. The scoundrel dared to rummage through Layla's things, taking advantage of her absence. The Duke ordered the farce to stop. Cecil needs to wear something to receive guests, but she has nothing to wear. If Layla had ordered dresses for her, there would have been no problem. The young Duke understands that he is speaking the words out loud, and everyone hears him. His mistress receives guests and steals the bride's dresses. And Layla herself is to blame for everything. The idiot understands nothing at all and creates new orders. The completely fake lady shed tears. She felt so sad and offended that Cecile absolutely did not want anyone to fight over her. Then the second act of the heartbreaking drama began. Cecile is immensely repentant. She collapsed on the floor. This would not have happened if she had taken her things. A cheap, weak, and tasteless performance by a street actress, but enough for the Duke. Deprived of reason to fall in love with her. The Duke assured that the charming Cecile had nothing to apologize for. It was all his fiancée's fault, and she also yelled. Cecile buried herself in the ducal jacket feigning sobs. Her mistress is nothing but trouble. Don't let her talk nonsense. Filion yelled at the servants to stop loitering and run to bring hot tea. And towels for his mistress. This scoundrel, although here is someone else's low-grade mistress, who got pregnant by the Duke. She is pushing her line, you must be careful with her. And this false and unpleasant parasite can take her place, which the Duke's parents prepared for her since birth. But Filion acts here as if Layla, a stranger on his family estate, was the one who gave him everything. And decided to leave. The next morning, on the street, 2 young maids were laying out clean laundry and talking about the Duke's mistress. And about the fact that the Duchess had not gifted a single dress to this brat. This is what the scoundrel should do. The maid would have done the same. Even if the Duke hadn't broken the engagement, Among aristocrats, it is customary to have a wife and a mistress. Among the fresh white sheets, white as snow, the main character appeared. That she had to hear this every day. Michelle walked behind her mistress. She was angry. They are vile gossips. The maid was ready to strangle them. But Layla kindly laughed at Michelle. There was no need to punish them. It was her fault. There was nothing she was willing to bring up in public. Now the lady is more worried about the trip to the capital. Michelle would never allow her mistress to be treated like this. Layla could just run away in the end. It has all gone too far. There is an ambush everywhere. No one will help her. She needs to swim to shore herself. A week ago, a general assembly of the Wiliot Duchy was held, at which Layla announced that she was transferring responsibilities to the legitimate duke. But Filion is absolutely not the one to cope with this, even though he has already returned from the war. And he has the title. He is the last one fit for this position, and everyone understands it. Everyone gathered here is right, but in a week, the Duke and Layla will have a reception with the Emperor himself. Therefore, Lady Tevessa will hand over all matters to the heir a little later, after the palace ball. Layla trusted her subordinates to help Phil learn. They delivered the carriage, and the time came to ear to the capital. And here comes Lady Tevessa, and again everyone waits only for her. The pompous turkey stood next to his mistress. The protagonist, with a stone face, walked to her carriage without reacting to the Duke's attacks. Cecil doesn't feel well, the journey will be long, so Filion will go in the carriage with her. Layla proudly got into her carriage. She doesn't care what kind of pets the Duke entertains himself with. As he pleases. Miss Tevessa got into her carriage. It would be even better if these two traveled separately from her. Then the girl won't have to keep track of the kisses of the underdeveloped heir. And the lying scoundrel. Because for now, for the girl, such manifestations of attention and feelings on Philom's part were painful. The time on the road passed quite quickly. The coachman stopped the cart, and here it is, the beautiful capital of the empire. Michelle opened the door of her mistress's carriage. The road to the capital turned out to be much more dangerous than she expected. The road was certainly difficult. The young lady was very tired, she was dizzy. Layla needed to rest. The personal maid looked into her mistress's carriage to see why Lady Tevessa was alone. Where her fiancé was. There was immediately a whisper among the servants about whether Layla and the Duke were really at odds in their relationship. And what about their engagement? Duke Wiliot arrived in a different carriage and with a different lady. How to understand this? But what about his fiancée? Well, the epoch of shock and general discontent has begun. This idiot thinks about nothing. He is already considered the most insignificant landowner. Filion and his mistress also drove to the new house. The Duke helped the brat out of the carriage. Everywhere, exclamations were heard that the Duke had brought his mistress to the capital. An unheard of shame. That the lady is already tired of all this. Let her personal maid take Layla to her quarters as soon as possible. A huge and majestic estate with beautiful columns and a beautifully manicured garden. One of the maids prepared a room for the young mistress and invited her in. The bedroom was bright and spacious. Layla looked with horror at the spacious window, because it rains in the capitals. And there are often storms. The protagonist asked the maid to find her a room without windows. Since with such a beautiful view of the natural phenomenon, it would be very difficult for her. The maid opened her eyes, but only service personnel, not ladies, can enter rooms without windows. Then the one with the smallest window will do. The maid took her mistress to a new bedroom. This room had the smallest window, but it was at the end of the corridor, so it was a bit gloomy. The maid timidly asked if this bedroom was too small for her noble mistress. But the protagonist was happy with everything in this room here. It would be much quieter than in the first bedroom. In this case, the staff will be ordered to move all of Lady Tevessa's belongings to this room. Then the Duke appeared behind Layla with his maid, which the girl had forgot. Her room was on the other side, and for a reason. Lady Tevessa likes this bedroom much more than the previous one, which this time did not suit the Duke. Filion was sure that this room change was due to the fact that Layla decided to get closer to Cecil. It even sounds idiotic. Lady Tevessa, in his opinion, endlessly thinks about changing material for her pleasure is not the first nor will be the last. The scoundrel shamelessly put his hand on the Duke, that Phylum should not be so angry, and that he can move into her room. In truth, the mistress is still afraid to stay in unfamiliar places. And besides, the arrogant brat likes to spend all her time with the handsome Duke. Fine, let it be so. The lady pressed against Phylum. The Duke looked at Layla with disapproval. How foolish. Once again, the poor heroine was sprayed with water for no reason at all, but the real reptile was surrounded by care. And love. Michelle looked anxiously at her mistress. Layla was bored. She could go for a walk in the capital. The personal maid gladly agreed to accompany the main character. This is true blood. Her lady always kept her composure, no matter how hard it was for her. The capital warmly received its newcomers with sun rays, with numerous boutiques and shops. Michelle saw that the lady had cheered up noticeably. The walk managed to cheer up the girl and leave the current situation behind. The personal maid was very happy to see Layla in a good mood. She hadn't smiled in a long time. Michelle was sincerely worried about the young lady. In fact, Layla was very excited about the idea of breaking off the engagement. But if the main character does this with her marriage to the Duke, what will her father say? Count Tevez. After all, the poor girl will definitely not be welcome at home. So what should she do if there is no place for her anywhere? However, this circus is already becoming unbearable here, and the heroine's thoughts were interrupted by the shouts of women on the street. What a shame for this monster. He attacked innocent girls in broad daylight. Get him out of here immediately. Let the noble lady mind her own business. The stunned bastard continued to pull the poor girl's hair. What a brat. Layla would not have interfered if all this horror hadn't been happening right before her eyes. But now she cannot stay away. The scoundrel was collecting and collecting debts, and this girl asked for money 6 months ago, and he still hasn't repaid the favor. Let him pay otherwise, if there is no money. His sister roared that the girl took 30 coins from the scoundrel. And he demands 500 coins from her. Coins? 500 gold coins. According to imperial law, the lender's interest rate must not exceed 30%. Why does that bastard care about laws? Everyone does it, and he wants it too. The girl told Michelle to go get the guards. And R for guards means that the rich young lady travels alone and without guards. How convenient. This future Duchess interfered in other people's business and brandished her sword at her. Literally a second, and the sharp blade of the sword moves away from the girl. It is reflected in someone's sword. A very handsome young man of noble appearance and strong gaze was leaning over the main character. The young man was incredibly handsome and gallant. All his movements were confident and majestic. The savior looked at Layla. The girl is all right. She froze in silence. She did not expect to meet such a young man. He was like taken from a fairy tale. Before the main character had time to answer, the unpleasant lender with a wild cry was already flying with a sword at her savior. The handsome young man immediately covered Layla with himself and huddled. The scoundrel was very close. Literally, in one calm and confident move, the blue-haired young man left the monster on the ground. Let this bastard move or try to throw anything. The lender will regret it. And whether he counts on favor and mercy or not, he will quickly lose both hands. And without remorse. Why does the lender always have such bad luck? No one showers him with gold, and besides, he is kicked out everywhere. The lender began to walk away sadly. The girls shouted sarcastically and victoriously at him. That's what this coward needs. Layla covered her face with her fan and looked at her savior with great interest. Sharp and touching eyes, unusual blue hair, brilliant sword skills. Marble skin white as snow, luxurious clothes. The boy definitely belongs to a noble family. The savior is not an ordinary man, probably a nobleman and her equal, because she doesn't know him then. The lady should not have behaved so recklessly if the young man hadn't come to her aid. She could have gotten hurt. Layla smiled confidently. The savior was deeply mistaken in his powerlessness. All actions were balanced. The young man was surprised and interested, which is why Layla paused briefly in silence. Then the girl, with a light and precise movement, waved her fan towards the young hero. The face of the noble savior shone, with a sharp blade protruding from the girl's fan. She can defend herself. Michelle was truly delighted. Her mistress is simply incredible. Where has such a thing been seen? The savior was no less astonished and impressed. The young man apologized. He underestimated the girl. The boy did not want to be rude to the girl at all. Layla said she didn't need an apology, but she was grateful that the hero remained indifferent. What kind of apology can we even talk about? The young man, without a doubt, rushed to the aid of the girls in trouble. And yet, the savior was very impressed by the heroine's cunning device. Something very convenient. The young man will be very grateful if the girl tells him where exactly he can buy one. You can't buy a fan with a blade, since the main character made it herself with her own hands. When Duke Williot died, there was no one to protect the heroine and the estate. She had no other choice. Philand went to war knowing that the family mansion was unprotected. Hired assassins began to visit Layla frequently. It is not appropriate for a lady to use such a thing, the girl knows it, but she simply has no other choice. The savior said, "The girl is simply incredible. Making such a cunning weapon herself is simply amazing." What is this handsome young man saying? Incredible and surprising, but Phil always humiliated Layla. Stop, because the girl compares her future fiancé to a charming stranger. It's time for her to leave. Lady Tevessa asked Michelle to take care of the shawl. The guards should find the girls and contact them. The savior clarified with interest. The lady is going to report him. Of course, the scoundrel has exceeded the interest rate. And he will be fined at least 1,000 gold. In any case, may the glory of the empire accompany the charming young man, Layla bowed. The young man nodded approvingly and also bowed. May the glory of the empire rest. A wonderful young man watched the heroine, simply an incredible girl. Michelle immediately began to babble about how handsome that boy was, and that his hair was simply beautiful. Layla looks much better with this nobleman than with the Duke. It's a pity she is already engaged. The protagonist herself felt sorry, but now this question froze like a threatening axe in the air over the girl. The personal maid and her mistress quickly found the building they needed. In a large and bright office, a man in a robe was sitting behind a desk with a professional look. The man, without looking at the girls, greeted them and asked what they had come for. Layla witnessed the crime and came to report. The uniformed listener casually placed the required form on the table for them to fill out, after which the girls can leave. But the guard does not want to increase patrols. In fact, an armed offender attacked a woman. They don't have enough hands, so let them fill out the form for the protocol. Michelle roared that she didn't even understand what he was talking about. Layla interrupted her, since the captain is so negligent in his duties that he will have to resort to the emperor. The cowardly captain immediately jumped up. They misunderstood him. Let them fill out the form, and his guards will immediately take care of this matter. The personal maid was walking and grumbling. They don't understand anything in the capital for the first time, and the guards simply became insolent. For their part, the girls did everything required of them. The time came to return to the mansion. Meanwhile, it was already dark in the capital, as it was not safe here during the day. She wondered what awaited them in the darkness. Behind the girls, the savior himself appeared under the hood of a dark robe. Layla had been through a lot and was always careful. She felt surveillance and turned around abruptly. Why is the young man chasing them? The savior apologized. He didn't want to scare them at all, just to ask them a question. The girl was surprised. And what the unknown young man would like to know is this question about this morning's incident. How did the main character know that the lender would receive up to 60% of the share? Layla realized that, without knowing it, she had demonstrated skills that a duke should have. But not a lady. Moreover, the girl knew that the imperial interest rate for small businesses is 30%. And moreover, The girl immediately revealed that the lender would have to pay around 1,000 pieces of gold for his crime. It is logical that the young man found it strange that the young lady was aware of such things for noble ladies. They were not taught such things. Women do not manage land, do not draw up reports or keep accounts. They do not need this knowledge, but she had to do it. But Layla was not disparaging the Duke. She was simply interested in knowing if a girl could not study such things. The savior immediately waved his hands in a conciliatory manner. No way. It's simply amazing and delightful. If the noble young man's questions end here, then the girl will go. The heroine has been in the city for a long time now, even though no one worries about her. Decency rules still exist. Well, then the charming young man will be waiting for his next meeting with Lady Tebessa. Layla froze in surprise. How did the stranger know her first and last name? She definitely didn't introduce herself. Perhaps the young man recognized everything from the coat of arms on her red fan, and moreover, the lady was known in society. All the protagonist's thoughts were occupied by the mysterious stranger. Her maid also didn't know who the charming nobleman was. But the personal maid can try to find out about him. The girl blushed. You shouldn't do this. The heroine was distinguished by her insight. That man was not a simple nobleman at all. They would definitely meet at the imperial ball. The noise of an approaching carriage and the coachman's voice were heard from the street. His Grace Duke Williot arrived at the estate. How happy he was. And Layla was already exhausted. Michel laughed. The Duke approached his fiancée's window, holding a box with a large red bow in his hands. Phil called the girl by her name, idiot. He himself asked not to do that. From now on the Duke must address her as Lady Tevessa. The Duke sighed, dissatisfied again, and Layla was happy with all this. Phil is joking or something. He gave such an order personally. In general, this is not his whim but the Duke's, but I understand who advised him. Layla's talk will give Phylon a headache. The girl clenched her teeth. She constantly forgot that she was not talking to a normal person, but to an indecently stupid young man. And whimsical. At one point, this idiot listened avidly to Layla and noticed that she was incredibly interesting. And cheerful, and that the Duke dreams of being like her. Previously, this scoundrel admired her until he realized that those words did not reach her and, instead of improving, he started pouring rot on her. This lady kisses you crying because nothing is happening to her face. Let her expose what the Duke wanted from her. Michelle looked sympathetically at her mistress, how difficult it was for her, and this idiot kept making it even worse. And what is this gift box with a red bow? Phil never in his life thought that Layla could be happy. Phylum stood there, as always, understanding nothing, and then asked if his future fiancé would like chocolate cake. Layla was discouraged. The Duke brought the chocolate cake here. It was specially selected for her. The girl already reached out for the box. The Duke simply remembered that Cecil wanted something sweet. Layla froze from suffocating resentment. What was wrong with this idiot? How much could he humiliate her? This cake was not for Layla at all. How could he even think that Phil would think of her? If Lady Tevessa loves sweets, she can always buy them herself, which is the tragedy. The Vilama smiled. Finally, the Duke deigned to bring her something sweet. That's what she wanted. Inside the beautiful box was the most delicious chocolate cake, according to the owner. And it was all for Cecil. What a delight. My mistress was delighted. It simply melts in my mouth. Where did Phil manage to find something so delicious? The Duke asked a friend where they sell delicious cakes in the capital. Can his lady eat a little more? She loves sweets. Let her enjoy them. And to that wicked lady, her Duke also brought a cake. The Duke crossed his arms. And why did Cecil ask? The girl immediately withdrew. Well, this chocolate cake is very tasty, and it is conscientious to eat it. The brat is ashamed to eat such delicious food alone in her homeland. Delicious food is always shared with loved ones, and Layla is her family now. The Duke does not understand women's tastes, so the pastry shop owner helped Phil with his choice and assured him that this cake was really the best. That's great. So it is definitely worth sharing with the harmful lady. Maybe life will be sweeter then. The maid, with a guilty look, brought a box of cake for Lady Tevisa. Michelle was inspired. She figured out what she did wrong, hallelujah. But the main character tensed up. If this was Phil's doing, then clearly something happened. He never did anything for a girl for nothing. In the maid's hands was a nice box with a beautiful red bow. In general, nothing scary. In a moment, the box the maid brought looked exactly like something for a vile mistress. Layla felt unpleasant, as if she had forced the Duke to do this. Michelle had already prepared a plate with a fork. Her mistress deserved a sweet gift more than anyone here. Let her be glad that the Duke did the right thing for the first time. The main character began to untie the beautiful bow, then unpack the sweet gift. Something sweet would really be welcome at this moment. Then Layla froze. Her personal maid approached her from behind and was also stunned. What is this? The main character received the remains of a cake that her mistress had not eaten. And the Duke's insults became increasingly vile. Michelle was simply furious. Her heart ached for her mistress. How can they be such ignorant idiots? They both belong in a pigsty. The protagonist's face turned red. They had just spat in her face in front of everyone, humiliated and trampled. The servant said, with a guilty look, that his mistress had asked him to give her the chocolate cake in her homeland. It is customary to share delicious food. So that's it, let the servants immediately remove their trash from sight. Another dirty provocation from the vile girl. Layla clenched her fists and ordered everyone out of her room. The girl needed to rest. Michelle helped the employee clear away the hated gift from his mistress. They left the room, leaving the lady alone. Why is this idiot doing this to her? What does she need to do so that her soul no longer hurts like this? What should the main character do with all this now? Not everything in the duchy is as it should have been. Is this what Duchess and Duke Williot wanted for her? They had no illusions about their son, not even they expected so much dirt. In her own house, Countess Tevisa hated her stepdaughter because Layla was the daughter of her lover. This was precisely the reason for the fierce and unrestrained hatred towards Lady Layla. The Countess could not harm her mistress and took it out on her son. And the worst thing is that now in the house of her fiancé, the poor girl is humiliated much worse than in her own house. But Layla still needs to continue living with this idiot because ahead is her wedding. The adoption of the title of Duchess. The heroine approached her wedding dress and touched the pleasant, festive white fabric. Her personal maid entered the room and asked if her mistress could embroider a scarf for her fiancé. With all these facts, the girl completely forgot about the Duke's scarf for such an eminent event. After all, this is the Emperor's debut. Noble men must receive scarves from those they dream of, so a lady will usually carry such a scarf with her. How could Layla forget such a detail? She never gives up and always finishes the job. The personal maid didn't even know that it was quite difficult for her mistress to sew a scarf for her fiancé. She was sure that Layla was excellent at sewing. However, the girl embroidered the scarf a long time ago, then Philem went to war. Many years have passed. Due to the Duke's departure, Layla needed to make him a scarf that Williot would show to her upon his return to the estate. When the protagonist handed her scarf to her future fiancé, the Duke laughed. And what a napkin! Then Philem began to tease the girl about what kind of bird was on the scarf. It was definitely a coat of arms. What a funny beak! All efforts to return the scarf were in vain. Phil put it in his inner pocket and promised his lady that he would return home. The Duke asked to wait for his fiancé from the war. Layla always felt comforted by this thought, but now it turns out it was in vain. Layla was alarmed. She felt very good managing the estate, but she found women's hobbies very difficult. But as much as the main character despises this cretin, Philem is still her fiancé and future husband. And at the imperial ball, the honor of the girl herself will be at stake, which means that it will be necessary to embroider a scarf. Blood flowed from the heroine's fingers. The personal maid noticed that the poor girl had already been pricked 22 times. Layla would never have thought that grabbing a scarf would be such a difficult task. Who came up with this? The heroine added that, In fact, she still doesn't know how to cook or dance. After all, the girl dedicated all her time to saving this duchy. But thanks to the teacher's effort, Layla knows the basic dance moves. But she could never move to the rhythm. For this, it was necessary to concentrate and watch her partner, which the young lady could not do. The maid could not believe that her mistress could not do it, and so it was. Everyone has their own flaws, and the heroines too. Only one day remained before the imperial ball, so there was no time left for preparation. And training. To tackle this stupid scarf, the heroine will have to stay up all night. But she cannot let down the duchy. Much effort, a sleepless night, pricked fingers with needles, an exhausted young woman. The scarf was finished. Nice white fabric, delicate hand embroidery, with the coat of arms of the Wiliot Duchy. It seems not everything is bad. Michelle called it perfect. If it weren't for the maid's help, the girl definitely wouldn't have made it in time. The personal maid insisted that the Duke should see such works immediately. What's the use of working so hard and not showing it? Because her mistress tried so hard for Phylan's honor. Layla just has to make sure that this is not just a mere trifle for the Duke. A smile appeared on the lady's face again. But still, first it was necessary to prepare the young lady for the meeting with the Duke. She didn't sleep all night. And so the girl, with an embarrassed look, approaches the door of her future husband. Why are her cheeks burning so much and her hands trembling? The heroine washed and put on a beautiful dress in her hands. There was a beautiful box with a precious scarf. For some reason, Lady Tevessa suddenly felt embarrassed, as it happened to her in her youth when Phylam laughed at her scarf. So, this Rose did not want to offend her openly. She just laughed childishly, but now Phil clearly had no warm feelings for Layla. The Duke was leaving his room door just in time. He was surprised to see his fiancée at the door. Phil asked what happened to Lady Tebessa. Why did she come to him without his will? The girl mustered up her courage. She took a deep breath and handed her fiancé the homemade gift, into which she had invested so much. Then a vile maid peeked through the door. In her hands was the same scarf. Why did his beloved throw the scarf in the room? Layla carefully examined the scarf in the brat's hands. Exactly the same coat of arms with a bird as hers was sewn on the white fabric. The reptile's work was very skillful. Unlike Layla's work, she was always objective. And she hid her craft behind her back. The lady greeted Lady Tevessa. How glad she was to see the girl and what she had forgotten at the door of her dear Duke's room. The Duke liked the scoundrel's feigned help very much, although this fool considered it nobility. And courtesy. Cecil apologized for her impudence, but Layla does not know how to embroider, so her mistress promised to embroider a scarf for him. After all, this banquet is the first debut of her Duke in high society. And the trash was worried that Phil would be left without a scarf and would be looked upon with suspicion. This is why the lady decided to embroider the required scarf for Phylam instead of Lady Tevessa herself. Who does this girl think she is? Cecile did not like the look of her Duke's future wife. Layla did not like something. Something was wrong with the scarf. Phylam covered his mistress with himself. Cecil generally took care of him and Layla, although she was not obliged to do so. What a cretin! He doesn't understand at all that this is another insult and repression. How can one be so wicked? The Duke accused Layla of complete ingratitude. He let her stop looking at his mistress with such eagerness that she is mistaken. And how such amazing parents ended up with such a pathetic idiot, with imaginary delusions of grandeur. This is a dead-end branch of her noble family. The girl is not bad at all. The reckless Duke allows himself too much. Phylam immediately became shy. Why wouldn't he? This street girl can be pregnant with a random child, but she is only a mistress. She cannot be proudly exhibited. She must keep a low profile for the rest of her days. Cecile immediately began to cry artificially, but the trash burst with rage. The concert had to take place. Phylam roared. Let the lady apologize. This brat is questioning the authority of the future Duchess, or demanding that he humor her. Not at all. The mistress just wanted to help. Only Phil is fooled by what the vile trash tells him. Other people understand everything perfectly well. The roar of a dissatisfied duke echoed throughout the huge estate, and as soon as Layla dared. Surprisingly, the fact that two future spouses are fighting in public over his mistress is now added to the rumors. If an idiot thinks it's normal to wear a dirty mistress's scarf to the ball, so be it. But don't dare stutter about who wore it if you don't want to be the laughing stock. The Duke immediately fell silent. It seems this donkey finally felt ashamed and realized the stupidity he had just committed. Layla turned silently and walked down the corridor in the other direction, not wanting to see these two monsters again. The personal maid was simply horrified. It was she who suggested the scarf to her bad one, and pushed her, but thought it would be better and correct. Everyone is tired. The girl can't take it anymore. She urgently needs a quiet corner where she can be alone with her thoughts. Layla got into the carriage. The coachman offered her his hand and clarified that this was the Duke's carriage. He had orders. Okay. Will this idiot find another carriage? This carriage is not the only one. Even his lazy brain should be able to cope with this task, the coachman nodded. In which case, they set off immediately. Let the coachman take the main character to a quiet and peaceful place. She needs to breathe. The beautiful carriage set off. The protagonist was sitting alone in the carriage, holding in her hands her box with a gift for Phylum. What a fool! The girl pricked all her fingers while embroidering this napkin and expected everything she expected. Once again, the heroine expected the correct reaction from her fiancé. What naivety! She understood everything perfectly. Layla was completely depressed and exhausted. She kept blaming herself for another stupidity when she had already learned to be wise. Cecile had already played her part to the fullest and apologized in a squeaky tone. And lying. All these troubles were because of her. Filion suggested sending servants to find a doctor because his mistress was under such stress that the brat shook her head. Just let her beloved Duke be with the girl. His presence is the best medicine for her, of course. Phil was so angry at Layla, defending his mistress, of course. How can such an ungrateful bastard be? Layla has always been proud if something threatens her authority. She gets furious, and this has only worsened with age. But Cecil has nothing to apologize for, as long as everything is fine with her beloved son. The mistress has nothing to worry about. Her son will be added to the family tree, as the firstborn, and Layla will take care of him as a foster mother. And if his harmful Duchess does not take good care of her son, Phylon did not understand. Layla said something to his mistress about it. That's not the point at all. Cecil squeezed a new stream of tears and covered her mouth with her hand. It's just that after today, Cecile is afraid that this witch will harm her son. Taking care of the Duke's children will be the Duchess's duty. And if suddenly the much-touted Layla does not fulfill her obligations, then there is simply no place for her on this estate. This is exactly what the mistress needed to hear. What an imbecile Phil is. Cecil will quickly deal with him. If only the child was born soon. The Duke is sure he will be a wonderful father. The mistress laughed. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a tree, Layla lamented that she would never be his on this estate. That she would forever remain a stranger and unnecessary. The girl was distracted by a sharp sound. Layla lifted her head, and a white scarf was hanging in front of her face. In front of the heroine was the same impeccable young man from the fairy tale. Why is the lady sitting here alone and crying? This is the same savior with blue hair. What is he doing here? How did he find her, and was he looking for her? Layla, the mysterious young man from the square, who saved the girl and punished that vile lender. She has been thinking about him ever since. The girl immediately realized that she was crying, and the charming savior saw this. And she needed to quickly put herself in order. Layla brought her fine fingers to her eyes to wipe away the remnants of previous sadness and resentment. But her hand was intercepted by the young man. After which the handsome, blue-haired man carefully wiped away the tears with his soft scarf. You must be careful with your eyes. The protagonist accepted the scarf from the mysterious nobleman and whispered shyly that she could handle the rest on her own. A handsome and noble young man sat down next to the girl on the grass. It's so quiet here. Layla loves being alone. Not really. It was just necessary now. The boy asked, bewildered, what was bothering such a beautiful young lady so much. Nothing special, Layla laughed disbelievingly. If she told him, would the young man help her? The stranger replied that he would do everything possible for it. The heroine sighed sadly. She thanked the young man for his kind word. He looked sad, but had lost his previous strength. In general, the stranger is really willing to help in everything necessary. He said this not to comfort. Layla was very embarrassed to meet the noble and handsome man in such a place. And under such circumstances, the heroine began to study her companion. The hilt of his sword was very scratched and worn. Clearly not for beauty. The young man knows how to fight. If you think about it, the hilt of her fiancé's sword is also worn. But Philno spent the whole war defending his empire. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a mysterious interlocutor. The young man brought his fingers to Layla's lips. The young man put something sweet into Layla's mouth. The girl immediately jumped back, wondering what it was. Wait a minute, the heroine tasted what the boy gave her. It can't be. These were her favorite strawberry sweets. The boy always eats them when he feels sad and melancholic. Moreover, his charming companion expects that sweets will at least slightly heal the soul of his tormented interlocutor. Layla was very moved by so much care and attention. The heroine thanked the young man for his concern. This makes him happy that the girl is not worried. By the way, what a nice box the girl has with her. The protagonist has already forgotten her unfortunate craft, which cost her another humiliation today. Layla started shaking her hands, thinking of an answer. Her cheeks flushed, but not this scarf. Layla touched the box with her left hand. The lid opened, and a scarf she had embroidered fell onto the grass next to him. Know this. Layla wanted to hide it, not show it. She simply could not stand another evaluation of her work. The heroine turned completely red and began to invent excuses. Layla took a scarf, but the young man intercepted it. The charming boy began to examine the girl's creation. A rather simple work and execution. And the coat of arms was embroidered for Lady Tevis's fiancé. Apparently not, the girl was going to throw it away, so let this shame be returned to her. Why throw away such a good scarf? Layla embroidered it with her own hands. How can you neglect it like that? Since no one else needs her efforts, she received a painful slap and no longer wants it. Then the mysterious stranger saw numerous cuts on the girl's hands. She tried desperately. The young man never allowed the scarf, into which so much effort was invested, to be thrown away. What nonsense! The scarf didn't work at all, because the young man needed it. How did it fail? Layla tried so hard to get it. But the embroidery didn't turn out well at all. It was clumsy and uneven. This is a real pity for a lady. And does the handsome young man really like this embroidery? And is the price really worth it? Yes, it can't be that someone likes such bad taste. The young man is not lying. Beauty is not always perceived with the eyes. Then the charming young man took the girl's hand and admired the red traces of her efforts. After which the stranger gently and sensually kissed Layla's hand, the girl was stunned. That the lady should not judge by appearance. In fact, the boy is not an idiot at all. He knows the difference between the price and the value of things. The protagonist thought nothing of the sort of her savior, on the contrary. She was increasingly amazed by him. Simply an incredible young man. The blue-haired gentleman hid Layla's scarf in the chest pocket of his luxurious jacket. With a warm smile on his face. Layla was very embarrassed by her mistake. Still, she was about to discard the object of her failure. That her scarf, after so much suffering, should serve someone who really needs it. By the way, the dazzling lady still has questions for which the young man would like to hear the answers. The stranger cannot calculate taxes and really hopes for the lady's help. But it would be better to contact the official responsible for it. The interlocutor did so, but the responsible official said absolutely nothing worth mentioning. He asks the lady for help with what the official could not cope with. What a wonderful young man this is. Layla really doesn't know if she can be useful to him in such a matter. Even if the main character doesn't even care about this, the boy just wanted to hear her opinion. The young man spoke about his problem. He and Layla chatted for a long time and passionately. They both had a very pleasant time spending time like this. The girl helped the mysterious young man a lot. The lady felt very warm and pleasant in her soul. She had never experienced anything like this before. The young man also noticed that for him, the conversation was incredibly interesting. And his interlocutor was simply a miracle. Speaking of the handsome young man, the main character still does not know his name and what family he is from. His name, the young man squinted slyly, which means the lady is still interested in him. The girl nodded approvingly. Well, if Layla Tevessa is interested in his name, then let the girl try to guess his name. The stranger guessed his name. Now it's the girl's turn, but it doesn't work like that. He is a cunning type. Okay, you must try to remember all the noble families. The young man will not give up anyway. Perhaps Lord Ballas was in front of her, no. Lord Alyssa or Lord Logan, no. They were all families with their peers. The handsome, blue-haired young man pushed aside with satisfaction every answer the girl gave. She was sure she would guess. But who is in front of her then? Layla listed every noble family. All peers of the family dynasties. The main character made a funny pout. This is not fair at all. The girl demands a hint in this case. Well, since the lady insists so much on asking for help, so be it. The head of a handsome young man is a hint. Come on, blue hair, curls the color of the sky. Layla sat with a stone face. And how her really beautiful hair should have helped her. The young man realized that the girl really didn't understand him. He laughed kindly. He didn't believe that such a young lady could ignore something. A spark of excitement lit up in the eyes of the young man, inviting Layla to find out who he is before the imperial ball. Which means the boy will definitely be there. However, this is surprising. Absolutely everyone who is not below the title of male will be at the main event of the year. At the imperial banquet, Layla immediately returned to bad memories, to terrible humiliations, and to her hated duties. The girl sighed deeply. The young man immediately caught the painful notes of her sigh. The stranger was clearly worried about her. Does the lady really not want to attend such a solemn event for the whole empire? All ladies dream of this. There was no point in denying it. The young man understood everything, and it was really easy and simple to communicate with him. Will their interlocutors find out the reasons for such an unusual attitude towards the imperial ball? At the ball, there will be continuous dirty gossip about her and her idiotic fiancé. After the scandal at the Williot estate, it is unlikely that the Duke will think of wearing his mistress's scarf to the imperial ball. But Layla will also not be able to give him her rough scarf. Now it belongs to a stranger, and firstly, she didn't want to give it to him. If the fiancé Duke appears at his first banquet without a scarf, he will surely become the main topic of conversation. The girl was exhausted. She was already tired of constantly worrying and receiving nothing but dirt in return. Layla started biting her lips nervously. Then the young man's hand touched her lips. Why did the lady punish her lips like this? The incredible young man was so close. Unacceptably close, Layla immediately moved away from the blue-haired stranger. He apologized and didn't want to embarrass her. The young man immediately stepped back. He was just afraid that Layla would bite her lip out of worry. He did not want to put himself in an awkward position. The girl felt very strange and pleasant in her soul. The young man has nothing to apologize for. This will be the lady's first appearance in the world. She is worried. Due to the difficult war, this will be the first outing for many. The debut was awaited by many. But not many have what Layla has. Of course, she should not worry about such nonsense. The lady has everything to shine at the imperial ball. The young man is very charming and gallant, a true gentleman. Certainly enjoys success with the ladies, one might say. But the stranger is not interested in this at all. The young man is not at all trying to draw the lady's attention. It is so. Layla found this funny, very strange. In a conversation with the girl, he spoke about the attention of the ladies, as if she were not a lady at all. It feels like he treats the main character as an equal, because that's how it was. Although she still didn't believe it. The young people got up and began walking across the field. The young man was sure that he needed this scarf. The girl had changed her mind about gifting it. Not at all, but the coat of arms of the Williot family is embroidered on this scarf. No one can see it, otherwise there will be trouble. Layla was worried about this, but her interlocutor assured her that the girl had absolutely nothing to worry about. A handsome and majestic young man flew up to the girl's ear and jokingly said that he would hide it very safely. Like a treasure. The main character immediately stepped back, as if he was close. Again, the stranger was inadmissibly close to her. Layla is grateful that the boy does not show anyone how unusual he is after all. The main character was called. It was time for her to return, otherwise it would be very indecent and the Duke would get angry. Here the tips of the girl's slender fingers were barely touched by her mysterious companion with his hand. The young man asks permission to ask one last question for today. Was it really about taxes? They had already talked a lot. No, the stranger was interested in knowing if the girl had ever thought about public service. Layla simply froze in amazement. The boy seriously appreciated her skills and knowledge and was confident that she was capable of performing that job. Does the young man really think that Lady Tevessa will be hired for the Emperor's civil service? This is exactly what her interlocutor thinks. Layla laughed. Women are not hired for such positions, but she was happy with his faith in her skills. But there is no such law. So it is not about laws at all, but about entrenched traditions, stupid stereotypes, and the vulnerability of male dignity. And if suddenly the main character had such an opportunity, she would want to take advantage of it. Layla immediately blurted out her answer. Of course, she loves her job very much. It is pleasant and interesting for her. It would become an outlet for her. The young man stretched with a kind and mysterious smile. He listened to what he wanted and hopes that Layla will not forget this conversation. A young man with glasses was sitting behind a desk, behind a pile of documents and books, diligently completing something. The sounds of approaching footsteps were heard behind the door. The young man immediately jumped from his seat and said angrily, "He finally showed up." The poor man is completely overwhelmed with work. While walking and enjoying the beautiful weather, words of indignation were directed towards the main character's mysterious stranger. The young man adjusted his glasses and added naturally that Emperor Kilian of Sepalus Evildia should not excite the public before the ball. The charming emperor majestically walked to the desk and took one of the documents. The young man had already figured it out completely, right? The young man with glasses looked at his lord with a stony gaze. His Highness was joking now. Kilian laughed, of course. The clerk worker is terribly tired. The emperor apparently doesn't want him to die right here, at his desk, from overwork. Under no circumstances. Kilian Semmel approached the young man and smiled, but the employee knows very well how much the emperor values him. The boy from the desk completely bowed and lowered his head onto the desk. He begged the emperor to take him away, for nothing and never. Then let the emperor hire someone else. The young man has no time. But the emperor only trusts him. The executor was already thinking of betraying the emperor, so he could rest in prison for the rest of his life. But there is good news for the executor. His Majesty Sepel has found a very worthy candidate and will soon hire a competent assistant. And worthy for the young man. The executor immediately jumped from his chair. It can't be true. The emperor will hire him. Kilian nodded in approval. Then the emperor could hire 3 staff members at once, if only they could start living. The emperor replied that they could not hire anyone at all. Well, one is so alone, the staff member matches, who is not as lucky as himself. Then, the official will request letters of recommendation in the morning, but this is not necessary. The emperor will hold an examination. There is an administrative examination in the empire, but it is rarely held, since government positions are hired based on personal recommendations or graduates of prestigious institutions. But even if the emperor suddenly decides to hold such an administrative examination, It is unlikely that anything will change. The emperor was going to hold the examination in a month. Time is pressing, but they will manage. Even if there are taxes, politics, and welfare, the emperor's personal assistant, Killian, should be able to understand all these areas. The young man opened his mouth. Great. The young man with glasses will never have an assistant and will die here. He will announce the examination after the imperial banquet. The emperor smiled predatorily and said that it would be necessary to announce that women could also apply for this position. So the most awaited day for the empire has come. The day of the coronation and the imperial ball has arrived. Everyone has been preparing since morning. The main character tried not to succumb to the general rush and enjoy the solitude the holidays would last 2 days. The first for everyone. And tomorrow, there will be a celebration only for the male half of the population, when someday this rotten system changes. Layla clenched her fist in the hot water. I just need to finish today, and then she slowly loosened her palm. But can the girl cope with the general pressure? After the last scandal, she and the Duke completely drifted apart. Previously, the guys could chat calmly, but now the future spouses did not say a word. Suddenly, it will be the same at the banquet. The personal maid dressed her mistress. This dress suits Layla incredibly well. The silver color highlights her dark as night hair. The protagonist really shone. She was incredibly beautiful. The dress was her perfect complement. Of course, compliments were part of the service staff's job, but this dress really suited the girl perfectly. Wonderfully tailored to the girl's refined figure, the fabric is incredibly pleasant. I will have to thank the tailor after the imperial ball. Layla sat at the makeup table. She still had to arrange her wonderful curls and apply cosmetics. In front of the protagonist, on the cosmetics table, there were many different jars with blush, eyeshadow, powders, and her jewelry. All preparations were completed. The Duke was already waiting for his future wife in the hall. It was time to leave. They had to go to the imperial ball right now if the Williot house didn't want them to be late for their debut. Before the protagonist had time to leave her room and enjoy the beautiful image, a glass of wine was thrown at her. The maids rushed in horror towards their mistress. What a street bastard. Layla's dress was ruined. Michelle was almost crying. What should everyone do now? The imperial ball is about to start. No time. In front of Layla was a vile maid. She is very sorry. She was simply in a hurry to get to her room and didn't notice Layla. The arrogant and deceitful brat bowed before the protagonist. She didn't want this to happen. Layla could destroy the fake and cheap thing with one click. Everything was too obvious. Even the Duke would have understood what was what. But the girl has always been strong, and this scoundrel is one of the most cowardly creatures. Envious and weak in their lives. Touching her was like sticking a stick into garbage that was rotting on its own. The problem, it had to be solved. There was almost no time. How many dresses did the maids take? Did they have a silver one, because it was an imperial reception? We need to fix everything quickly. We can't be late. There was one more silver dress, so be it. There was no time left to select jewelry, and the makeup was specifically for this shade. Moreover, she and the Duke had to wear matching outfits. Let the maids quickly take a similar dress and take the rest of the shoes with them. And jewelry just in case. The main character asked to tell the butler that Filion would go to the imperial bat without Layla. Layla was used to difficult conditions, constant pressure, and emergency situations. She could not afford such nonsense to annoy a cheap actress. Here stands the majestic palace of His Imperial Majesty, where banquets are received, and people most important to the country. At the most important party of the year for the empire, carriages were crowding around the royal palace, and guests arrived from everywhere. The great Emperor Killian of Sepolis was informed that Duke Williot had already arrived at his palace, and he arrived alone. The emperor jumped from his seat, as if he were the only one. Where is the fiancé of this idiot? Killian needs her. The personal assistant looked out the window and reported everything to His Highness. Layla didn't want to go, but she had to show up anyway. On the street, only the Duke himself really got out of the Williot carriage without his future wife. Really, this idiot was not tormented at all. No. Something was definitely wrong here. Kilian Sepel ordered his assistant Baru to postpone the start of the banquet. The emperor feels that she will definitely be here. Layla Tevessa. Everyone in high society knew this name, although no one had ever seen the girl. The main character was not a celebrity. There were several rumors about how this provincial girl appeared in the noble family of the Duke. No one knew what this lady had done, but the Dukes were madly in love with her. And that's why some even considered Layla as their illegitimate daughter. However, the famous Dukes left Williot in this world. After suddenly dying in a terrible catastrophe, Felin became the head of the family. And then, sensing a weak link in the form of a brainless HR manager. Everyone, like kites, swooped down on the Williot estate. There were many assassination attempts, threats. It was strange that such events were not announced anywhere, instead of shrinking. The girl not only defended the property, but also made it one of the richest. And it was at that moment that the young Emperor Kilian Sepel became interested in the Williot family clan. Kilian personally knew the Duke's son to his misfortune, and even in his youth it was clear that he was not brilliant in intelligence. Or rather, even he was a complete idiot. Therefore, when the head of the Williot clan passed away, no one doubted the collapse of their house. What kind of magical assistant dealt with such unimaginable oppression? The emperor was forced to investigate the Williots' affairs, since the work of this assistant was simply fantastic. And it turned out that it was not this idiot who ran the house, and not even the incredibly talented assistant who remained in the Duke's memory, but a young lady who had barely reached adulthood. And the name of this incredible girl was Layla Tevessa, and this is how the future emperor learned this name for the first time. After so many years of bloody and successful war, the magical girl faded into the background. But then he met Layla in the square. The emperor immediately guessed who was in front of him. He was delighted with Layla, and such a lady is forced to endure such a creat. She must be allowed to spread her wings. The faithful and devoted bee. Hurried his master, it was no longer possible to delay the start of the banquet. The emperor asked. The idiot from Williot was still approaching the imperial banquet alone. His assistant nodded. Lady Tebessa, whom Kilian Sepel awaits, the emperor has not yet arrived. He was a man of extraordinary intelligence and insight. Layla would never have missed the imperial ball for some quarrel or whim. What happened to her? The emperor dedicated all his thoughts in his head to the incredible girl. He didn't care about everyone. He let the world wait. The start was postponed. He is waiting for his lady. The beer glasses almost broke. What their master just said was unheard of. Kilian Semmel is the emperor. The girl he is personally waiting for has not yet arrived, so the others will wait just like their lord. Meanwhile, the main character was already traveling in a carriage towards the new emperor's imperial ball. Suspecting nothing, the girl solved the problem as quickly as possible, but still didn't make it in time. The incredibly beautiful Layla got out of the carriage. Filion will be angry, even though it is the fault of his cheap mistress. The banquet has already started. The late arrival of the emperor is not allowed, and he has no excuse. This is his first debut. Therefore, once again the girl will have to take all the attacks upon herself. And honor the Duke's honor. The majestic palace of the emperor rose in front of the main character. The girl trembled inside. Layla hurriedly climbed the stairs, strangely if the imperial ball had already started. The doors inside would already be closed. The girl couldn't even think that everyone was waiting for her if the celebration had really begun. But what happened then? All the guests shone with luxury and manners. The ladies wore impressive dresses. Their gentlemen gallantly accompanied them to the hall. Layla simply smiled with admiration. Even in her fantasies, everything was much scarcer, just delight. Her fiancé, a Crete, immediately appeared behind the main character. Which is why Layla allowed herself to be so happy. The girl, at least, understands what the consequences could be for him for his antics. And how he was dressed in general. Of course, the main character could tell everything about his fake servant. But Layla was simply tired of eternal clarifications. The girl took a deep breath and simply apologized without any explanation or reason. It was easier that way. Then Layla's eyes fixed on the embroidered scarf that her fiancé was wearing in his pocket. He really dared to take it from Cecil. The scarf was in tatters. It was embroidered by her dear adoptive mother if he had come without a scarf. Rumors would have spread about the two of them. Layla's harshness and coldness immediately disappeared when it came to her beloved Duchess Williot. The scarf was embroidered by her dear adoptive mother with her golden, gentle hands. How the girl misses her presence, her participation in life, her tender gaze. And her warm words. She misses him terribly. Philem crossed his arms in front of him. Layla was dissatisfied again. Why did she suddenly freeze? No way. The main character simply remembered the Duchess, and her heart became sad. She misses her terribly. Phil was not particularly moved by Layla's nostalgia. He was always jealous of her parents because of their relationship. The girl held out her hand to her future husband. Why hasn't the banquet started yet? The emperor is late. Layla began to think that, for some unknown reason, the emperor saved her position in society. She managed to attend his banquet and was saved from judgment. The musicians played the trumpet. Thanking the honorable guests for their noble patience, all the guests were immediately inspired. Crowds of noble aristocrats, rich heirs, and young debutantes rushed towards the stage. His Majesty Emperor Kilian Sepalusibildia is pleased to welcome his distinguished guests to his celebration. Layla froze in silent shock. This cannot be, since her savior is the emperor himself. That's the kind of ignorance we were talking about then. How can Layla be so stupid, if you think about it? The symbol of the imperial family is the blue dragon. That's why they have blue hair and eyes. The emperor then gave such a frank hint of how stupid he was. Her debut never took place due to the prolonged war. It's simply a pity not to recognize the good emperor himself. With Layla's debut, it couldn't have been worse. The emperor was dazzling, majestic, confident with cold grandeur and an attentive gaze. Everyone was fascinated by him. Layla also fell in love with her savior, since everyone knew him much closer than others. His soul was no less beautiful than his appearance. Lady Tevessa began to be abruptly pushed by her fiancé, at which moment the girl suddenly looked at the emperor. And froze. The girl looked away shyly. Her cheeks burned and her eyes glistened, but none of that. Phil frowned. The Duke wanted to know something else from the girl. Filian immediately moved away from his fiancé with displeasure. He didn't want anything. The main character saw that Phil was in a bad mood like a child and crossed his arms. Why did he suddenly get angry with her? Meanwhile, the charming savior, who turned out to be the emperor himself, was approaching the girl. Kilian Semmel thanked the guests that each of them was able to dedicate their valuable time to him and support him on this day. The emperor ordered the guests to raise their glasses a great day and a great occasion. Long live Cardin Empire. All the guests raised their glasses and supported their emperor. Long live the Cardin Empire. Live music began to play. The artists were incredibly dedicated to their work. The sounds of their instruments attracted everyone's attention. As customary, members of the royal family were the first to open the imperial ball with their dance. After which Duke Williot held out his hand to his fiancée and invited her to dance. Layla never liked dancing. But to her great regret, the young people needed to show that everything was fine for them. Layla desperately tried to recall her fleeting dance lessons, taking a step to the left, to the right and spinning. The girl moved mechanically and crushed all the legs of her fiancé. Phil laughed. Layla never knew how to dance. The main character, once again, deliberately stepped. The foot of this idiot, he himself is not a particularly enviable dancer. The Duke leaned very close to the lady, but his stable boy knows how to drive. Layla turned away in disgust. You know how to drive your horse, not the lady. Williot considered himself unsurpassed. Layla rolled her eyes, and, by the way, the fiancé liked her new dress. The protagonist was surprised. Wow, kind words and compliments. Apparently the Duke's glass was empty. It's clear that his fiancée has been preparing for their first joint debut for a long time. In general, this is not the original dress. The Duke didn't even bother to remember that they had prepared matching silver outfits. Williat thought said something wrong. He is always very attentive. Why Layla looks at him like that? A noble man approached the young couple and greeted Duke Williat, whose stupidity everyone had already heard about. Good thing the idiot was distracted by the conversation. His proximity was already unbearable. She needed to breathe. But Layla's saving unity was interrupted by a woman's voice, Lady Tebessa, called Marquis Marissa. Layla was surprised that the noble person knew the main character by name. Because this is suddenly interesting. Another noble person with pink hair immediately jumped towards Marquise Marissa. What were the charming ladies chatting about? The girl really wanted to be alone. Lady Tebessa is simply an incredible beauty, with elegance befitting a duchess. And when she and the Duke get married, the war ends. They need to hurry up and give birth to a bunch of children. Then an unpleasant lady intervened. It is important for Layla to have offspring because her Duke already has an heir. And here is a brat from hell itself, Countess Brisantina. Sophia Brisantina, or before Hadlin's wedding, when she was a bride candidate for Filna along with Layla. So everyone was sure that the Duke and Duchess would choose Miss Sophia. And the Countess herself believed so. When they told the pampered trash that they didn't choose her, she slapped Layla, accusing her of cheating. After all, how else could the Williat family choose Layla instead of the brilliant Sophia Fiutevessa? Who arranged everything? Countess Brisantina grossly insulted Layla, accusing her of cheating instead of admitting a justified defeat. But no one ever found out about the low behavior of the pathetic and envious woman. Since her father paid a lot for the silence of the Williat family, money is more important than a stubborn daughter. Although dear, Sophia married Count Brisantin and now has a fateful encounter. The ladies advised Sophia to think before opening her mouth. Let these hens think. Everyone here knows that the Duke has a son and values his mother highly. Moreover, Princess Muslies is his mistress, but she is of pure blood unlike Lady Tebessa. Sophia openly humiliated Dela for being the illegitimate daughter of Count Tebessa, and everyone seemed to think the same. Sophia Brisantina smiled sarcastically. She really hit a nerve. For that, she needs at least to pretend to be something. Layla retorted perfectly. She is still a countess, and not a former princess of an overthrown kingdom. Without her country, she is nothing. The past does not matter, only the future matters. So in this future, Layla will become a duchess. And Princess and Miss Sophia will remain nobodies until the end of their miserable days. All the ladies were stunned. Everyone sensed in the future Duchess a core that could not bend. Now Layla needs to be alone, because no one objects. All the noble ladies were delighted with the girl's perseverance and confidence. And Sophia was simply furious. The protagonist almost ran out onto the balcony, fresh and cool air. That's what she needed now. Solitude. Peace and quiet. How good Layla's first debut. What a day, and what else is to come. If an envious scoundrel speaks to her face with such ignorance, then it's scary to think what he says behind her back. How tired the heroine is, she would rather sit behind her favorite papers. Layla wants to go home as soon as possible. A familiar and pleasant male voice was heard behind Lady Tebessa. The banquet had just begun, and Layla already wanted to leave. And here is His Imperial Highness. Her eyes rejoiced at the sight of the long-awaited guest, and Layla didn't even know how to justify herself. Lady Layla Tevessa greets the son of the great empire. The girl makes a deep bow. It is terribly formal and cold. That's why Killian didn't want to tell her anything, but it's simply impossible to hide something like that. The young man stretched with an amiable smile. What is your name? His Highness Killian Sepalusivilia. A very accurate answer. The emperor expected nothing more from the brilliant Layla. Since everything is clear, we can move on to you. As His Highness pleases, what is the girl doing here alone in the middle of the holidays? Simply breathing the air. Well, it's quite hot at the banquet. There are a lot of people. Everyone interferes with conversations and questions. Lush clothing. It's really convenient for a girl to wear shoes like this. Layla nodded modestly. This damned etiquette. The emperor gently took the girl's hand and sat her down on a bench. He let her stop torturing herself. This is impossible. Why should Lady Tevis stand if there is a place to sit? The emperor does not want Layla to feel uncomfortable. The main character was surprised, but the emperor himself is standing. How can she sit, but Killian is not wearing heels? So he would sit too. How kind and understanding Killian is. It's simply incredible, and Layla looked so awful. The emperor tried to talk to the deflated girl. How Layla's banquet. Simply incredible. The lady thanks him. Killian laughed. Layla doesn't know how to lie at all. That's good. The boy sees that she has been bored here for a long time. To tell the truth, Killian is also tired of being here. It's much more pleasant to bury your head in documents. The main character agrees with him. Layla froze. Killian was incredibly handsome, and even under the rays of the silver moon. It's as if the emperor is reading her thoughts, and he doesn't like banquets. It feels like they are kindred spirits and can talk about absolutely everything. Why is the girl looking if the emperor? Layla apologized. No need. He is just wondering why. The main character really wanted to talk to him freely and felt that Killian would support her. Then the emperor had something on his face. Before the reception, the young man allowed himself to eat a piece of cake. That's not the point at all. So today the emperor looks worse than usual. His hair doesn't suit him. It's all seeing with glasses. The heroine burst out laughing. With such a serious look, and his position is so funny, Killian is simply a miracle. The emperor noticed that the girl was very happy. For the first time in a long time, she felt so good. Layla caught his gaze. She apologizes for her bad manners. She didn't want to offend Killian. The young man smiled. Killian is very happy to see when Layla smiles. If that means saying some nonsense, he is at her service. The protagonist blushed. Well, again Killian is teasing her, and the boy didn't understand in any case. The emperor says what he thinks, and Killian usually says the same to other people. Layla looks at him suspiciously. His Highness says this only to those he likes. The main character opened her mouth in surprise, which means the emperor likes Layla. Of course he likes the girl, how could it be otherwise, but everyone told Layla about her uselessness. She didn't believe it and wanted to know why. Sympathy doesn't need a reason, and such a deep feeling doesn't need justification. Or explanation. Let the girl give him an example. Layla replied that usually young men love women for their beauty or their intelligence. The main character means that she is beautiful and intelligent, but Lady Tevisa was not at all ready to fall to the ground. The emperor was simply delighted. The girl was touching, and she herself still didn't understand what she was really worth. And Killian Sepel loves to make real diamonds, purer and rarer ones out of raw diamonds. One of His Highness's servants appeared on the balcony and announced that Killian was already being waited for. That it was time for him to leave. The emperor looked with regret towards the imperial banquet. He really didn't like all these celebrations. Killian took a deep breath, but there was nothing to be done. He had obligations and responsibilities, no matter how much he wanted to stay with her. The main character realized that the emperor would now return to the banquet hall according to etiquette. She should see him off. Layla quickly jumped up from her seat, twisted her ankle and fell. But before falling, the worried Killian managed to catch her. Lady Tebessa was not injured. She was fine. The young man, once again, the dream saved Layla's situation. She apologized to him. The emperor carefully returned the girl to her original position usually. You just thank him, you don't apologize. Perhaps it is worth sending servants to find the doctor. The girl's ankle was still not in the best position. It's not worth it. Well, Killian is very happy that nothing bad happened to the girl. It was high time for him to leave. The emperor began to retreat to the banquet hall, but he could not help but look at the main character one last time. Layla sighed bitterly, but how generous and surprising he is, just some kind of magic. Then the sound of heavy footsteps approaching near the balcony was heard. Layla froze, and the hated fiancé decided to join the main character. His face clearly did not radiate joy. Phylum furiously approached his fiancé. With muted anger burning in his eyes, Layla stepped back. Then the Duke brazenly and painfully grabbed his fiancé. How dare he cheat on him, his man? Layla was simply surprised that this idiot was talking, and most importantly, whoever was talking about cheating here was completely stunned. Or something like that. The girl immediately came to her senses and looked threateningly at Filion. He drank too much wine at the banquet. Let him finally start thinking. Filion began to shake his fiancé angrily. He couldn't believe Layla was having an affair in such a place. Stop embarrassing yourself. Layla couldn't take it and slapped the cretin on the hands. One more word and the result will be irreversible. Let him immediately shut his mouth. Even if he doesn't try to deny it, Phil saw everything with his own eyes. The two of them with the Emperor. Layla communicated with His Highness. And then what? I spoke with the Emperor, and these two brazenly hugged on the balcony. What a cretin! The main character twisted her ankle. And Killian picked her up. Phil must believe it. She was smiling at him. And how should a girl behave in the presence of the Emperor, sob or dance? Let the expert tell you, he is very intelligent. But Layla didn't laugh like that with the Duke, with her fiancé, and why would Layla suddenly laugh with an idiot? This bastard has no conscience whatsoever. He wants Layla to smile after he humiliated and betrayed her so much. And what the Duke did, the main character forgets every time who she is talking to. It's simply useless. Probably his fiancé will get angry again because of Cecil. Filion is sure because that's how it is. Why is the girl still angry? Phil has already explained to her that only her son is important to the Duke, and that his mistress will be fired immediately. Layla doesn't believe him at all. He is a fool and moreover a liar. And why doesn't she believe the fiancé? Phil continues to chase the charlatan ceaselessly. Layla hasn't cared about him for a long time. But Cecil cannot handle it alone. She has many servants and is newly pregnant. And Layla wants to say that she can handle everything that even strong men cannot handle. Let the Duke finally answer honestly and according to his conscience, he is marrying Layla. Or is the Duchess's seat already reserved for Cecil? It is very similar to the second option. Layla does not believe Phylum's words at all. Let him prove it if he is serious. The main character would like to offer to kick out this scoundrel, but inside her there was a child. And he did not choose his parents, and he would hardly have chosen these two if such an opportunity existed. Well, if the fiancé wants the Duke to prove his seriousness, so be it. Phylum grabbed Layla's hand and dragged her. The heroine tried to stop this idiocy. There were people around. The couple headed straight for the Emperor. The cretin unceremoniously interrupted His Majesty's conversation. His interlocutors were simply stunned with horror. Killian looked at the boar with contempt. Then the Emperor smiled. The famous Duke Williot. What happened? Phil replied that he needed his permission. The Duke asks the Emperor to bless the Duke's marriage with Lady Tevisa. But what is he doing? It's a disgrace. There was a significant silence in the banquet hall. Everyone knew that the Duke was not brilliant, but if you looked for it, you wouldn't find such an idiot. The Emperor cannot give his permission for the marriage and does not want to. This cretin just disgraced the entire empire. Layla needs to be saved. The Duke demanded that the Emperor explain himself and express the reason for his decision. Why did Williot refuse? What an idiot burying himself in his grave. The Emperor scratched his head. Really, the eminent Duke needs to explain the reasons. The idiot immediately frowned. How disgusting. So the Emperor was with Layla. The girl immediately stuck with this imbecile until he was sent to prison. That is true. The Duke knows that when there is a big celebration in the palace, all nobles must postpone their vacations for 3 months. Filion did not want to look ignorant. Killian Sepel crossed his arms in front of him. So, why did Duke Williot ask if he knew the rules? To get married within a year, they need to get permission as quickly as possible. It is unknown when they will have the opportunity to apply for it. After all, a lot of time is needed to prepare for the wedding. The main character touched the emperor. She was simply charming. Layla laughed artificially. The Duke really wanted to marry Layla so much that he was in such a hurry to ask the emperor for permission. Phil nodded, playing along. Sweat ran down Phil's face because no one told him about such rules. The main character sighed. This time she defended him. Next time she will solve it herself. A whisper ran through the crowd of guests, apparently. The Duke adored his fiancée, which is why he was in a hurry to get permission to marry. Everyone thought the young people were having trouble, but still, a mistress is just a mistress. A smart girl saved the idiot and convinced everyone that everything was fine in the clan. The emperor replied happily that the young couple would approach him in a month. Now that he is too busy, the Duke can be patient. Of course, Phil pouted. He didn't like being made fun of. The Duke and his fiancée bowed before the emperor and started to leave. The protagonist left, burning with shame, and out of the corner of her eye looked for the emperor's gaze. How embarrassing. The emperor, in turn, saw the fantastic girl with his own eyes. He must not be allowed to ruin her life. He must speed up the examination. The carriage of the Williot Duchy departed for the family estate. The imperial ball ended, and the guests were leaving. Falna had no expression. He drove, lost in his thoughts, if it can be called that, with an offended look. The Duke, offended, asked why his fiancée didn't say that there are some rules. Because everyone in this kingdom must know them from childhood, especially the Duke. It's embarrassing to even say this out loud. Phil himself should know and understand what children in every street know. Nothing like that. Layla simply decided to humiliate the Duke in front of the emperor. What nonsense is this cretin talking about? How did he even know that the Duke was so stupid in the education he received what he thought? It wasn't entirely clear. The girl doesn't read minds. If only she had given some signal, disgusting bastard, she once again covered him with herself. And saved him. How much the main character didn't want to hear the nonsense of this cretin. But without the title of Duchess, the girl would have been nothing. The carriage arrived at the estate, the gates opened, and her maid was already running towards Filion. The mistress was clearly worried that after the imperial ball, the relationship between her idiot and Layla would heat up. But there was no reason to worry, they still hate each other. Filion adores her, everything Cecil does, just by flattering him all the time. The Duke even allows this girl to leave the estate, which is not allowed at all. Michelle carefully stocked up on food and hot tea for her mistress. She had no time to eat. Work awaited her, again the hostess torments herself, she needs to worry. And take care of herself, this is not possible, she needs a snack, the girl has a lot of work. But the main character didn't even have lunch because she was dismissing the Duke. A vile maid appeared at the door of Layla's room. This was still not enough. The brat babbled her greetings to Lady Tevisa. The main character asked the maid to leave the room for a while. Cecil promised not to take up much of the main character's time. The lady offered to bring you hot, but the girl refused. There was no need for jokes or hypocrisy. And she simply had no time. The lady found out that she would be leaving next week, so Lady Layla would like to take a walk with her before leaving. The brat started to get more comfortable on the sofa, because the capital, after all. It is the capital. There is a great variety of everything. Why else? The lying trash was plotting something again, well, as much as possible. And there wasn't enough confrontation with her now. Why is the mistress asking the young mistress this question? Well, Cecile really hoped that Layla would buy her something. Layla gave the liar a cold look. Why should this suddenly become interesting to her? Well, it's just that her mistress needs things and children's toys. The main character immediately froze. Another dirty provocation. This trash cannot live in peace. Cecile clarified what was wrong. The lady really said something bad, because very soon her baby will be born. Why should Leda suddenly do this? How is it possible that the future Duchess will become the adoptive mother of her mistress's son. If she really doesn't want to take care of him. And since the ex-princess is no longer in her kingdom, she has no personal servants, so let Layla go. What disgusting trash. She called Layla her maid. Phil is a brainless fool, since he doesn't see her toxicity. Taking care of his son is still Layla's responsibility. So much feigned innocence in the eyes and gestures, and so much ugliness inside, and the brat doesn't even hide her nature. The protagonist rolled her eyes. Stop pretending, stop provoking, get out of her office, let her go to her Herrera. What exactly is Miss Tebeza talking about now? Another insult from a pathetic mistress. Stop disrespecting her. A stingy girl is obliged to address her mistress, calling her lady, nothing more. The arrogant fool is not Elliot, she is simply a nobody. The girl immediately jumped up from all sides and clenched her fists, no matter who said it. She was still a princess. She was once a princess in a defeated state, now her mistress is an ordinary commoner. And ordinary without title or surname. The low-quality reptile is treated politely, only because she carries the Duke's son under her heart. Until the vile snake gives birth, the main character will be polite to her. So as long as she is still here, don't let her get in your way. That is, as long as she is still here. What is it? Did Phylon not explain to his little animal that as soon as his mistress gives birth to his son, he will kick her out onto the street? Yes, the lady really doesn't know it. She expected to stay and take everything into her own hands. How funny, don't let her worry about the child. Layla will never harm him. So don't let her fill her head with other plans of humiliation. She didn't have much time left. Her mistress flew out of the office. The main character even supported the door of the insolent trash. It's funny. She came here to humiliate her and express her desire for this house is funny. Everything was fine with the mistress. A maid entered the girl's room. The heroine felt fine, but she didn't like being distracted. Layla held her head. The girl asked to clean the sofa where the trash was sitting. She needed to rest. The heroine diligently rubbed her temples, massaged her neck and head. But nothing helped her concentrate. In such cases, sleep helped the protagonist a lot. She just needed to take a nap, but not for long. The girl fell asleep, sitting upright in her chair, surrounded by her work documents. Layla abruptly opened her eyes and jumped up surprised. The loud slamming of the door woke her up. Why the hell does this idiot burst into her room so rudely that he remembers no decency at all? What is wrong with the main character? Why is she so cold and angry? How could he even do that? He is talking about his mistress again. Why did the girl dare to threaten her? Phylum hit his head. Why would he suddenly do such a thing? But the Duke did not stop. How could he behave like that towards his mistress? Layla has no heart. This trash no longer has a title, but treats the heroine like a servant. The mistress indicated her real place, and the fact that she is here only until the birth. Which is not the case. The mistress just lost her country, and the wicked Layla dares to say such a thing. You can't be such an idiot. He tried to humiliate the heroine on purpose. Moreover, it was Duke Williot, owner of the family estate and head of the family, who had to tell her everything. So the great head of the family told his mistress that this is really the case. And the brat will get out of here, the idiot hesitated. Precisely because of this, the main character announced the Duke's decision, since he himself simply cannot do it. Who does Tevesa think she is here? In general, the girl is the Duke's fiancée. That's why she behaves like a mistress. The main character is, in fact, Duke Willit's fiancée, but she has not yet become his legal wife. Apparently, in all these years that the girl spent here, she got the wrong impression. Layla Tevesa has not yet become a duchess, so let her mind her own business. She simply has no right to do that. Something erupted inside the girl. Layla tried hard for the sake of those who loved her like their own daughter. Layla has done so much for the Williot duchy family that no one has done or will do. And this cretin wants to kick her out for being stingy. All the pleasant and warm memories of childhood spent with the Duke were shattered. He never treated her properly and never would. The protagonist finally understood everything as it was in her situation. A decision was maturing on her face. She would no longer tolerate it. Well, the girl understood everything. The Duke smiled triumphantly. Great, he wasn't counting on that anymore. From today, Lady Tebessa will no longer work on the Williot estate or on behalf of the duchy. The girl mentally apologized to her adoptive parents. She simply can no longer cope with this degenerate. As the idiot said, the girl is just Lady Tevessa. She has no right to decide anything here. Phil didn't think she was so irresponsible. Let him repeat what he just said. This is the Duke's doing, who threw all the responsibility onto the girl. And he himself cannot even choose a jacket by himself. A pathetic and worthless fool, Duchess Layla's concerns do not concern her. She is only the Count's daughter, so from now on, let him go out alone. Filion grumbled angrily, saying that this would not change anything, that he would not apologize to her or beg her to stay. In no case does anyone expect nobility and sufficiency from an idiot, finally opened the girl's eyes. Layla slapped the Duke with her documents, let him lose everything he has in a matter of days. Then perhaps he will begin to appreciate it. The protagonist had nothing more to say. She also didn't want to see that disgusting face. She had to leave. Michelle brought another work letter for the lady on a silver tray. But the girl put her hand in front of her and shook her head. From now on, everything related to work will pass into Duke Williot's hands. Now he is a great manager. From today, Phil himself will deal with all matters, so Layla will not worry about such things. Michelle began to ask what happened to the Duke, but Layla asked to be left alone now. Meanwhile, there was a commotion in the study. The butler was handing Lady Tevessa's documents to her Duke. This was all Layla asked to convey to this boor. That's what it means, what an evil girl. Does the heroine really think that the Duke understands at least something about these documents? No one believes so. Phil is not used to working and thinking. He only read a couple of sheets of reports and is already tired. Why spend so much during the rainy season? This is a whole month of maintenance for the entire estate. Is it really possible that they spend so much every year? But this is idiocy. Layla is not as smart as everyone says. If she throws away so much money, those expenses are simply wasted. Maybe you should still talk about this with Layla, but then the arrogant lady will ignore it again. The evil one will no longer despise his master. Philem will decide everything himself and much better than the girl herself. Expenses need to be reconciled, but since he understands that everything is correct, now the documents of the Duke's father would be very useful. The Duke rang the bell and called the butler. He needed his father's library key. Here the young man, disheartened by his affairs, was surrounded from behind by an annoyed scoundrel. Who has been doing here his beloved and dear for so long? Philem only looked at the inheritance documents. His mistress apologized for the disturbance. She just wanted to be with him after that conversation with Layla. The brat started misbehaving again. She was so sad and mournful that she had to say that. The idiot loved his mistress admiring and shamelessly flattering him, so he allowed her to stay in his office. Even though he had work to do. Hated work will wait for the great Duke and will not move away from him. The mistress is very happy about this. The butler brought his master the key to his father's library, and, as he asked, even the servants despised him and his passion. Let the butler put the keys on his desk. Philem will take care of the matters later. The servant bowed his head and nodded. The brat began to review the lines of documents, trying to find the essence of the matter. Preparations for the rainy season. How interesting that Cecil is already such an impressive age, but has not gained any weight as expected during pregnancy. If they hadn't told him that his mistress was pregnant, Williot would never have guessed it. The pure truth let her stop lying. She has gained a lot of weight. Just a little bit and only her belly, how her mistress manages to do it. Cecil began to laugh. The mistress clung to the Duke. Well, she is ticklish. Cecil is afraid to tickle him. What are you doing? The brat continued to study his papers behind the Duke with a nervous look during the rainy season. It is necessary to call the archmage. Cecil clenched her teeth angrily. She already had her own plan from the beginning. Nothing should interfere with it. Can a mistress ask her beloved for something, let him first promise her that he will fulfill it. Promising to keep his word without exactly listening to what needs to be done is not right. But this request is about her son, so what can you think about? Well then, all right, the Duke nodded. The mistress smiled all over. What a naive donkey. How easy it is to manage him. The mistress began to express her request. Meanwhile, the protagonist could not sleep. She had no idea what to do with her time. After all, Layla normally had practically no free time, but now she has a lot to do. Maybe then she should read something from the new publications. Yes, that's a great idea. She needs to go to the library. Layla left her room and headed down the hallway towards the butler. The heroine needed the key to the Duke's library. The servant apologized, but his lordship took the key and did not return it, but the butler should always keep it. It's all like that, but last night the master demanded that he leave this key with him, and the servant did so. That's it. The idiot went to the library. He knows that this is not a training room or a dining room. Apparently the pompous turkey went to the library for some documents. How funny his attempts. There is another key. Unfortunately, there was only one copy of the Duke's library key. So if it was lost, the lock would have to be changed. But this was not enough. The main character will have to beg this arrogant idiot for the library key. Layla didn't want to talk to him at all, and didn't want to see his stupid face either. And there was only one key. The girl asked if the Duke was in the library. No, Williot was in his bedroom. Which means the scoundrel was probably there with him. Does that mean we have to forget about the library for now? It's a pity, but nothing can be done. She will not go to Phylum. Returning to the room, Michelle informed her mistress that the archmage was trying to contact her. The protagonist straightened the folds of her dress and hair. She sat down carefully and gracefully on the sofa opposite the crystal ball. Lady Teves's greeting was heard from the magic sphere. She hadn't been seen for a long time. Layla greeted the Viscount. If something really happened, the Viscount would like to talk to her about the preparations for the rainy season. Layla knew it, that's why she contacted him at that moment. The main character proudly announced that from now on the affairs of the estate do not concern her at all. The Duke handles all matters, but not Phil and Williot. In the future, the Viscount needs to contact him for work matters. The Viscount understood. But they urgently need an approved budget. The heroine did not want to discuss anything with the idiot. She let them communicate directly, but the Lord can only use the communication ball once. Please let the girl convey to the Duke the importance of this matter. The connection is broken. The ball needs to be filled with magic for 2 days for such short conversations. Layla sighed dejectedly. She would have to go to that cretin. Business is business and personal attitudes should not concern them. The Duchess would not give in to her emotions. Important matters had to be resolved, and at the same time, she needed to get the library key. Well, here she is again leaving Fillion's room. It's strange that the brat walks around and doesn't take off the pendant even at night. Where is the Duke? The mistress replied sarcastically that her lover was very tired from the night. So he was still sleeping. And when he deigns to get up, work doesn't await him when he wants to. The brat no longer considers her position at all. Morning. Let the disgusting trash take the trouble to tell the slacker that Layla was looking for him. Let him find the girl when he wakes up. This was useless. The Duke himself appeared from the door. His Majesty finally deigned to get the sleep that the girl wished from him. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Bear was preparing Layla's examination. And he asked what His Majesty was looking at so often. Killian Seppel froze over the main character's scarf and looked at it fearfully. It was just a scarf, because the Emperor suddenly froze. The Heir Emperor smiled warmly and turned to look at his assistant. It is true that this scarf is very beautiful. Killian was like a child showing off his favorite toy and proud to possess it. Ver approached and froze in bewilderment. This scarf could hardly be called beautiful. What a joke. It seems His Highness's eyesight has diminished due to hard work. The assistant should order glasses for the Emperor. So, Killian also childishly kicked his assistant's desk. Bear didn't understand at all what he was doing. The emperor apologized. He was completely blind and couldn't see where he was going. Bear called Killian a liar. All the documents were scattered. How a personal assistant prepares for an exam is precisely why Bear wanted to talk to his master. Baru handed the emperor a stack of questions and let his majesty study how. In his opinion, they were difficult enough for future assistants. What is this? The personal assistant was joking or something. Bear created a test for idiots so that everyone would pass and immediately wrote the command. Killian immediately tore up all the questions. This is childish babbling. We are talking about the position of the emperor's personal assistant. The questions should be 10 times more difficult. 10 times more difficult. And the emperor was definitely going to hire someone, of course. Killian had a specific person in mind. But even taking into account his attitude and the well-founded, outstanding capabilities of his candidate, they will not hire anyone without an examination. Phylum was behind his mistress, who didn't even think about leaving them alone with Layla. The girl decided to apologize for yesterday's thing, that's right. Layla rolled her eyes. Here only her teachers should apologize for their mediocrity. Phylum immediately tensed up. How can one not apologize? Layla should be on his side in everything and please him in everything. Layla spoke with the Viscount and told him that if he had any questions, he should contact the Duke. He urgently needs documents to prepare for the rainy season. Yes, that's all. Phylum was about to do this. Layla was collecting the previous ones. Layla felt. No, it was an assistant, but the main character checked them personally. The Duke laughed with satisfaction. What's wrong with this idiot? Why was there a question about the documents? Is something wrong or does Phil simply not understand a word? The Duke replied sarcastically that he would not say anything more, that this was no longer Lady Tevis's job, and that he no longer needed her help. Layla clutched her heart with her hand. Her help was no longer needed. They no longer needed her on the Williot Duchy estate. Philian hopes they won't resume this conversation. The pompous peacock invited his mistress back to the room. Finally, the insignificant cretin cast a scornful look at Layla, in addition to all his other flaws. He was also a terrible, envious person. The main character didn't even have time to reply a word when the door to her bedroom slammed in her face. She didn't even have time to ask for the library key. The girl asked if the Duke had sent the documents to the Viscount, and the butler nodded. Layla was already exhausted and thought to look at Philian if there was no news. She was still worried about her business. After all, this capable idiot can destroy everything in exactly 1 hour, although this no longer concerns the main character. The girl saw a black envelope with an invitation on her desk and took it in her hands. Interesting situation. The invitation was from the Brycentine clan, the family that raised such a disgusting countess. Why would they suddenly invite Layla? Behind this letter, with the characteristic coat of arms of this clan, is clearly their enemy, who has not yet calmed down from their loss. Apparently, the invitation is from Countess Sophia herself, who probably wants revenge for her humiliation at the imperial ball. The main character is not going to give him that reason, and upon seeing her vile face, the girl tore up the invitation. Then a personal maid, satisfied, entered the girl's room. Her mistress had already heard the surprising news. What are we talking about? Did the mistress decide to go on a trip around the world, or did the Duke realize his stupidity? Michelle shouted loudly and cheerfully, Emperor Killian Sepel is looking for a personal assistant for the civil service directly in the royal palace. Wow, and it was stated very clearly that women are also accepted into the service. Unthinkable. Women, of course, does not mean that they never held special taxes. But it was never emphasized so much. Layla immediately remembered the conversation with the emperor. Killian then asked the girl if she wanted to become a civil servant. It was all for her own good. The main character did not hesitate for a second. She let the maid find out what was needed to pass the exam. There was less than a month left until the exam. There will be questions about taxes, management, politics, social welfare. There were a total of 7 sections in the exam, more than everyone expected. But still, the emperor himself is looking for an assistant and is obliged to understand everything. The exam will not be easy. The best minds of the empire will come with different education and achievements, but Layla will not give up. The main character reached for a thick book, no matter how they tried to humiliate her at home. She knows what she is worth, although not entirely. Then suddenly, a man's hand appeared very close to the girl's face. A familiar voice said that this book on politics is very useful. The emperor himself stood in front of Layla and recommended the book to her, charming and wonderful as always. The girl wanted to greet her emperor as expected, but he immediately hissed at her. "Don't do that." Killian then smiled warmly. "Don't reveal that the emperor is present in the library. Chaos will ensue." Layla thanked her savior for the advice, but she had already studied this book. Wow, not a simple read. And what will the main character say about this book? It is very informative. She also read this one. So this one about taxes, Layla studied it that year, and the one to its right, and the girl also read it. And even this one, everything is the same. Well, apparently everything is in order with politics and taxes for the main character. She dares to hope that it is so. Sweat ran down the emperor's face. He had a whole mountain of books in his hands, and all of them had been studied. The examination would have to be even more difficult. By the way, can the emperor expect help from the young Tevessa? Of course she will help. Although it was unexpected how an ordinary girl could help the emperor himself. Layla felt embarrassed. Meanwhile, the handsome young emperor was walking with his companion in red through the streets of the capital. Killian smiled at her presence and thoughts. The girl behaved with moderation and severity, so as not to overdo it. The main character looked with interest at the local merchants' counters to see how much was being sold in the capital. I wonder what exactly his lordship is looking for on the shopping streets among these nearby tents. It is really something unique. The girl's attention was drawn to textbooks and alchemy flasks. She had never studied this science and felt curious. Meanwhile, the emperor was assured that these seeds would germinate even during the rainy seasons, and that they even grow better during the wettest times. Having planted these magical seeds, Killian will forget all his worries. Layla immediately became cautious. The heroine carefully examined the seeds in the seller's hand. It was not true. His words were a brazen lie. Killian immediately agreed. The merchant persuaded him. In no case, the main character immediately called the vile merchant a fraud. The merchant immediately hesitated. He is not a liar, but an honest and kind merchant. He knows his product perfectly and has been on the market for a long time. Why doesn't Lady Tevessa want to buy such wonderful seeds? But this is a blatant lie and fraud. A merchant tries to sell his emperor some cobbit seeds. This plant only lives in deserts, and it is used by nomads for food. Therefore, saying that cobbit will grow well during the rains is a lie. That's right. The merchant began to get angry. It was the first time he took these particular seeds, and it was possible that he had simply misunderstood and was trying to get away. Let the young people take these seeds as an apology for the inconvenience, but it is already time for him. Really, are the young people going to leave and let this reckless swindler go so easily? Don't let the lady worry, they will catch him. After which a roar and shouts were heard. And what kind of people were these? The emperor said that they were his guards. Let the girl stop looking at everyone suspiciously. She will scare away all the swindlers. And Layla knows a lot about plants. Everyone doesn't stop being surprised. The emperor makes fun of her again. That everyone knows that. Well, the emperor did not know this information. Who would it be then? The heroine immediately froze. The main character apologized immediately. It was not her intention to offend the emperor at all. It's all right. He is just joking. Then the charming young man looked for something in his breast pocket, after which happily handed the package with these very seeds to Layla. She knows more about this than he does himself. Therefore, Lady Tevessa will surely find a better use for them. Layla thanked the emperor for the seeds. So Killian came here for seeds. The emperor replied that it was something like that, but not exactly. In fact, he is looking for some kind of plant. A menacing grimace appeared on his face. What was it? Layla looked closely at her emperor. It seemed that Killian was planning something bad, although this was not typical of him. By the way, the emperor is very grateful to the girl for her help with the seeds and for identifying the fraud. Perhaps Layla will also help him in his search. The emperor appreciates and is grateful for her help, but Phil neglects and humiliates her. The girl was already radiant. She felt necessary and useful. She was appreciated and found his presence pleasant. Who is this boy? He looks like he came from the pages of the most beautiful fairy tales, simply an incredible young man. The main character put her hand to her heart. It felt so warm and pleasant in the soul. An incredible feeling. She had already forgotten what it was like to feel needed and important to someone. Layla smiled without hiding her true happiness. Killian immediately froze. He fell in love with the girl. Layla was simply beautiful. In that smile, the emperor already knew that the main character had a beautiful smile. But now that he was in love with her, Killian immediately withdrew, after which the emperor extended his hand to his companion and invited her to go with him, since she was happy to be able to help him. Layla carefully placed her hand in the emperor's hand. She was very happy to feel his strong and sensual hand. It was sunny and clear outside, and ordinary residents were crowding among the shopping galleries. The emperor knew that, in general, it was not necessary to hold hands. But why deny himself such pleasure? A sensible girl who went through a lot and left with him so easily, not knowing him at all. No doubt, Layla can defend herself, as proven by the incident in the square. But the young man could have deliberately lulled the lady's vigilance, so he could attack her when she least expected it. She followed the emperor like a stray cat after a fish. Wait, what is His Highness thinking about? The emperor stopped and thought. Layla immediately noticed changes in his face and voice. Killian Seppel carefully unbound his hands and slowly had a question for the main character. The girl listened to him attentively. It is possible that such an intelligent Lady Tevessa trusts other people so much all the time that it is dangerous. Layla did not fully understand the emperor's question. What exactly he meant by gullibility, Killian took a deep breath. Well, in general, the main character left with His Highness, without even thinking for a second if it would be dangerous. The protagonist agreed and changed the subject. They will go along the green path. He understood correctly. It is not obvious. The emperor said that he would need a plant, and where else to look except on the green path. Well, all that is true, and the green path is quite a safe and crowded place. But still, the heroine really hoped that His Majesty could find what he was looking for. But suddenly, Killian was planning something bad. Suddenly, His Imperial Majesty wants to kill someone. Killian adopted a serious and threatening look. Well, what nonsense. The boy froze questioningly. This is a plot twist. Now everything is clear. The main character trusts him totally and unconditionally. The girl herself just realized this. Layla made an effort, closed her eyes and breathed. Then she admitted that she really trusted someone she had only seen a couple of times in her life. After which the girl opened her eyes and looked confidently at her emperor. Was it all like that? William gave her exactly this feeling. The protagonist started understanding the seeds about 5 years ago. It's not that it was her hobby, but a work necessity. The previous year it rained very little, which could not help but worry. Then the expected drought occurred, and it was necessary to stock up on supplies for the war. And at that moment, the estate was saved because the heroine had stocked up on grain in advance. Everyone was tired of ceaselessly worrying about food. It was then that the girl found that very desert, which survives even in drought conditions. Of course, the main character agreed to help, but in reality her knowledge is not enough. This is not true at all. The emperor is very happy that Layla went with him. He is happy with her presence, their conversations and laughter. The protagonist froze in fear, because all her life she was told the opposite. First in her own home, and then in her fiancé's. Surely Killian only said this out of politeness. There is nothing to think about his special attitude towards her. Then the girl's attention was drawn to the glass shop window of a jewelry store. There was something there that bothered her. What a familiar pendant. Perhaps someone wore it at the imperial banquet among the young ladies, or he gave it to her. The emperor leaned towards his companion. The girl liked something, nothing. The young man was always very insightful and attentive to her words and glances. The emperor entered a jewelry store and called an employee to show this pendant to the young couple. What excellent taste His Majesty has. This is the only pendant with a magic stone. It has real power, a true rarity. The emperor began to observe the pendant with interest and wait for a demonstration of what this stone did. An awkward silence fell in the jewelry store. The young couple froze, and everyone waited for a great miracle. An achievement. And what should happen with this stone? The employee replied that now their visitors will see everything for themselves. The pendant stone glowed blue, and then the hand of the man from the jewelry store began to grow before their eyes. And it turned into a huge, swollen hand. With the help of this incredible magic stone, you can change any part of the body. It's incredible. Powerful and great magic, the main character almost burst out laughing. It seems that the powers in this stone simply know no bounds. The emperor was not so kind and called things by their proper names. In general, an absolutely useless trinket. Layla did not know if it was magic or something else, but this stone had an incredibly beautiful color. The manager smiled. The stone really shone very beautifully and unusually, especially under the sun's rays. Killian asked her if she wanted the decoration. Well, what does the emperor say but still? Where did the girl see it, and why did she remember it like this after all? Jewelry is indifferent to her. The protagonist asked her companion if he had found what he was going to buy. Unfortunately, no. But there are still many shops on the green path. It is possible that the emperor will find what he was looking for there, but that's enough for today. The emperor thanked the girl for her help. He will definitely pay for it, it's not worth it. Layla was very happy. By the way, the emperor has something for Lady Tebessa. Layla froze, looking at the light box. The main character opened Killian's gift. Inside was the same pendant with a magic stone. He bought it for her. When did the emperor manage to buy this necklace? And why is he giving the girl a gift? This is a reward for today's help, but she didn't do any of that. Let her take her gift immediately. This is the emperor's order. Layla was simply stunned, but it cannot be so surprising what is happening. The heroine thanked her emperor shyly for the gift. She would have accepted it immediately, and that's it, she smiled. But the girl had better stop apologizing all the time. Just let her say thank you. This is also an order. The emperor thought about his words. Killian didn't want to be emperor for her at all. This spoils a lot. This is not an order, but a request from his interlocutor Layla. She was radiant with happiness. She was very satisfied with Killian's words and actions. The charming young man noticed that the heroine catches everything on the fly, like a diligent student. A worthy assistant. The emperor was interrupted by his servant. It was time for him to return to the palace for his important business. It was sad. Killian said goodbye to the girl and thanked Tevez. See you soon, the girl said goodbye in return. Or it was worth answering thanks, as the emperor taught her. Killian laughed. He retracts his words. Layla's carriage began to move. The girl apologized to her maid. She promised to show her the capital, but it didn't work out. Michelle only saw the green path, but she was interested anyway. By the way, can she ask a question? Of course, let the maid ask him, but that blue-haired gentleman has a higher title than Layla. Of course, Killian is the emperor, so her countess title didn't even come close to him. Well, of course. Stop it, the emperor himself, shouted the maid. Her mistress just walked with His Majesty. It is simply unthinkable. This cannot be a fantasy, no one will believe her. Layla began to worry about Michelle. Let her calm down, besides the fact that the charming young man is an emperor. He is also called a murderer. The maid does not want to be imprisoned for slander, under no circumstances. She simply couldn't contain herself. According to numerous dirty rumors, the bloodthirsty emperor killed all members of his royal family to ascend the throne. But the emperor didn't look like a cold-blooded murderer. Moreover, Lael was also always a victim of vile gossip. Of course, there are some inconsistencies, but she really wants to believe Killian. She feels that she can do it. The road was fast. The protagonist had already arrived at the estate and was getting out of her carriage. What is going on in the mansion? What is all this fuss about? Why are all the servants running around with some kind of packages? Did something really happen? Inside, all the service personnel were busy with a large number of dresses, colored boxes, and other things. This is what she generally knows, where all these boxes and things on the estate come from, and why there are so many in general. The butler bowed guiltily and replied that all these were purchases by the Duke's mistress. What the hell? Even though she is pregnant with Filian's child, she has no right to behave like the owner of this house. But she simply does not have the strength to resist. And all these things that completely covered the huge corridor, just for her. Not even for the Duke, the servant nodded. Everything was exactly like that, but what she bought in such quantities is simply unthinkable. And stupid. The girl began to study the numerous purchases of the breaker. Supposedly she had no clothes with her. And that's why she had to buy the whole boutique. The main character approached and began to study the outfits. It is not clear why he shamelessly needs dresses with a narrow waist. They won't fit him soon. Layla asked to see the receipts, suggesting that everything was prohibitively expensive. 17 dresses, 19 pairs of shoes, a bunch of pendants and other accessories. That's what it takes to maintain the estate for 6 months. What idiocy. It is when she gives birth, all her dresses will go out of fashion. What is this idiot thinking about? So take a deep breath. This is no longer the girl's business. Let the Duke figure it out himself. Now she has other reasons to think. Layla already left the situation behind, and all thanks to the emperor and his care for the girl. Moreover, she did not wait for the exam. Behind the main character, Michelle dragged a mountain of books in preparation for the questions about where to take them. The rude Duke bluntly intruded on their conversation. And what are these, his fiancée's books? And why does Layla need so many books? What is she going to do with them and how to use them? These are not dresses. Did he buy it? It means he needs it. Is there enough books in the library for the lady? Or did she decide to return to her duties? Phil means, of course not, about the Duke's duties that she fulfilled for him. So why all this? To prepare for the imperial exam, Phil chuckled maliciously. The best minds of the empire will accept it. Layla has no chance. The Williot family estate has no chance with such a clan head. But the girl does. As always, the main character lacked self-confidence. The Duke kept mocking his fiancée. Let the girl accept his advice, even if she doesn't dedicate her time, as apparently he does, to development. What an idiot. Layla will decide for herself how to spend her time, even if he doesn't come to her with unnecessary advice. Well, she is stubborn, but Philem is sure that the girl will never betray him in her life. It is he who says it, as the Duke says. As a Duke, Phil has not yet learned to do anything, not even to say, as the imperial ball demonstrated. What will happen if Layla passes the exam? Phelan was furious. He hated his opinion being ignored. Then the Cretan would fulfill all the heroine's wishes. But if the arrogant girl fails, she will apologize to her mistress for everything. There is no chance to apologize to this fake and cheap girl, who simply has to take this exam. But the heroine will really be able to do it. She won't risk in vain. But until she passes the exam, she won't know. There was no turning back. And above all, the protagonist did not want to disappoint the one who gave her this opportunity. Because of Killian's attitude towards her, his impeccable faith in her and his support, she will give her all. Tomorrow it would be necessary to return to the family estate, and things had to be prepared. Since it was already necessary to return, the protagonist replied that she needed to stay in the capital in general. That's right. Michelle timidly pinched the folds of her dress, but the Duke ordered that his fiancée also be picked up. What performance is this? What does Tevisa want from the Lord? She already stayed in the capital. Preparations for the rainy season are coming. So let him return to the estate, because dragging the main character with him. She still has business here. There are only 3 weeks left until the imperial exam. She needs to stay in the capital and continue preparing. Again, the girl with her nonsense. She doesn't want to waste time on the road, and Layla has not forgotten that these days she needs to inspect the territory. Before the rainy season, the heroine always carried out checks to understand how her subjects lived. But this is no longer her business. The Duke is not eager to take the girl with him, but her absence can cause problems with the mages. Of course, they know that Cruton is in front of them, but then the whole family will suffer. And she will leave herself. No, since she has more important things to do, let her stay. You just can't conduct the inspection, and that's it. What a jerk, he couldn't care less about living people upon his return. He will have many ducal affairs to do. So much work has accumulated, many papers, and there is no one to do it. Layla immediately realized that this monster was trying to get rid of her again. Good luck to him with this. And since the girl doesn't want to say anything else, the Duke is absolutely empty and will rush to sort out the papers. Well, what a jerk Layla is. They hinted to her in plain text that there was a lot of work in the office. But the main character doesn't understand any hints and is capable of nothing when there is less. He is a duke. He should not bother so much with paperwork. Why couldn't he leave everything to Layla as always this time? Then a brilliant scoundrel appeared behind the back of the pseudo-duke Philem. He is sitting here very seriously. There is a lot of work to do. Perhaps his mistress should help her beloved with his work. Philem did not expect to hear this from her. That's how you should treat the Duke, but it's not worth it. Cecil is not even a citizen of the Empire, but she really wants to be one. If Layla were at least half as kind as Cecil, what's wrong? Really, the mistress hated everything related to her rival. The Duke should not say her name in front of her. This is something the lady can definitely help her dear Duke with. She is very noble and smart. Let Michelle not worry. Her mistress will finish inspecting the territory and return to the capital immediately. And what is Philem doing in his fiancée's carriage? He is now traveling with his pet reptile. The carriage of the Wiliot Duchy began to move, and a tense silence reigned inside the carriage. The Duke exhaled. He wanted to talk about something with the fiancée. She knew it. It couldn't be otherwise. This is the only reason this idiot is traveling in the same carriage as Layla. And not with Cecile. He himself would not want that company. They need to talk about the preparation for the wedding process, and what a bitter face the girl changed her mind about marrying him. Or something like that. Of course, I changed my mind and never wanted to, but it was impossible to answer like that. The girl was forced to say that this was not the case at all, but she did not move her tongue at all. Why does this happen every time? It's harder, isn't it? It's simply unexpected, that's all. And what did the main character expect? Phil said at the wedding that they would get married. Suggest before winter in October. How soon? How much you don't want. But there's nothing you can do about it. It would be suspicious to delay it, it's okay. But on the other hand, once the heroine gets her title, she will stop worrying about her position. She will choose her dress when they return to the estate, but the fiancé does not have to prepare for the wedding herself. And who then will help Layla prepare for the wedding? Countess Tevisa or something? No, Cecile. Cecile said she would be happy to help the girl. She is still a princess. And she understands it. The Duke was completely stunned. There are great doubts about the good character and purity of intentions of the cheap actress. Why would she suddenly help? The Duke's piercing scream echoed throughout the area. He immediately ordered the carriage to stop. Then Phil furiously got out of Layla's carriage and slammed the door shut. Because she was a witch. Only in the fallen kingdom of Mules did mistresses have the right to participate in the wedding. But they live in the Cardan Empire. For such speeches, the Duchess will simply be laughed at. Philem is completely stupid and understands nothing. The Countess would be better. Let such an arrogant and selfish Layla. Philem opened the doors of Cecile's carriage. The girl was already waiting for him. It seems that not everything went very well, because the mistress reveled in the Duke's anger against Layla. She couldn't delay any longer. She had to break through immediately, but Tevessa simply doesn't care. It's just thoughts out loud. The mistress apologizes profusely. The Duke replies that Cecil is right about everything. It's time to remind Layla what her real place is, who legitimately owns the master here. And who is just an addition. That's right. Phil says it all. It is not right for a mere countess to look down on the Duke. In his kingdom, it is unacceptable. The lady perfectly manipulated this brainless donkey. Everything is going according to her plan. Layla is finished. The carriages arrived at the family estate of the Williot Duchy. The service personnel were already greeting their masters, since this scoundrel was traveling in the same carriage as the Duke and came out arm in arm. Everyone decided that she was the lady. The main character was called by the wizard man. He asked the girl to lend him a couple of minutes of his attention. Of course, something happened, but the wizard still wants to discuss some issues related to the rainy season. But this no longer concerns Layla. All questions are for the Duke. Yes, everyone knows that, but they still want to know his opinion. Here the conversation was interrupted by Phil. What did the wizard man want from Lady Tebessa? Did the nobility not understand that he was the Duke here or what? The man just wanted to ask the lady a question. It concerns the preparations before the rainy season. And why he resorted to her. Why didn't the wizard man go directly to the Duke, or did even his subjects look down on Phil? Layla covered the wizard man with herself. He is not to blame for the complexes. And the stupidity of her master, she just wanted to get advice. Surely the advice of someone more experienced was needed. Duke Williot understands everything perfectly. Therefore, speak for the last time, although they shouldn't even think of arguing with Tevessa about what concerns the duchy's affairs. A couple of days later, the main character still couldn't talk to the lady. But it was necessary. Even if there was a breakup with the Duke, she didn't care. The Duke, with a bored look, asked what was worrying the merchant in her conditions. Yes, everything was in order. Well, at least pretend to be interested in the problems of your subjects. It could be worse. It was as if a stone was removed from my soul, because this idiot could have evaded this trip and show his disdain for his subjects. Then a child started pulling the main character's dress. The girl greeted him and told him how small he was. Layla knelt down so that the boy would feel more comfortable. The baby wanted to say something. He nodded. The boy asked the Duke to help them with their family, but the Duke was behind him. And he was angry. The main character turned everything into a joke, honey. The real Duke is right behind you. Not even the children noticed him. The boy turned and saw an unpleasant young man in expensive clothes and a stupid mine. Not suitable for the role of savior, is he? The Duke is actually this aunt in a beautiful dress. The girl is very kind and caring. She will help them. After all, the Duke is someone who always takes care of his subjects. The mother immediately took the child in her arms and ordered him to be quiet. The woman begged for her son's forgiveness. He is still just a baby and doesn't know what he is saying, but it's okay. She and Philem will definitely try to help them. Then the Duke told Layla to shut up and return to the carriage. Phil, as the owner of these lands, will sort it out himself, but the lady is very tired. So let her rest in the carriage. The Duke got into his fiancée's carriage. The girl was already tired of his idiotic statements and oppression. As it was with the local residents, the Duke immediately expected that it was none of his business to not interfere. And by the way, regarding the wedding, the girl is against her mistress preparing her for such an event. Therefore, Countess Tevessa, whom he hates, will prepare Layla for the wedding. What a weirdo. He knew he was cruel to her. And what? The girl is not happy. She wanted it so much herself. Not a mistress, but a countess, that's great. This idiot is trying to drive her to a nervous breakdown and bring her under his control. The damned idiot. Layla needs to leave earlier to prepare for the exam, so she hasn't given up on this idea yet. She hasn't even thought about it. Even if we assume that the girl passes this exam, then she will find out what to do with her duties as a duchess. Seriously, the girl has no time to deal with the duchy as much as with the empire's affairs. He doesn't understand. Work in the royal palace is different from what she did. The workload of the emperor is much greater. The duke pointed a disgusting finger at his fiancée. She definitely forgot about it. Philem laughed sarcastically in her face. Layla's job is to take care of herself, her children, and the estate, and that's it. If Lady Tevessa suddenly dares to neglect her duties, the duke will not tolerate it. In fact, he was right about the role assigned to her the same, his beloved Duchess told him. But then it sounded so noble and grand, but now I grit my teeth and want to strangle the duke. A few days later, the main character was resting in her room. She was incredibly tired after studying so much for the imperial exam. And besides, the wedding preparations were still left. Only small things remained, the rest she would do from the capital. And the countess would help. Countess Tevessa was already acting as if she had become Duke Wiliot's mother-in-law. It was simply unbearable. The vile woman despised everyone all the time, threatened, raised her voice, and made everyone hysterical. This woman climbed absolutely everywhere. There was no peace in her, and it is scary to imagine what will happen after the marriage. But now only the preparation for the imperial exam remains, the rest is left behind. Nothing is left. Tomorrow the protagonist planned to return to the capital. Her personal maid promised to prepare everything. And her lover likes sweets. Layla raised her eyebrows, and that's why Michelle asks, in general, yes. It's just that her maid and other girls prepared sweets in the morning. Maybe Layla wants them too. Yes, of course. The girl pulled out a pink lollipop. Layla hadn't touched sweets for a long time. We could indulge ourselves. The protagonist put the fragrant and shiny candy in her mouth, her favorite strawberry taste and smell. A pleasant wave of warmth and light immediately spread throughout the main character's body. But well, it's just candy. Although it was not just any candy, Layla now had a warm association with it. Killian loved these candies. The handsome young man always ate them when he was sad in his soul and shared them with the girl to make her feel better. Strawberry candies, how tasty and pleasant, Layla now loves them because they have become a precious memory for her. Michelle suggested that her mistress try a lollipop with a different flavor, but Layla refused. Don't you like her sweets very much? Not at all, they are simply wonderful, but Layla needs to make sure the dress fits well. The girl loves strawberry sweets the most. The main character's thoughts no longer revolved around sweets. The maid is glad that Lady Tevessa liked the sweets, and her mood clearly improved. It was time to go to bed, because tomorrow the girl had trains and a hard road. But the main character could not sleep. The girl heard a terrible roar and immediately froze. It's impossible. Not from here. Where does this terrible noise come from? Layla jumped up from her seat. She refuses to believe it. It was really true that the protagonist put on her robe and ran to the window. But this is not. The rainy season has started prematurely. What should she do now with the road? She has very little time left. The next morning, the protagonist asked the driver if they could leave. No way, it was too dangerous. The driver apologized to the lady. He had nothing to apologize for. It was really very dangerous. In such weather conditions, driving on local roads, a heavy cart, and unstable is equivalent to suicide. 9 years ago, it was in such weather and under such circumstances that the Duke died. And the Duchess of Wiliot. The maid was worried about her mistress. If everything was fine with Layla, everything was fine, only a lot of things had accumulated. When could the boyfriend take Lady Tevessa to the capital now? It was urgent. But the man did not know how to answer. The rainy season is somewhat unpredictable, but according to the latest forecasts, the girl will only be able to reach the capital in 4 days. And there are only 8 days left to prepare. There is very little time, but there is nothing to do. You cannot argue with nature. 3 days have passed since the first rain. The weather did not improve, which means the girl could not leave on time. The girl was nervous all day, as if sensing something bad and it happened. the maid announced trouble. The protagonist immediately returned to the past, where she was also informed of the death of her adoptive parents. Lady Tevisa had a panic attack. She immediately began to choke. The girl almost lost consciousness. Michelle immediately ran to the heroine's bedroom, who was horrified by her mistress's condition. And how to help her? The butler was already standing next to Layla and tried to wave a towel at her. The girl was struggling with her panic attack, and the protagonist managed it. She took control of her fear and recovered her breath. A disaster occurred. The river flowing nearby overflowed and flooded all the surroundings. But how could this happen? The river banks were always reinforced before the rainy season. The main character immediately goes to the Duke. She doesn't care that he is angry. We are talking about people's lives. In the hallway, Lady Tevisa met a worried wizard man. He was very happy that the girl was here. The main character was already aware that the river had overflowed. It was simply terrible the losses there were. The merciless river flooded all the coastal rice fields. Many residents simply drowned or were washed away by the current. People were suffering, something had to be done. Now the entire duchy could be left without a harvest. Everyone was waiting for orders from their stupid lordship. It was tedious to restore the shore immediately. They told the Duke to stop talking nonsense. And Lady Layla forgot about this. But the main character was ready to tear the Duke apart in front of everyone. Even if she only spoke. Let the Duke close it immediately. It was about saving people in mass famine, and the count was by the minute. If we start rebuilding the shore, it will only get worse, because the rain doesn't stop. How this idiot doesn't understand. And what will the smart miss tell you to do with the crops? Why does he say evacuate people when his fields are more important? The steak is completely rotten. Fields can always be resown, but people will never get their lives back. Who is she talking to? Let Lord Roy call the guards immediately. We have to save people. Phil didn't even have time to open his mouth. All the carriages, carts, and coachmen will be needed. They will be needed for those who cannot walk on their own. Maids must prepare a place in the annex and immediately call a doctor there. People will need help. Later, the girl is ready to bear any punishment for going against the Duke. All responsibility for future consequences lies with her. The main character bowed in fulfillment of duty. Let the great Duke show mercy and allow others to save his subordinates. After a clear disposition of actions, with the feeling of having completed the mission, the girl quietly left the Duke's office. Philem had, as always, a dull expression on his face. He didn't even have time to grasp half of Layla's words. Meanwhile, in the annex of the Williot estate, the rescued people were already regaining consciousness. They were wrapped in blankets and examined by a doctor. They say Lady Layla sent the carriages, so everyone felt calm. The girl would quickly become a duchess. But because the river overflowed usually, they always strengthened before the rainy season. All the inhabitants of the duchy had already heard rumors that the Lord was preparing for this year's rainy season. He threatened Miss Layla and forbade her to interfere in his affairs. Why the hell is this idiot bothering? Everything should be managed by SRA. Layla. Everyone knows how outstanding and wise she is as a manager. While this arrogant and ignorant Duke was not on the estate, everything was fine for everyone. The lady even made his duchy one of the richest. A hired spy overheard the conversation of the grateful residents and relayed it word for word to their Duke. Insecure, envious, and weak, the Duke became furious upon hearing this about himself and struck the table with his fist. How dare this scoundrel dishonor his lordship, his status, to stain his reputation so much? Bill Reptile. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting at her desk sorting documents. And accounting. Why was the budget cut so much this quarter? The wizard man replied that it was an order from Duke Philem Williot. Moreover, Duke Williot strictly forbade everyone from telling Lady Tibbs this. The wizard man is not to blame for this. Filion had to sign the documents for the corresponding new budget on time. But here they are. The main character began to study the new report on the embezzlement of Filion's property carefully. He didn't spend money on hiring mages to strengthen the banks. It was entirely his fault, so many deaths and so much damage. Whether he or she doesn't know how much there is in the river, Phil responded that the advice wasn't scary. Blatant lie, not even Filena's father had this information. Layla stumbled upon this accidentally while analyzing the causes of the drought. It turned out that this how much was destroying the Annam, so the young woman reinforced the banks with Dorian stone. It was expensive, but definitely better than a flood and death. And in the end, thanks to the stupidity of the new manager, the damages and expenses are several times higher than the cut budget. The idiot saved. Bravo. The main character asked where Duke Williot was now. The girl didn't want to explain things to him or see him at all. But for the sake of the future fate of all residents, their children, and their deceased parents, she had to bring him to his senses. Of course, the idiot was in the training room. The only thing he liked was brandishing a piece of sharp iron. What does this reptile want from him? Layla took a deep breath. The girl came up to talk to him about how to prepare for the rainy season. This is due to the fact that the Duke did not hire mages to strengthen the riverbanks, as a result of which a cataclysm occurred on his lands. The Duke immediately froze. On what land? What did the girl just say about his land? Is this really true? Yes, on his lands. And what is wrong here? Layla has not yet become a Williot. Since when does the lady carry the title of Duchess? Phil hit the lady's documents with his hand. This is his land, his job. What the hell? The upstart is messing around everywhere. All the important papers that could save the lives of his subordinates were scattered on the floor. The idiot didn't even care about the lives of other people, only what they thought of him. The scoundrel is simply trying to prove that she is better than the Duke, that she manages his affairs better than he does himself. The insolent woman has no shame at all. The Duke knows that Layla is spreading dirty rumors about him. Felon warns for the last time not to interfere in his affairs. If she disobeys, don't count on mercy. The Duke will have to take forceful measures to protect himself, his reputation, and his estate from Lady Tevessa. And then the girl seriously thought about what would have happened if this warning had been the last one. If the main character was not given any more chances, how would she behave? And what would Layla feel? The main character stared thoughtfully out the window. The merciless rain was still falling. The maid said that after the terrible flood, neighbors started comparing Layla to her stupid Duke. Almost everyone would prefer Layla as their manager, instead of Phil and Williot. Which is not surprising. It was more convenient for this cretin to believe that it was about Layla's rumors, and not about the real opinion that his subjects had of himself. The young couple, who have known each other since childhood, have lost the last bit of mutual trust. But why then is he in such a hurry with the wedding? Although it doesn't matter, on the Williot Duchy estate nothing was important to the main character except the exam. Finally, the weather cleared up. The girl clarified if there were any free wagons left. No. Everyone participated in the evacuation. She was left alone, but during pregnancy it is harmful to walk a lot, and the Duke and his mistress were taken away. There were only 5 days left until the exam. It was necessary to leave immediately if Layla wanted to participate. In general, the main character can go by cart, just to be on time. But all the carts were also busy. And what should a girl do? She cannot lose the opportunity of a lifetime and disappoint her emperor like this. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the emperor's personal assistant announced that participant number 171 out of 200 had arrived. His Highness or Bear seems to be dissatisfied with something again, because the personal assistant is not allowed to go home. Of course, the emperor will let his assistant go after the exam, but Bear will have to return to work afterward, even if he doesn't want to. Killian Seppel carefully studied the list of examinees among the participants. Layla Tevessa's name, Duke Williot's fiancée, was not listed, although in the application documents for those wishing to participate in the imperial exam, the girl's name was unmistakable. Clearly something was wrong. Layla was not one to leave things halfway. She goes to the end. The exam will be attended by the best experts in various fields. Why is His Highness so interested in this girl? Perhaps Lady Tebeza was simply scared, but the emperor disagrees with his assistant. The girl is clearly not shy. The personal assistant noticed that his emperor was noticeably worried, and Bear offered to find out why Layla Tebeza did not attend the exam. They will not be able to find out the information before the exam, and after passing it, it will be pointless. The exam will start in half an hour. The personal assistant was about to enter the hall, but the emperor stopped him. His Highness, the new head of the Cardan Empire, wants to go to the hall and look for potential assistants. The great ruler of the empire, Cardan, rose from his desk. It would be easier for him to influence the situation on the spot. The emperor and Bear left their office and slowly walked towards the examination hall. Killian Sepel really wants to personally attend the imperial exam, but he cannot. Of course, His Majesty can do anything. But then the examinees may get nervous. But then they are not fit for the position of personal assistant. Beer sighed resignedly. Well, His Majesty has standards. They will never hire anyone. The personal assistant, with a dejected look, invited his emperor to the hall. Killian stepped forward. All examinees crowded in the hall are ordered to greet their great emperor. Killian Sepel. His Majesty carefully examined everyone who wished to receive this position. As expected, not a single woman. It is not forbidden for women to hold government positions in the empire. But there has never been such a case in history, so it was believed that it was forbidden. The reason why Layla gave up. The exam begins in a few minutes. Everyone is asked to take their seats for the exam. The Ran man announced that it was time to close the palace doors. It was simply impossible to wait any longer. The emperor waited until the last minute. Killian could not be mistaken about Layla. He was very enthusiastic about her. Only 1 minute left, which means she won't come after all, and then a woman's voice is heard behind the door. Layla Tevessa stood in front of the emperor. She was already here. The girl arrived in the last minute before the exam began. The poor girl tried to catch her breath. She ran long and fast, fearing to miss the opportunity of a lifetime. The opportunity to change not only her life, but also the lives of the empire's residents. The emperor and his personal assistant watched her with interest. She was clearly dressed in a hurry. Inside, the emperor rejoiced at the girl's joy, but hid it. She was still here. Layla had finally made a decision. Bar straightened his back and took the sheets with the list of participants. So Lady Layla Tibasa, that's right. The girl nodded modestly. Layla. She no longer had hopes of taking the imperial exam, but she didn't stop trying. The curious people immediately came out of the corridor. The same Lady Tevessa heard that Williot's fiancé was going to take the exam, which means the rumors were true. But why does the future Duchess need this position? It seems she has problems with Duke Williot. And besides, the girl is the illegitimate daughter of a count. The emperor, upon hearing this, hits the wall with his fist. Silence. The emperor will not allow Layla to be treated with disdain. None of the nobles were close to her. She is the most worthy of all. The exam has already begun, so there can be no conversations among the examinees. Everyone must take a seat. Layla felt very embarrassed by her tardiness. She asked Bear if the girl could participate now. And Bear nodded affably. The personal assistant courteously accompanied Layla to the hall where the test was taking place. The exam is already starting. Let the lady take an empty seat. The men immediately started whispering. Layla was the only woman among them all. She still couldn't face the reason why she had come. Lady Tevessa did not receive proper education. And this exam will be the most difficult in history. The result will be obvious. The exam passed, it was time to check the results. The emperor held Layla's exam sheet in his hands. The personal assistant, with some pride that Lady Tebessa had the highest and best result among all applicants. Of course, His Majesty knew that Layla was incredibly smart, but for the girl to be the best is unthinkable. Killian wants to see her answers. The emperor began to carefully study the protagonist's answers. The commission praised the girl so much that they became hoarse. This is simply unthinkable. Brilliant answers. It is very difficult to give such a detailed answer in such a short time. Lady Tevessa answered magnificently to every single question. No one even expected such answers. The personal assistant was radiant with happiness, which meant that the young woman would do a hell of a job with the pile of paperwork. Such a sharp and brilliant mind will definitely achieve a hell of a job in the royal palace. Only someone like that can achieve it. Bear was anticipating. He didn't believe anyone would pass this exam, but there is so much talent here. Quickly give this girl to your assistant. The emperor punished the young man with his gaze. Lady Tebessa does not exist at all. Bear did not express it that way. It's just that the personal assistant is delighted with Layla and wants to see that talent in action quickly. According to the emperor, the assistant simply wants to hand over his work to Layla as quickly as possible. The girl coped with all the difficulties perfectly. The emperor was not mistaken about her. Where is Layla Tevessa now? The emperor would like to speak with her personally. The young talent is waiting for Killian downstairs. As expected, the personal assistant thought that when His Majesty saw the girl's work, he would want to communicate with her personally. Therefore, the personal assistant had the courage and initiative to ask the young woman to stay behind. And Beer really did well. The emperor was glad that the assistant took care of the personal meeting. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, the protagonist was tormented by anxiety, knowing why she was asked to stay late. The emperor sat down at the table with the girl. Layla looks wonderful. The heroine apologizes for her inappropriate appearance during the exam. His Majesty was glad to have the opportunity to meet the girl in person, apparently. Something happened on the day of the exam. Perhaps Layla will tell you what happened. It would be inappropriate to talk about a fight with an idiot. All carriages were used for the rainy season. Lady Tevessa was extremely confused by the questions and tried to find neutral answers. The main character decided to leave on foot, but on the way she met merchants who took the girl to the royal palace. It is really possible that there wasn't even a cart on Duke Wiliot's estate. You could have ridden a horse. Layla doesn't know how to ride a saddle. Why is that? The protagonist's mother did not teach her how to ride a horse when she was a child. The countess taught the girl nothing specifically, not even the alphabet. The emperor noticed that her question echoed painful memories in Layla's eyes. Be that as it may, the young woman did an excellent job on the exam. Moreover, Layla got the best result. This is some kind of joke, just another joke about her. It definitely cannot be true. The best result, it's probably some kind of mistake. There can be no reason why a girl wouldn't believe in herself so much. The main character really wants to say that the commission, the personal assistant, and His Highness are wrong. Not at all, the girl didn't want to offend anyone. This is why the emperor decided to appoint Layla as his personal assistant. I can't even believe that the illegitimate countess will become the personal assistant of the emperor himself. Killian asks to accept her congratulations. Tears of joy appeared in the girl's eyes. Layla was incredibly grateful for this opportunity. The protagonist dreamed so much about getting rid of the prejudices that said women have no place in public service. And now she has become the emperor's assistant. But if Filion would allow the girl to work as an assistant, what was Layla thinking? The heroine cheered up immediately. Perhaps first, the main character will have to return to the estate, of course. Layla needs to pack her things. The fact is that the heroine will have to ask Duke Wiliot for permission, but why should Layla do this? This is the life of a young woman. Why does this cretin need permission? But Duke Wiliot is her fiancé, so what? How is this possible? The girl was astonished by such an answer. The Duke himself asks Layla when she does something. No, of course, this had never happened before. On the contrary, Phil considers the heroine's opinion useless and unnecessary. This cretin simply trusts her brilliance and the veracity of her judgments. Others have no right to speak. Of course not, he only ever does what he wants, neglecting the rest. The Duke never thinks about the consequences of his stupid actions, so the main character has to protect him. So, to summarize, why then doesn't Duke Filion Williot himself ask his fiancée for permission? Perhaps because Filion is the heir to the eminent family of the Williot Duchy. But his father, who preceded this idiot, Duke Williot, always considered and respected his wife's opinion. Moreover, Duke Williot was not obliged to do this. Traditions and foundations did not dictate it. It was natural for him. And this unfortunate cretin doesn't even allow himself to think that his fiancée has an opinion. In his heart, the girl always knew this and always closed her eyes, believing that this was normal due to his blood. The emperor saw that the main character was again absorbed in herself. The girl was overwhelmed by various thoughts. Layla apologized and from now on will be more serene. Does this mean His Majesty will still see Lady Tevessa? The girl hesitated. I asked in person. Or like the emperor and his assistant? The emperor got up from his seat. 1 month would be enough for the protagonist to head to her estate. Layla was inspired and thanked him for his understanding. It's no big deal. In the future, the main character will help her emperor in many ways. She is worth it. The protagonist was simply beside herself with happiness that tore her apart. How grateful she was to Killian for everything. The young man was truly incredible. There are simply no such people, and there never will be. And such a man believes in her. This is priceless. His Majesty, leaning over Layla, Killian will make any decision that is convenient for the girl. But the great emperor really needs the young woman's help and will wait for her return. The main character returned in the royal carriage to the unfortunate Williot estate. The emperor even lent the girl a luxurious dress and his carriage. What kind of young man is this? Why does he treat the girl this way? Why is he so amazing, like a fairy tale hero? The emperor himself said that he needed the main character's help. This is simply unthinkable. Obviously, the only way to repay all of His Majesty's kindness is to agree to become his assistant. The pleasant thoughts were interrupted by the coachman's voice. He opened the door and announced that they had already arrived. Layla's soul became heavier and unpleasant. She faced an unpleasant conversation with Filion. In the corridor of the Williot family estate, the main character was greeted cheerfully by the maids. And finally, the lady returned. Well, as things were here without Lady Tebessa, the lands were gradually being restored. Everyone was really waiting for the lady. Michelle suddenly blushed and started crying. She had already heard rumors that Layla had passed the exam and better than everyone else. Yes, the heroine was just lucky. Luck had nothing to do with it. Everyone knew that Layla was exceptional and incredible. The main character believed more and more in herself and her strength. After all, she did it with her own hands. None of that. It's all nonsense. That's just nonsense. The conversation was interrupted by an angry idiot. Phylum congratulated the girl through gritted teeth. She passed anyway. He didn't even think she would pass better than anyone else. Hatred and envy in the eyes again. This is so important to Layla that it was stupid to expect this cretin to share the moment with her. But still, this monster at least couldn't be rude on such a happy day, which means Layla decided to become an assistant. Perhaps she won't even ask her fiancé for permission, but when Phylum asked his fiancée for permission. And why did the Duke himself have to ask Layla for permission? Sure, were they engaged? His father, Duke Williot, always consulted with his mother. Phylum laughed sarcastically. Again, the girl was offended because he was taking care of his mistress. This has nothing to do with it. It's just about this cretin, since Layla decided to become the emperor's assistant. So be it. The Duke will not tolerate such disrespect towards him and his family. We are talking about his reputation. And the arrogant upstart always tries and pretends to be better than him, although it's not like that at all. Let her leave the Williot estate immediately. She will not become the mistress of his house. All the staff froze in horror. Many had tears in their eyes. Everyone adored Layla and despised the Duke. Michelle approached her mistress, dirty monster. How dare he humiliate her if he decided to kick out the one who saved him? or admit that he was wrong. He was wrong that she received a position on her merits. The eviction is equivalent to a breach. Well, so be it. The main character no longer doubted for a second the accuracy of her decision. Phil was shy, not expecting the girl to defend herself. The main character straightened her back with pride and, looking him in the eyes, said that she would not marry Duke Williot. This question hung in the air like a sentence about Layla, since the day this lesson brought the fake servant into the house. But then the girl didn't even think that it would be her, and not this cretin who would break the engagement. Michelle was already busy packing her mistress's things. What should she do with this beautiful dress in case she takes it away? The main protagonist didn't need anything from here. There wasn't a single warm memory here, except for her parents, to throw it in the trash. But what to do with this wonderful hairpin? It was a gift from the Duchess, and Layla keeps it as a keepsake. Then her beloved mother wove it into the hair of the young Layla and said that it suited the girl very well. And the protagonist was confident and promised that she would cherish this gift for the rest of her life. But the girl has finally spread her wings and will no longer live for the sake of others at the expense of herself. Let the maid waste it all. Layla mentally apologized to her adoptive mother, but she simply cannot ruin her life any longer in the name of her son, continuing to poison everything and everyone around him. And besides the idiot, now there is a vile liar who is openly poisoning her life. Seeing a box with 2 bottles on the table, the girl remembered that Countess Tevessa would have to tell her that there would be no wedding. The girl horrifyingly recalled what her unfortunate stepmother tried to force her to do. The main character told her maid to immediately throw this abomination out of her sight. Let this idiot deal with it himself. Michelle clenched her fists. She decided everything and would follow her mistress. Layla got up from her seat, although the owner doesn't even try to dissuade her. She has the right to decide for whom she works. But the main character will not be able to pay her personal maid as much as the Duke. And Michelle doesn't need the money. The maid only wants to repay her generous mistress for her kindness, just like any of the residents here. In fact, all the service personnel are very grateful and attached to Layla. 5 years ago, during a year of shortage, Layla shared provisions from her personal reserves with everyone if it weren't for her. Many would have died. Therefore, it would be an honor for the maid to repay her generous mistress with the same devotion and kindness. The idiot in the robe was looking out the window. Does that mean Layla is really leaving? Sure, she has done a lot, but he will not apologize to her or ask her to return. The butler entered her room and asked what to do with Lady Tebessa's things. Layla ordered him to throw everything away. The Duke angrily pulled the curtain aside. This upstart thinks it will last long. She will come back anyway. Don't throw anything away. Let her take everything to the pantry. This trash will still approach the Duke crying and beg him to take her back. An opinion that was expected from an idiot. No one will seriously believe that some illegitimate daughter of a count will give up the opportunity to become a duchess. All the servants lamented silently. None wanted to let go of the lady who had done so much before them. The butler assured that Layla would return. The young couple scolded her. It was like cutting water with a sword. It seemed that he was confusing something. Be that as it may, only Lady Tevessa is worthy of the title of Duchess. And you have to be a complete idiot not to realize this. Only she deserves to become a duchess. The servants' conversation was interrupted by the lying scoundrel Lady Cecile. As the servants call her, now she will be their mistress instead of that runaway. Let them call her by her title. The head maid looked at the fake one with a scornful expression. What a pitiful creature. And what to say about the boxes that they ordered to be taken to the pantry? They contained Lady Tebessa's things. Duke's order. The brat realized that her Duke did not want to let this upstart go and thought that. After all, they had completely quarreled. Well, let her immediately give these things here. The servants refused. What is it? How dare they ignore her orders? These are Lady Tebessa's things. Some maid dares to contradict her mistress. The lady is not a mistress at all, and the maid's name is Sarah. Really, these idiots have to repeat 10 times how it was possible to appoint an ignoramus as head of the maids. A mistress is not fit to hold a candle to the lady. The head maid kept defending her mistress's things. What loyalty to this upstart? And they were ready to spit in Cecile's face. The lady was simply furious. Not even the servant cared about her. And why was this happening? The butler nervously exchanged glances with the rest of the servants. They have no other choice. The man stood paralyzed obediently. There were no other options. Otherwise, the liar would have told the Duke something. The head maid clenched her fists in anger. If not, her position sharpened this fool by the hair, since she was not well brought up. The mistress greedily attacked other people's things. What a shame. She was definitely once a princess. There are doubts. The scoundrel began to rummage through Layla's things. She completely dismissed her servants. But nothing, what kind of bottles were these? Meanwhile, in the royal palace, His Majesty was busy with documents. The servant reported that they were waiting for him. Killian Seppel froze in bewilderment. Layla Tevessa, the main contender for the position of personal assistant, returned. That something happened. Not even 2 weeks have passed since her departure that the girl rushes in. The main character really decided to quit her job. Why did she return early? The Emperor was very worried. Killian nervously paced his office, trying to guess what Layla came up with today. His Highness stood by the window and worried again. What's wrong? He worries more about the girl than about himself. Lady Tebessa majestically swam into the office, greeted the son of the Empire. The girl was beautiful. The sparkle in her eyes, nobility in every line, direct and open gaze, soft smile. And kind. The Emperor froze in silence. How beautiful Layla is. And a simple dress suits her much better than all the frills. His Majesty invited the main character to sit at the table instead of standing. The girl nodded obediently. The Emperor pushed a cup of tea towards the girl. He supposed the trip would last at least 3 weeks. Layla had returned a long time ago. The heroine sadly replied that she returned to the capital yesterday, and because the duck arrived early, she didn't even have time to rest. The girl just wanted to give an answer as quickly as possible, which means the Emperor will still receive a refusal. And Layla has already decided everything. Yes, that's right. The protagonist thought about it and decided that she wanted to become His Majesty's personal assistant. The Emperor exhaled. Killian had never worried in his life. A stone on his shoulders, this is incredible news. Killian Seppel rose satisfied from the table, approached a beautiful chest, and took something out of it. Then he returned to the heroine and put an imperial pass in her hands, with the help of which Layla will be able to move freely around the palace. The Ron man will help the heroine with the preparation of her documents. Layla already knew him. Layla was ready to start her duties tomorrow. The Emperor was in shock. The girl had just arrived. First she needed to settle in. And the girl must stay in Duke Wiliot's mansion, so she doesn't need to settle down. The main character did not stay on Duke Wiliot's estate. The Emperor was surprised how it happened. What happened? It was clearly written on the girl's face that something had happened. The Emperor needed to figure it out. And where did the young lady stay then? Let His Majesty know. Countess Tevessa has no mansion in the capital. The main character stopped at a tavern, after which the noble lady stopped between a Friday meeting. And criminals? Why couldn't the house be rented? Duke Wiliot's fiancé hardly had financial problems. The girl blushed. The Emperor realized that Layla had been forced to live in a tavern because she had no money. Don't joke about such things. Obviously something serious has happened. Let the heroine allow His Majesty to help her. It is not necessary. This is not true at all. The Emperor believes that his personal assistants should live and work in comfortable conditions. If this does not become a burden for His Highness, Layla will be very grateful to him. There will be no problems with housing. Simply let the main character work conscientiously and remain loyal to the crown. Layla didn't even know what to say or do to show her joy to the fullest. The main character and His Excellency turned around upon hearing footsteps approaching down the corridor. Apparently, an assistant was walking towards them. The personal assistant, the Ron man, entered the room and brought the emperor a personal contact for Lady Tevessa. The assistant brought the documents very quickly. And what would be left for him if the boss put Bear to work? The emperor does not understand who he is talking about. But he will definitely scold him. The main character was surprised by the simple and free manner of communication between His Highness and his personal assistant. Bear really hopes so. This is how a personal assistant should communicate with his emperor. Clearly, they are close. After all, Killian Seppel is not just an aristocrat. Layla smiled at his thoughts. He is special. The emperor is someone about whom legends or stories are usually writ, true strength. And a good heart, the Ron man handed the girl a personal contract and ordered her to read it and sign on the last page. While the protagonist carefully examined her contract with the crown, she felt flooded with a bunch of emotions, although she didn't show it. At that moment, the emperor asked Bear to find out what happened with Layla. And Williot? Everything was clear to the girl on every point of her obligations to her empire. And her ruler would rather start. Meanwhile, an urgent meeting was held at the Williot estate. The restoration of the territories is in full swing. Thanks to Lady Tebessa, supplies should be sufficient until the end of the year. But next year will not be easy. The fields will flood, the harvests will be destroyed. Mages will have to be hired. Otherwise, famine cannot be avoided. If the Duke is concerned about the budget, no, it's not about the money, but about his mistress Cecil. Let the advisors and ministers of the duchy not involve money here. Phil is driven solely by personal motives. All present duchy advisors froze in silence, regretting what the Duke just said. It's just that his mistress is very afraid of mages since childhood, which is why Duke Williot does not want to hire them. When the lying brat demanded that her wish be fulfilled, she asked that mages not be allowed onto Filian's property. Because before, when the mistress was Princess Muley's, mages kidnapped her. And tortured, that's why it's not talked about. Everyone present looked at each other. They understood that this was a poorly thought-out lie. However, without mages, everything was doomed to failure. What if the lady gets so scared of the mages that she loses the Duke's son? So what? Therefore, until the mistress gives birth to an heir, there will be no mages here. People will have nothing to eat, houses will flood. In general, the Duke is aware that if nothing is done, they will turn against Phylum with protests. Phil struck the table with his hand. This idiot makes the decision here. The Duke is the only one here. The rest are all subordinates. Phil sees that there are many dissatisfied people, so anyone who disagrees with this can go to prison. In the capital, the royal carriage with the main character stopped at a rich estate. The man Bear helped the girl get down. So this is where she will live now. Simply a wonderful place. The girl is immensely grateful to His Majesty. The emperor is simply a wonderful person. What generosity and kindness. Man Bear froze with an inquisitive look. Killian Seppel, who intimidates his personal assistant and tries to kill him with paperwork. He is a wonderful person. Man Bear shook his head. Never mind. The assistant handed the girl the key to her new mansion in a single copy. Inside, the estate was already furnished from Layla's new house to the palace, was only 10 minutes by car. It seems the Ron man said that all that was needed was that, when he returned to the palace, he would send a horse here. Layla thanked Bar. There was much more here than was usually needed, but the girl thought there was nothing wrong with the fact that she didn't know how to ride a horse. Like all aristocrats. But it wasn't like that. Man Bear recommended that girls learn to ride horses, as they would have to travel a lot for work. Layla definitely doesn't need anything else. She can help with her luggage under no circumstances. Bear is not a servant and does not have much luggage. She will carry it herself. Well, then the Rond man will hurry back to the royal palace because, as always, he has a lot of work. The main character went out onto the street and accompanied the emperor's personal assistant to the carriage. How wonderful everything is here. The girl is finally truly free. She will do what she loves. It is said that Lady Tebessa and Duke Williot broke off their wedding. It has not yet been officially announced how this happened. If it wasn't reported, then Lady Tebessa was the initiator, and Duke Williot continues to prepare for the wedding. What an idiot. The emperor suspected something similar due to Layla's behavior and her financial problems. It's even better. This cretin was always offended and angry with life. That's why he poured all his anger and poison into the battle. He was even afraid of her. And here it is. Bear can find out in more detail. It's not worth it. The main character will tell you herself if she wants to. And most likely this will happen very soon. However, everything is going great. In the capital, the girl will be calmer. The idiot won't peck at her, and the emperor will take care of Layla. Meanwhile, in her new mansion, the heroine started embroidering again. She hurt her fingers. But it clearly turned out better. The girl announced to Michelle that Layla wanted to give a gift from the bottom of her heart to His Majesty for his generosity. A personal maid suggested to Lady Tevessa that in this case, she should embroider a handkerchief with her needlework for Killian Seppel. When a duke's handkerchief fell at the emperor's feet, the girl was embroidering for the first time in her life. It was a great idea. Layla thanked the maid for the good advice. That's exactly what she would do. The protagonist worked on her embroidery with great dedication, and there was still a lot of work ahead. The white embroidery was supposed to show the imperial coat of arms with a blue dragon. The heroine got up early specifically to finish it as quickly as possible. The main character felt that she had finally settled down here, and His Majesty probably had a lot of work to do after the coronation. And with this huge mountain of work, the emperor is helped by only one ram. Delrond, while the girl rested here. Well, Layla cannot and is not used to sitting like this, with her hands crossed. Knowing that there is work for her, the girl resolutely got up from her seat. It would be better if she helped them with paperwork. It would be much more useful. The next morning, the girl was already dressed up in the palace, but apparently the emperor had not yet arrived. It was customary for the heroine to start work early in the morning. The maid offered to wait for His Majesty in the lobby. There was always so much work on the duchy estate that the girl only had a couple of hours to sleep. All the servants were very worried, and then they took care of her. They asked her to sleep more. And they brought her healthy herbs. It feels like Layla left there without saying goodbye to anyone. This will have to be fixed. They were together for about 10 years. Tears appeared in the heroine's eyes. Her soul was very heavy. A man's hand lay on her shoulder. The emperor had already arrived. His Majesty apologized. He had something to deal with, that's why he was late. He didn't want to make the heroine wait. The main character thought about what time the emperor arrived, which means he saw her tears. Since he handed her his handkerchief, she immediately felt much better. But still, His Excellence saw Lady Tevessa shedding tears. Now Layla was even embarrassed to look him in the eye. It was still very hot inside, and above all good, Killian always had that effect on her. His Excellence tried to talk to the embarrassed girl, to cheer her up so that she could finally breathe. After all, the girl is now legitimately chasing her dream. Layla should not forget this for a minute. The main character became excited again. His Majesty called her, and she immediately cheered up. The emperor asked the girl if she really liked the cup so much that she had been looking at it for half an hour without even looking at Killian. Layla apologized. She has nothing to apologize for, but of course, it's sad that the cup is more attractive than Killian. This is not true at all. The main character was immediately inspired. The emperor is very attractive. Killian smiled and burst out laughing. How easy it is to embarrass the heroine. She is simply adorable. The main character didn't understand if she said something unnecessary or not. The emperor was moved by Lady Tevis. What exactly did the girl want? She didn't like the mansion. Of course she liked it. The house is simply incredible. Layla is grateful to the emperor from the bottom of her heart for allowing His Majesty to temporarily live in this property. So what's wrong? The main character heard from the Rond man that he and the emperor have a lot of work. After all, Layla came to the capital and passed the exam so that the tweet would be useful to them. And for the state. That's why the girl was embarrassed. Layla wants to know how she can help them, but the emperor gave the girl a week to get used to it. The protagonist had already settled in and was ready to start her duties. The truth is that she can no longer sit around and engage in routine hobbies. She is going crazy. The protagonist is ready to start right now. She really misses the jobs and reports. She loves her work. Apparently, Layla is still addicted to work, so be it. First they will have breakfast. The girl didn't understand anything at all. It was a great honor to have breakfast with the emperor. He made her sit next to him. Usually, the heroine didn't even have time for breakfast, but here is a personal meal with the emperor. Perhaps it's better for the lady to change seats. The Rondman entered the refectory hall. How bright the sun is today is blinding the poor young man. The main character saw that Bear was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. He really had been working all night. Wow, why did the ITV come today? Layla still has a week to get used to it. His Majesty replied that the girl insists on starting work today. That's right, Bear squealed with joy. The personal assistant immediately flew towards Layla and gallantly offered her his hand. So let's start. What happiness! The Rondman has so many tasks for his young assistant, a pile of papers and books, that the emperor looked at him with a stony face. The protagonist had already begun to get up and start her duties. His Majesty urgently asked her to return to her chair. The emperor cast an angry look at his assistant. The emperor and his personal assistant sit down to breakfast. The Rondman nodded his head. Like breakfast, of course, food is needed to gain energy and energy to work. Bar gallantly pushed my lady's chair back and let the girl enjoy her meal as she should. The food here is fantastic. The Rondman himself sat down at the table in a chair opposite the main character. Apparently, these two always have breakfast like this. How surprising. The personal assistant happily examined the food on the table. Everything looked simply incredible. Layla realized that apparently it would be very strange if everyone sat at different ends of such a long table. But there was no one else here. The royal table was full of exquisite dishes. Everything looked like a masterpiece from a skilled craftsman, and the smell was captivating. By the way, Lady Alran again sent a love letter to the emperor. The girl had definitely set her sights on him. The personal assistant is again reading His Majesty's personal letters. Under no circumstances should he stop. These two didn't talk about work at all, and absolutely on equal terms. The emperor said that it would be better if the assistant went blind from the lady's letters than from his own. But His Majesty simply cannot do without the eyes of his personal assistant. And he will regret it himself. It's nonsense. The two young people had breakfast in such a relaxed atmosphere as intimate friends from school. When Layla had dinner with her assistants, everything was completely different, a very oppressive atmosphere. The atmosphere which deprived me of all appetite and general desire to live. It was simply a hellish circle. Lady Tevessa doesn't like something. It's all because of seeing. He is saying all sorts of nonsense here, but what did he say? Both apologize anyway. They are happy with Layla's company. Both young men handed delicious dishes to the girl. The embarrassed lady simply couldn't refuse such courtesy and attention. It really wouldn't hurt to eat something. The personal assistant was thinking hard about something. Looking at the emperor, Burr turned to the heroine. Since Layla is now officially an assistant, Bear will address her as Madame Tebessa. If only I could start working with the outstanding Madame Tebessa as soon as possible. How polite the man is, and what's happening. His Majesty is jealous of Bear. Of course he is jealous. It's just that the man opposes sleep and dedicates all his time to work contrary to Killian's persuasion. Such a thing cannot be found. The girl was enveloped in warmth and care. It was very unusual, but she absolutely loved everything. Meanwhile, the scoundrel ordered one of the maids to find out the contents of Lady Tebessa's bottle. What does her mistress say? She has a cold. The medicine means everything is going perfectly. This means that with the help of one bottle, she can get rid of a child, and with the help of another, she can get pregnant. The brat had heard about this, but was not sure. She was already planning to sell these bottles, but here they are very valuable. It turns out that the ex-fiancé wanted to get rid of her lover's child, but she herself was not so holy. If her lover had known this earlier, everything would have been revealed, and Filion would have immediately forgot about thinking of this upstart. But not all is lost. Which of these jars contains the means to get rid of the child? The bastard was simply furious because she was considered nothing. Everyone idolized Saint Layla, but nothing. With these magic bottles, the relationship between the Duke will be brought to a final end. And the upstart? This place is hers alone. If this idiot does not live up to his own decisions, she will help him. In the red jar, this is precise information. Yes, the blue one helps. The red one interrupts pregnancy. In fact, it is the other way around. The bloody final chapter, in which Cecile will become the main victim. And the protagonist, who will receive the title of Duchess. First of all, the new assistant must remember where her office is. It is next to the Emperor's office. Personal assistants work from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Since they are close to the Emperor, there is no need to worry that they will get lost. It is true that you often have to stay late or arrive early, of course. All overtime hours are paid. Since Manbeer often accompanies the Emperor, his work is paralyzed. Layla wanted to help the poor thing. Maybe she could take over some of his responsibilities. The girl would try to bring him the greatest benefit possible. The Ron man has no doubt that young Bayer was looking forward to continuing to collaborate. The doors of a luxurious study office opened before the girl's eyes inside. There was rich decoration and furniture. Personal assistants also have an office in the outer palace. But they usually work in this one. The Ron man showed the girl her personal workplace. This is where she will work now. And spend time. Layla can't even believe it. Her wildest dream has come true, and here is her desk. Simply fantastic. Bear gallantly invited the lady to sit at her desk to reconcile, so to speak, in case something was missing or needed. The girl went to her new desk, where matters of national importance would be handled. It was incredibly comfortable and very cozy, as if the workplace was waiting for the heroine. It's wonderful, since the girl has looked around and is quite comfortable. Then it's time to start with the first task. A whole mountain of documents appeared in front of the main character. Wow, the amount of work is truly real. Manbear simply radiated happiness. First, you need to sort all these documents in chronological order. Layla was impressed by the scale after that. These documents will need to be sorted by region, and these by precedent. If you suddenly forgot to stamp some documents, you will have to go to the department. But then the Ron man will handle this himself. If anything happens, the girl can handle it safely. Layla will handle it. Everything is fine. The lady should not leave the castle yet, so the man will go to the department in person. Layla nodded. How much time is allotted for this task? It would be great to finish it today, but not overwork yourself. Everything the main character doesn't have time to do before 6, the man will finish. No, Layla is used to completing her work entirely. But then the girl will have to stay late. This is not scary at all. The heroine doesn't like to pass her work on to others. As they say, Baru already likes it very much. I can't even believe there are 2 of them in this hell now. The man involuntarily became a witness to another gossip about how a girl could pass an exam better than anyone else. Even scholars wrote worse ones. They say that at the imperial banquet, it was precisely this person who openly congratulated His Majesty. Perhaps the emperor himself suggested the answers. Wow, this person seems to have a fiancé. And the emperor was not mistaken. He didn't find an assistant, but a mistress. Vulnerable and useless men cannot forgive a girl for her success, as if she took it from them. Everyone talked only about Lady Tebeza. As expected, she became a real sensation. It is impossible for this filth to reach her ears. Perhaps Duke Gilton should intervene before the emperor does something wrong. They are not related, he is Killian to him like a grandson. Lord Gilton himself thought about this. But it is too early for open action, so far it is only observation. Perhaps it is worth bringing the boy to his senses. You will have to monitor him, but that is only for now. But it is impossible to leave a young man on the throne unchecked. The men must be prepared to take radical measures. The emperor repeats once again that Lady Tebessa cannot work all night. The girl is already overworked all the time. Let her take care of herself, but the Ron man always works this way, but he is still a man. Killian immediately stepped back. He didn't mean any of that. It's just that men are much harsher. The heroine would be much more useful if she were much harsher, that's true. Layla is already helping the palace a lot. Although she doesn't forget to rest as she wishes, the girl has to leave. What's wrong? The emperor was worried. It was as if there was a wall between the main character and Killian. What did His Majesty do wrong then? During the walk everything was different, so free and open. Perhaps the point is that the emperor calls the man by name, and Lady Tebessa addresses the girl. The emperor stopped the heroine, wondering if he could address Layla by her name from now on. If she would feel comfortable. The girl was very surprised by such an impulse, and did not know how to react correctly. In his office, the head of the Cardin Empire was working on his documents when a knock was heard at the door. Let the personal assistant in. Man Bear entered the emperor's office with a pile of papers and was surprised. Wow, standing in front of the emperor was Lord Hilton. The man is the captain of the town knights. Bear immediately drew a radiant smile and wished the serious captain a good day. How difficult it is with this governor. They have known each other for 7 years, but they practically do not communicate. The emperor listened to a report from his subordinate, after which he ordered the investigation to continue. Killian still doesn't give up and doesn't stop his search, even though so many years have passed. Lord Hilton said goodbye and began to leave His Highness's office with Ver watching him. Man Vers approached the emperor's desk and asked if he thought the captain hated him. This is not true at all. It's just that Lord Hilton is not interested in the Rond man. And isn't that worse? Of course worse. His master is still carrying out his investigation after all. More than 10 years have passed, and there is hardly any evidence left. What the Rond man wanted from His Highness, Bear brought documents for him to sign. In general, His Highness has already been busy with paperwork. There is still a lot planned for today. Let the man leave the documents on the desk. The emperor will sign them as soon as he is free. The personal assistant happily threw a whole mountain of documents to sign. If only the emperor, someday there will be less. No, this is his punishment. Tomorrow Madame Tevessa will give a report, since she has only recently started working. Although Layla started working recently, the quality of her work is much better than those who have been working here for years. In addition to speed, a pleasant advantage for the personal assistant was the girl's work addiction. And this cannot be cured, it is simply a miracle. Another new assistant always completes his work and does not delegate it to others, valuing his time. Since the emperor and Manvira are going to a banquet in honor of the victory, the man asked Layla to handle the report. That's why Layla is overworking. Again, Killian called her by her name. The problems are solved, the formalities remain, but the girl is doing very well. The emperor is glad to hear this. He looked out the window. The girl is missing such a wonderful time because of overwork. And why does His Highness call Lady Tebessa by her name? And what is not allowed? But the emperor calls the man by name, and Layla is also his assistant. Which means Killian must address them in the same way. The Ron man felt awkward. He tried to help the girl. At least the emperor knows what rumors are being spread about her. Killian rolled his eyes. That's right, all over the palace, there are rumors that Lady Tebessa is cheating on her fiancé with the emperor. That's why the emperor must address the girl appropriately in public so as not to endanger her reputation. Somehow the emperor did not think of that. Although Layla is strong, she is still a gentle person. And vulnerable, and these rumors can upset her. Aristocrats are a ruthless and bitter audience, especially when they are hurt. Killian wants to protect Layla from this. The emperor does not want the main character to cry to Killian. It is unbearably painful for him to see her tears. His Majesty orders that all scoundrels be sent to a correctional camp. Killian is joking, right? The Ron man said goodbye. She still has a lot of work to do. It's time for her to return to her duties. The emperor is quite kind to the main character. He calls the girl by her name. You must watch him. The day came when the girl was to give her first report. Layla was terribly worried. It is so necessary that she recover immediately. The girl will handle everything. The butler invited the lady. Excitement is not her help. She has become the best. Everything written here was fulfilled according to her conscience. In front of the imperial office, numerous uniformed maids lined up like marshals. The clerk wished Layla good luck while reading the report in front of His Majesty. The girl would definitely manage. The butler's name was Rachel. She presented Layla. The girl came with a report. He let them both in and left the door open. Rachel followed the young mistress. How could Layla be useful to His Majesty? She grabbed the documents. The main character looked expectantly at Killian. What kind of meeting did he organize here, and why were there so many spectators? There was a crowd of maids behind the main character. They asked the butler to stay and open the office door. What is going on here? The emperor has a very serious expression on his face. Layla is not comfortable. The emperor ordered butler Rachel to repeat what she had just said when she entered the office. The butler immediately disappeared. Not understanding what was happening, Lady Tebessa approached the emperor with a report. Rachel immediately apologized, Madame Tebessu, but nothing bad happened. Layla didn't even notice. The emperor asked the butler to be more attentive to his words in the future. Since they are in the royal palace, something like this will be said again. The emperor will not let it go. The emperor is not interested in marriage. Killian will do everything possible to ensure that everyone present and not just start taking Layla seriously. And not just perceive, but also respect, since this is the least the protagonist deserved. After a severe reprimand, His Majesty asked to be handed the report prepared by Layla. So the girl needs to calm down. She simply has no right to make a mistake. She needs to recover. Why did Layla use this particular method of classification in point number 4? She justified her choice next. How does the heroine assess this problem? According to the information presented, everything is like on the estate. According to the main character, the greatest difficulty is caused by point 3. The Duke's work is not very different from the Emperor's work. The head of the Cardan Empire should also pay attention to points 4 and 5, which will be very relevant in the period before the banquets. Something is wrong with her work, let His Majesty say it. The girl will fix everything immediately. If something is wrong here, then the authors of the textbooks should be completely eliminated. The Emperor was very pleased. Is this really a compliment? Of course, the heroine did a great job. I can't even believe this is Layla's first report. We can finish here. Do you have any questions? The girl should talk to Bayer, he is free. Phew, the heroine exhaled and immediately cheered up. Well, with her debut, Layla managed everything. His Highness asks his young assistant not to forget to praise herself and cheer up, and not to ignore sleep. And food. By the way, the Emperor carefully clarified if any rumors had reached the main character. Perhaps Layla involuntarily became a witness to someone's envy or insolvency. What kind of rumors they are, it doesn't matter. The Emperor will be waiting for the girl for dinner. It was necessary to quickly sit on this topic so that the girl would not start figuring everything out on her own. The main character bowed satisfied. Food really wouldn't hurt. She and the Ron man will definitely come. The girl smiled radiantly. See you soon, Your Majesty. The heroine was simply dazzling. It could be that the girl herself started talking about Manhwa. Apparently they became very close. Why does Killian even think about this, and with such insistence, and he really doesn't like this thought? It seems that they spend time together constantly after all. And what an unpleasant feeling this is. A letter from the royal palace arrived at Duke Wiliot's estate, containing an invitation to a banquet. In 2 weeks, there will be a big celebration in honor of the victory. What, another reception? And why are there so many? The emperor only needs to solve many questions. For example, On the issue of compensation for war heroes, the butler decided to teach the Duke why he is treated like an idiot. The issue of clothing needs to be resolved. The clerk can call a tailor. This time it will be better to go in military uniform than in formal wear. Layla was always in charge of preparing for any event. The idiot doesn't know what to do at all. The Duke always considered the girl insignificant and found nothing outstanding in her. But it turned out that managing the duchy requires a lot. Phil couldn't even imagine that managing the estate was so difficult. Really, Layla had been doing all this for so many years. Is this fool really capable of this? It really was somehow better with her. If she wasn't so stubborn, we would continue living like this. The butler froze with a stone face. I wonder if her owner is even aware that others can hear him too. The Rond man wanted to clarify about the rewards for the heroes. At least they will be able to eat without talking about work. Baird is afraid there won't be time for this. It is necessary to resolve the issue of battle trophies and their distribution. What Layla thinks about this issue is not her competence at all. But if the Emperor wants to hear her opinion, the girl agrees that compensation should be paid to families who lost relatives in the war. But there is another problem, in her opinion, which it is convenient to address first. What kind of problem is it? We are talking about the poor orphans. For children who have lost their parents, everything around them is a threat. There is no suitable work for them, so they are doomed to hunger. But in the Carlin Empire, there are special payments for orphan children so that they have something to live on. In fact, legal payments exist and orphans receive them, but this poses a big problem. Since this does not solve the problem of orphans, in the long run, defenseless children. And with money, they become easy prey for criminals. The main character proposes to open an orphanage where poor children will be fully cared for. This is a really good and valuable idea. Great. Let Layla do it. Let her prepare a report. But His Majesty is not in too much of a hurry with this after all. This applies to all ministries. Layla says the problem is really serious. If you prepare properly, the ministers will listen to you. Therefore, the main character needs to work hard. Her report must be solid and worthy. The protagonist was seized with panic about her report. It would depend what responsibility she would have if they built an orphanage. Or not. She is really ready, but on the other hand, she herself wanted to help, and here the Emperor clarified if she could handle it. Layla really wanted to be useful, to help people more than anything else, so she would do everything in her power. Although the heroine has been entrusted with the organization of an orphanage for children, her main priority is still a banquet in honor of the victory. Man Bear lamented that banquets could no longer be held and that a lot of money could be wasted. Poor Rond. He hasn't been home for 2 days. He was completely overwhelmed with work, and the documents were not finished. The girl understood and sincerely sympathized with the poor thing, while helping Baru in every way she could. And she couldn't. Usually, in such cases, the Empress handled all the banquet preparations. But her place is empty, so assistants work. It would be much easier for the assistants if the Cardan Empire had an empress. Man Burr told the girl to forget this idea. El Emperador no está interesado en el matrimonio. Well, not really. Man Delrond immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The Emperor simply cannot marry. This conversation did not happen. The assistant did not tell Layla anything. Burr's mind was simply clouded by lack of sleep. Let her not overwork, let her leave work on time. Man Bear immediately jumped out of the office. It felt like he had almost revealed a terrible secret. So now Layla knew that the Emperor did not want to marry, but simply could not. But why? After all, in such important matters, it would be good to trust someone he can trust. The Emperor, who is immensely kind and affectionate, and also very attentive to others. He will be an excellent companion. His Majesty will always support the views of his chosen one and fight for them. He is simply ideal. And what does the main character think? Está completamente sobrecargada de trabajo o algo así. Que lástima. La niña ya sospechaba que además de las razones justificadas, también había razones personales para tales pensamientos. Pero esto era inaceptable. Por lo tanto, debes sacar inmediatamente esa energía de tu cabeza. El trabajo siempre ayuda mucho con esas cosas. La baronesa wizard dijo que ayudaría en los preparativos del banquete, y como van los preparativos de la boda. La condesa, Tevesa continúa haciendo preguntas. Pero de alguna manera, está mal continuar preparándose para la boda sin el consentimiento de Lady Tevesa. No es un tema de discusión para el mayordomo. Por supuesto, todo el personal de servicio estará muy feliz por el regreso de su amante. Pero no a costa de su felicidad y libertad. Para que pensarlo. La valverada de dos modos es obvio. El mayordomo puede quedar libre. El serviente salió de la oficina del duque y vio a su amante, escuchando a escondidas. A quien el mayordomo miró fijamente, como si hubiera visto un fantasma. Y cuánto tiempo ha estado aquí la señora? ¿Por qué le importa esto al mayordomo? La señora inmediatamente se puso furiosa, pero todos vieron a través del sinvergüenza. Excepto el idiota, y nadie satisfizo sus caprichos, para ellos ella era una plebe con un alma fe. La propia amante entendió esto perfectamente, pero en su cabeza ya había madurado un plan sobre cómo solucionarlo. Tal vez el serviente debería informar al duque que su amante ha legado, no es necesario. La macosa enseñó los dientes y se alija. Porque est que lo es, tan turco y todavía se prepara para la boda con, el que se fu tanto como pudo. La amante estaba furiosa. Este idiota la eco. Entonces, ¿qué tipo de circo está creyendo? ¿Por qué entonces estas declaraciones ruidosas? Era urgent tomar medidas concretas, Lady Tevesa nunca volvería aquí. Mientras tanto, Leila estudió la biblioteca real, su construcción arquitectura. Y disposición. El personaje principal pasó mucho tiempo preparando los documentos necesarios. Necesita encontrar lo que funcionará. El resto es para mañana. La niña ya había trabajado demasiado, como siempre, y el emperador le pidió que no lo hiciera 15 veces. Su majestad entró en la biblioteca real. Killian no esperaba encontrarse con Leila aquí. Que es la protagonista principal en el departamento de archivos reales, y por que fu relevada de sus funciones tan pronto. La niña solo quería encontrar información sobre la creación de orfanatos, pero es poco probable que haya algo aquí. A los emperadores anteriores no les importaba esto. Esto significa que el emperador había intentado buscar esta información previamente. Bueno, Leila es tan perspicaz como siempre. Así es, su majestad realmente buscó esa información hace 10 años, pero no encontró nada. Killian está seguro de que todavía tiene materials. El emperador puede prestárselo si es necesario. El personaje principal estará muy agradecido por dicha ayuda, le ahorrará mucho tiempo. El emperador no ha estado en este departamento durante mucho tiempo. Todo ali está almacenado en desorden y caos. Muchas cosas ya están desactualizadas. Esto no le temido a Leila. Ella lo solucionará. Vea, existe un lugar así en el Palacio Real. She, aquí es donde el emperador guarda sus documentos. Y hay mucho más que la heroína online que descubrir en calles como estas. Si guardan documentos y artículos. Y aquí están los documentos, toda una caja de información. El emperador le entregó una caja enorme a su asistente. Todas estas cajas contienen documentos, no están organizadas y tienen 10 años, por lo que algunas son simplemente inútiles. El emperador no ha percibido aquí durante mucho tiempo. Esto es suficiente para la heroína. Pero todavía no ha visto nada. Estos no son documentos imperiales, por lo que el personaje principal puede llevárselos a casa con seguridad para verlos. Leila está muy agradecida por la confianza. Pero como es posible que algo escrito por la mano del emperador no se consider imperial. Bueno, en el momento en que fueron escritos, Kilian era solo un príncipe al que ignoraban todo el tiempo. Su majestad dijo que quizás la niña no se lo tome tan en serio, pero Leila no pudo debido a las similitudes. La chica siempre sintió muy bien a su emperador. Así como él sentía sus sentimientos, todo estaba claro para ambos. Kilian Sepel nació hijo de un visconde y era ilegítima, pero la emperatriz solía. Cuando tenía hijos propios, lo crió como si fuera suyo. Pero, aun así sería ridículo considerar iguales los sentimientos del emperador y los sentimientos de la hija ilegítima del conde. Aun así, el emperador creció en un buen ambiente, o fue ignorado como la sirvienta. Humiliaron a Leila todo el tiempo. Mira la cara de esta chica. La condesa teve se volvió a golpearla. No pudo ser tan insignificante que se vea de casa. Un hijo ilegítimo nacido de la relación del conde con una de las muchas doncellas que estaban en sus manos. Este es producto de una traición. Nacida mientras la condesa se encontraba en la mansión de sus padres con el pretexto de recuperarse. Pero la hija era una buena herramienta para concluir una alianza con otras familias. Razón por la que el conde Tevez abandonó a la niña. Ese fue el comienzo del infierno. Debes dejar de pensar en eso. Ahora ella es la asistente personal del emperador. No regresará al condado. En joyas con diversa información, el protagonista encontró manchas de sangre y porque los niños no pudieron elegir a sus padres. Y en general, como si puede lamer padres a esos monstruos que los tratan cruelmente. Quienes no reconocen a sus hijos deben tener la misma condición vinculante que los padres. Si estos no cumplen, al tocar estas páginas, empapadas en la sangre del emperador, la niña sintió todo el dolor insoportable de Kilian. Mientras tanto, en la finca Williot, la amante se ha involucrado con el duque, quien part para un banquet en honor de la victoria. En el camino de regreso, que regresa con Lady Tevesa, si es posible, se sorprendió Phil. Philin no pensó que su amante sería la primera en hablar de Leila, lo cual fue una pena. Porque si hicieron muy amigos. Como dijo antes la mentirosa descarada, ella considera que la dama es su familia en general. Entonces, bueno, no está bien hacer eso a su familia. Leila se convertirá en la madre adoptiva de su hijo. Cecil queer levers bien con ella. El duque definitivamente regresará con ella. En realidad, Leila es muy amable. Comprenderá los sentimientos de su ama. Si le explicas todo, el ama lo sabe. Y si que este asno devuelva este advenedizo a la finca, para que nunca más se le vuelva a ver. El sinvergüenza yo estaba anticipando el próximo evento, todos aquí la respetarían. Y Leila se hundiría en el olvido. Viejos estúpidos, no tenían idea de con quién estaban contactando realmente. Pero no necesitaban saberlo. Están legando solicitudes de todos los departamentos para confirmar que el banquet tendrá lugar en una semana. Ver comprobará todo y dejará que Madame Tevesa se encargue del informe para la creación de un orfanato. Esto es muy importante. Si de repente la niña se retrasa, entonces el centro médico también se organizará tarde. Leila le agradeció su preocupación gracias a la niña. Ella y su asistente personal pudieron terminar el trabajo antes. Y en general, si no fuera por el personaje principal, el varón del ronde tendría miedo de siquiera pensar en lo que le habría pasado. Bueno que ver, la chica está muy agradecida por la ayuda y atención hacia ella. Y su trabajo. Luego, con el permiso del asistente personal de Bear, continuará preparándose para la organización del refugio. El varón del ronde cuido, conmovido por el trato cortés y humano de Madame Tevesa. Honestly, esta chica es de alguna manera especial. Y esto se manifiesta en todo, el varón recientemente comenzó a notarlo. En el pasillo, verse encontró con dos chismosos. Uno de ellos golpeó a su asistente personal con el hombro. La niña recibió un cumplido de su asistente personal. Probablemente piensa que ahora es como ellos, una aristocrata. De hecho, esos advenedizos son siempre muy estúpidos. El asistente personal humiló a estos monstruos con una mirada aserrada. La nobleza se dirige a menudo de este modo al varón bear. Él ya estaba acostumbrado a tal ignorancia de los aristócratas imaginarios. Al asistente personal no le importaban los rumors, fueron y siempre serán, lo principal es quien es realmente. Pero Leila es otra cuestión. Aunque ha legado tan alto, esa actitud de la nobleza es nueva para ella y probablemente le resulte difícil. No puedes dejarlo así. Estos buiters simplemente picoderon a la pobre chica, intentando extinguir su talento. El asistente personal, como siempre, resolvió los numerosos papeles de su majestad. Ahora era más agradable hacerlo. Después de todo, ahora no estaba trabajando solo en la oficina, la chica realmente lo ayudó. Y alivió el regusto de la exorbitante carga de trabajo. Cuando Bear mencionó casualmente que él tampoco pertenecía en secreto a la aristocracia. La chica quedó impresionada. Entonces el varón del Ron obtuvo su título solo gracias a sus habilidades. Ella está muy orgullosa de él. El varón del Ron pensó que Leila era muy extraña, pero le gustó, y tal vez incluso algo más. El asistente personal del emperador negó con la cabeza. Este no era el momento ni el lugar para tales pensamientos. El varón del Ron sabía muy bien hacia donde conducían sus pensamientos, por lo que tenía que mantener la cabeza ocupada. En ese momento, la protagonista tenía prisa para ella, era importante no defraudar a los huérfanos. Y hacer todo lo posible por ellos. La niña perdió la noción del tiempo mientras buscaba los materiales necesarios para regresar rápidamente. Y informer. El primer paso es reunir los materiales y preparar un informe sobre cuánto necesita hacer. Pero Kilian es el más importante. Leila se apresuró con todas sus fuerzas, pero entonces la niña tropezó inesperada. Y repugnantemente. La protagonista cayó inmediatamente, y todos sus documentos se esparcieron por el pasillo. Fuera lo que fuese. Corriendo tan frivolamente por el sagrado Palacio Imperial, los documentos de Leila tenían el talón de alguien encima. La niña comenzó a examinar cuidadosamente a su agresor, nada sobresaliente podredumbre. Y cobardía, el conjunto habitual. Frente a ella estaba una dama no cargada de intelecto, con una sonrisa venenosa. Estas chicas viles, donde podría verlas el personaje principal, definitivamente y esencia esta podredumbre que exuden. Por supuesto, estas tres pequeñas serpientes fueron los secuaces de la condesa Sofía Brisantina en el baile. Todo está en orden. Pero el asistente personal del emperador está preocupado por algo. El documento, en el que se ha dado el pésimo paso, debe ser presentado al emperador. Y como la dama se permitió tal comportamiento, el asistente se verá obligado a informar a su majestad que es culpa suya. Leila está tratando de vengarse de un error que cometió la dama, porque la niña pudo volver a escribir las respuestas. Y no enviarlas de esta forma. Elegir una ligasteria rehacerlo, pero el informe es necesario ahora y con urgencia. Aunque pudo pedir perdón al emperador y rehacer el documento. Entonces las damas se adelantan a la oficina de su majestad para pedir perdón por su acto vil. Y vil. Cuando se atreveran estos cobardes parecidos a hacer tal provocación, si tal nimidad ya les había causado pánico. Pero si el alfa de estos buiters se disculpa sinceramente con su amante, Entonces nadie se enterará de este incidente. Los amigos comenzaron a imputar al instigador. Este sinvergüenza si la mabazaro y se inclino ante el personaje principal, Lady Fox. Pidiendo perdón. Ahora que se vayan de aquí, Layla necesita recoger y preparar los documentos de forma normal. Las damas seguirán viendo quien gana y en cuanto el asistente falso se atreva. ¿Qué significa un asistente falso? El personaje principal miró inquisitivamente a los sinvergüenzas. Entonces, a sus espaldas, la heroína sintió la presencia de alguien. Alguien respiraba en la nuca de la niña. El personaje principal inmediatamente se dio la vuelta. Frente a ella había un hombre majestuoso, y serio con port militar. A juzgar por la chaqueta militar con órdenes militares, un capitán se paró frente a la niña. Y le entregó sus documentos. Layla extendió la mano hacia las hojas de documentos, y estudió atentamente a su asistente. El hombre serio respondió a la heroína con la misma mirada, atenta y de disculpa. Este hombre, el personaje principal definitivamente, lo ha visto antes. El hombre siempre acompaña a su majestad. La niña agradeció al joven por su ayuda y le preguntó si su asistente le permitiría preguntar su nombre. Hubo una pausa de silencio incómoda. El hombre estudió cuidadosamente a la niña. El personaje principal miró expectante. Entonces, el hombre finalmente se presentó como Lord Hilton. Layla está muy contenta de conocerlo. Y agrade su ayuda. Gracias a la ayuda del capitán Hilton, el personaje principal logró llegar a tiempo para informar al emperador. Pero es necesario descubrir por qué esas chicas desagradables didron que Layla es una asistente falsa. La guerra acaba de terminar y ya están sabiendo los impuestos. Qué absurdo quieren cuidar la última ropa a una persona desnuda. Layla está de acuerdo con el emperador, pero aún es necesario aumentar los impuestos. Su majestad no pensó que la niña se había ido, pero por qué. Todo esto se debe al presupuesto. El presupuesto se gastó en cantidades mayores de lo esperado, debido a la prestación de asistencia a las familias con familiares fallecidos. Incluso a pesar de ganar la guerra que duró 6 años, el estado actual del tesoro está lejos de ser normal. Pero debido a los numerosos impuestos, la condición de los residentes también lo mejor. El emperador se cuidó helado. Entonces la bella Killian tomó con cuidado la mano del personaje principal. La niña se quedó congelada, clavada en el lugar. El emperador notó una herida en el cuist de la heroína cuando Layla logró lastimarse. Esto no había sucedido desde la mañana. Su majestad tomó con cuidado la mano de la heroína para examinar cuidadosamente su herida. El personaje principal inmediatamente retiró su mano, pero no es nada especial. No informará que el sinvergüenza le pisó con el talón. La niña no dice nada sobre lo sucedido, pero Layla se mantuvo firme. Ana se hizo una promesa. La chica simplemente tenía prisa por llegar a su informe. Se la enredaron las piernas y se cayó. Eso es todo. Esto significa que el emperador tiene la culpa de todo. Se disculpa el joven, pero Killian dice que esto no es cierto en absoluto. Es su propia culpa. Eso es todo. Porque la niña velaba, como loca y no se miraba los pies en absoluto. La heroína no tiene nada de que disculparse. El emperador estaba enojado consigo mismo. Layla resultó herida y corrió directamente hacia aquí, en lugar de curar la herida primero. Su majestad se ardiló, sacó un frasco de medicina y le pidió al personaje principal que se arremangara. Pero la niña podía hacerlo ella misma. Si Layla no quiere que Killian haga esto, entonces el emperador puede llamar a un médico. La heroína ardía de vergüenza y chorno. Ambas options eran un honor demasiado grande. Que diga si la duel. También hay rastros de sangre en la falda, Leila también si la stimula pierna, tal vez no presto atención. Luego de yo, que la niña también, si levantara la falda. La protagonista, tan avergonzada hasta el límite, gritó lo que debía hacer. El emperador inmediatamente, se dio cuenta de lo terrible, que sonaba y se sonrojó. Killian no estaba hablando de eso, en absoluto. Killian se cubrió la cara con la mano. Bueno, ¿qué pasa? El encantador, joven no quería ofender a Leila ni avergonzarla. She, Leila entiende to do está bien, que su majestad no se preocupe por esto. El emperador tomó a la niña de la mano. No le corresponde a él hablar de esto, pero no se puede simplemente perdonar a alguien que se disculpó por tales cosas. Debe estar enojada con él o algo así. Pero su majestad no hizo esto con malas intentions, entonces, ¿por qué la ofensa? ¿Why como lo sabe la heroína? El emperador exhaló, ¿why bajo la cabeza? Estaba claro que había algo doloroso en su interior. Se disculpó por alzar la voz. Killian solo quería transmitir que es difícil entender si hay maldad en una persona. Oh no. Él se encargará del resto de los informes. Dejará que la niña se encargue de sus heridas. Leila se sintió avergonzada por una reacción tan arrugada. Lo que salió mal. Tal vez ella pudo arreglarlo. Después de todo, la chica no vino hoy a Killian con las manos vacías, lo intentó con todas sus fuerzas. El personaje principal le pide al emperador que le dé algo de su tiempo, y le permita hacer algo. Además de los informes, a la protagonista le gustaría decir algo más. La niña tocó accidentalmente al joven con su mano. Ambos se quedaron paralizados. Hubo una pausa incómoda y tensa. Cada uno se miró a los ojos, tratando de encontrar una respuesta. Leila quería dar a su majestad no solo un informe, sino también algo más. El emperador empezó a toser. Demasiado cerca, la niña está demasiado cerca. El personaje principal quería dar un regalo a su excelencia. ¿Qué es esto, un regalo? Leila quiso expresar su agradecimiento por todo lo que ha recibido del emperador hasta ahora. Killian no recuerda en absoluto que haya hecho algo para merecer tal regalo. Pero la heroína sí lo recuerda. Hay muchas cosas, de hecho, la vida no sería suficiente para compensar plenamente la gratitud de la heroína. Por lo tanto, la niña pide encarecidamente al menos aceptar un regalo de ella, Leila. Tal vez hará. La protagonista salió rápidamente de la oficina y exhaló. Esta era la primera vez que le daba un regalo a alguien. Aparte de Fellain, pero esto no fue de corazón, la heroína no dio regalos ni siquiera a sus padres adoptivos fallecidos. Leila lo intentó y trabajo duro en ello, por lo que se atrevió a esperar que al emperador le gustara. Mientras tanto, Killian se retiró a su oficina con un regalo de Leila y comenzó a desenvolverlo con cuidado. Esta es una bufanda bordada a mano. El emperador la miró con interrogaciones y placer. Las habilidades de Leila mejoraron enormemente. Killian sintió mucho calor en su alma. La niña bordó un dragón azul con sus suaves manos. La oficina del emperador estaba llena de numerosas cartas de chicas que querían convertirse en compañeras de Killian en el banquete. Hey on más. Dijimos que el varón ver los elimina de inmediato. No va a elegir su majestad un socio. Entonces, ¿qué pasa con esa persona también debería ser expulsado? El emperador lo pensó. Debería pedir consejo a Hilton. Su majestad quería saber cómo resultó herida Madame de Bessa esta tarde. Rachel pudo averiguarlo. Se escuchó la voz masculina del capitán Hilton y, todos los presentes comenzaron a buscarlo con la mirada. Mientras tanto, el señor trepó con confianza por la ventana y entró en la oficina del emperador. Él sabe el motivo. El capitán iba vestido de camuflaje, tan silencioso y mortífero como siempre. El mayordomo se sorprendió de cómo El Capitan Hilton, Subio Hasta Acqui, a través de la ventana de su alteza. Están en el quinto piso. El Capitan se acercó a su majestad, Kilian lo ordino, a su mayordomo que si fiera. Necesitaban hablar. El señor hizo una reverencia a su emperador, que el Capitan no dude en contar lo sucedido. Le molesta. La niña continuó estudiando la biblioteca real, cuantos conocimientos se guardan en ella. La protagonista principal seguía pensando en las palabras de aquel sinvergüenza. Nunca supo lo que querían decir, por lo que Leila se preocupó. Mientras la joven asistente pensaba en las viles damas, liquidó los libros de las manos. El asistente personal liquidó una pila de libros a la niña. ¿Por qué tomo tanto? Es difícil informará. A ambos les da igual en la oficina. Lord Delron preguntó si todos estos libros tratan sobre institutions para niños. Oh no. Si la información que contienen puede ser necesaria. Si hay tantos de estos libros, no sería más fácil leerlos en la biblioteca sin cargarlos. Más fácil, pero pronto la biblioteca imperial cerrará. Termina el trabajo a tiempo, lo que significa que trabajar veloz tiene un bibliotecario. Serio la niña. Por cierto, el varón puede conocer el significado de las palabras de ese reptil. El varón siempre está al tanto de absolutamente todos los acontecimientos en el palacio. La chica preguntó si Leila podía preguntar algo a su colga, por supuesto, que le preguntara lo que quisiera. Durante el día, el personaje principal escuchó algo extraño de una de las damas de la corte. Esa chica llamó a Leila asistente falsa. La chica quería saber si el varón sabía lo que eso significaba. Como decirlo de esta manera, como sabe la dama. Leila se convirtió en la primera asistente personal del emperador en la historia. Y aparentemente, la noble aristocracia nunca logró aceptar el hecho de que una niña ocupara tal puesto. No les conviene admitir su propia inferioridad y reconocerla como asistente. Pero ella misma pasó la prueba. Algunos creen que el examen fue amañado, pero la heroína no hizo nada por el estilo. Ver lo sabe. El varón del rond, su majestad y las mentes eruditas que desarrollaron este examen no lo creen así. Las respuestas de la niña la cautivaron. Todos querían que se uniera a su departamento. Pero otros aristócratas no lo creen así. Leila y así las arregla bastante bien, incluso si no presta atención a aquellos que, debido a su propia incompetencia, intentan levar a otros a las sombras. Dijimos que la heroína también continúa cumpliendo con sus deberes. Entonces incluso estos tontos comprenderán que se equivocaron. El varón realmente cree en esto. Por supuesto, él mismo pasó por esto, lo admite, la niña lo verá. Bar sugirió más rápido, sus manos estaban a punto de caerse, podría devolver los libros a Leila. Pero no tanto como para devolvérselos. Madame Tebessa escuchó rumors de que había rumors sobre ella entre los aristócratas. Algún ignorante se atrevió a insultar a Leila. Afortunadamente, los rumors de que la niña es la amante del emperador no han legado. Pero es solo cuestión de tiempo. Es necesario limitar el acceso de los nobles al palacio, especialmente a la parte donde se encuentra su despacho. Esto no detendrá los rumors, pero si al menos haste el banquete. Está claro que Leila siempre será un tema de discusión, pero al menos deberían tener miedo de provocar a la chica. Su majestad tiene un plan, por supuesto. Si estos idiotas no reconocen a una chica tan increíble, entonces se asegurarán de que no tengan otra opción. Hablando de negocios, ha surgido un conflicto entre las regiones de Can y el Reino de Nacha. Debemos pensar en ello. La región de Can es una isla de piratas, así es, y el Reino de Nacha tiene una armada poderosa. Esto ha sucedido antes, pero no fue tan grave como ahora, Yaquacan hizo demandas exitosas. Kilian commends a estudiar detenidamente los documentos sobre este tema. Bueno, su asesor tiene razón. El encuentro con el reino de Natchez se ha prolongado. Los piratas de la región de Con están sentados en silencio o haciendo cosas similares. La cabeza del emperador estaba dando vueltas por la interminable discusión sobre el mismo tema. Y necesitaba exhalar. Entonces, ¿por qué las sigue encendida en la oficina de sus asistentes personales? Ya es tan tarde. Lord Delrand estaba muriendo en ese momento durante largas negociaciones, lo que significa que definitivamente no podía ser él. Es posible que la protagonista todavía no haya terminado de trabajar. No esté preocupada en absoluto por sí misma. También es imposible. El emperador se deslizó silenciosamente por el pasillo hasta el despacho de su asistente. De hecho, Leila estaba sentada ante el escritorio. Me pregunto qué estará haciendo la chica con tanta fuerza. Kilian se preguntó qué le apasionaba tanto a la joven hasta altas horas de la noche. Después de lo cual su majestad silenciosa, y silenciosamente, como una sombra se acercó sigilosamente detrás de ella. Y comenzó a leer el contenido. Su excelencia se inclinó sobre la heroína y tomó su libro, leyendo en voz alta el título sobre como criar a un niño digno. Kilian recuerda exactamente que le ordenó a la niña que escribiera un informe sobre las instituciones de cuidado infantil. Por eso le todo sobre educación. Un centro de cuidado infantil es un lugar donde se cuida a los niños hasta que crecen. Por lo que el conocimiento de los principios de crianza puede resultar útil. Pero no es demasiado tarde para buscar esa información después de que se haya aprobado la creación de una institución de cuidado infantil. O el personaje principal no cree que su informe escrito será aceptado incondicionalmente. Incluso si el informe no se aprueba, las recomendaciones pueden resultar útiles en otros lugares. En iglesias o algo así. Así es, dado que las iglesias ahora han asumido el papel de instituciones para niños. La idea es correcta. De hecho, no estaría mal que los empleados tuvieran algún tipo de beneficio y orientación educativa. De cualquier manera, es demasiado tarde para cualquier trabajo, así que deja que la niña se prepare. Y se vea a casa de inmediato. Leila simplemente no mantuvo la cuenta del tiempo, no tenía intención de quedarse hasta tarde. Y se disculpó, trabajo duro, no se disculpen por eso. Sin embargo, que la niña tenga en cuenta que si se excede, y colapsa por el cansancio. No habrá nadie responsable de ello. Por tanto, la única que puede cuidar de la niña es ella misma. Leila lo entendió todo. El emperador escolta y la heroína hasta su carruaje, pero Kilian está tan cansado como ella. No es necesario. A su majestad le gustó mucho el regalo que le dio la chica, esa bufanda con un dragón azul bordado. Por eso el emperador quiere responder amablemente a tales esfuerzos y labors de la niña. Los jóvenes caminaban por el pasillo. Leila estaba totalmente de acuerdo. La chica siempre estaba contenta con la presencia de Kilian y las conversaciones con él. Su majestad quiere mostrar algo a Leila. Sacó un papel de su bolsillo interior y se lo mostró a la niña. El personaje principal comenzó a examinar el papel del emperador con sus ojos lo que tenía frente a ella. No se percia a nada más. ¿Qué pasa, Elise? Teordi aparentemente son apelidos, pero para qué mostrarlos. Deja que Leila elige una palabra. Cualquier palabra que agrade a la protagonista, pero que se deprisa, que se acerquen a su carruaje. Entonces, bueno, entonces el personaje principal elige esta palabra, la palabra Aster. Y la niña sabe lo que significa. En el idioma antiguo, la palabra Aster significa estrella. La niña también conoce el idioma antiguo, es impensable. Layla sabe solo unas pocas palabras. Layla es increíblemente intelligent y su palabra encaja perfectamente, así que de jala quedars. Y para que serve. La niña pronto descubrirá, por sí misma, la suerte que tuvieron. Legaron exactamente en el momento, en que ligó el carruaje. Pues bien, el emperador agrades al protagonista su ayuda y le decía, un feliz viaje guapa como siempre. Ese paso volando el siguiente día de trabajo de la heroína, en el castillo real. Y terminó con una conversación personal con Killian, siempre seria así. Mientras tanto, el duque de Williat que ligo fue recibido, en la finca del duque de Gilton. Filian quedó satisfecho con esta invitación, la lujosa mesa del refectorio, los nobles propietarios de la finca. Duque Gilton sentó a su invitado en una mesa enorme, y luego el niño de Joe, que era el tenedor de la mesa. Duque Gilton se quedó helado, y miró con una mirada muerta, y acerrada en su dirección. Una joven con un vestido amarillo voló inmediatamente, hacia el bebé y comenzó a disculparse, horrorizada el niño mostró falta de respeto ante el invitado. El niño necesita disculparse, con el hasped por su mala educación y falta de tacto. Se disculpó el niño con miedo. Duque Gilton es aparentemente duro en su educación. Filian dijo que wax no debería disculparse. Todavía es un niño. El Duque Williat es tan generoso, que Gilton le agrades por perdonar a su nieto. Por cierto, hay rumors de que el matrimonio del Duque con Lady Tevis se ha roto. Porque es cierto no. Bueno, por supuesto, el Duque puede descubrir quién está defendiendo estos rumors sucios. Y ridículos. Estamos hablando de su reputación. Esto es una mentira descarada. Lo que significa que los rumors de que Lady Tebessa es la amante del emperador también son mentiras. La lluvia se ha intensificado, lo que significa que quienes trabajan en el palacio real deben acelerar. Y terminar su trabajo. El emperador se acercó a su ventana y volvió a ver la luz en la oficina de sus asistentes personales. Solo ha pasado un día desde que el emperador le pidió a Layla que no trabajara demasiado. Es difícil creer que haya vuelto a estar sola. Aparentemente el personaje principal no entiende las pistas en absoluto y debería decírselo a la chica directamente. El emperador entró en la oficina de sus asistentes personales y descubrió que no había nadie en ella. Pero la luz estaba encendida. ¡Qué tontería! La chica se fue y se olvidó de apagar la luz detrás de ella, más sospechosa y no como ella. Su majestad camino más por la habitación y comenzó a mirar a su alrededor. Escuchó a alguien crujir a sus espaldas. Killian comenzó a buscar la fuente del sonido a su alrededor. Se preguntaba si sería Layla o un invitado no invitado. El emperador se dio vuelta y vaya a la asustada heroína debajo de su propio escritorio. ¿Qué está haciendo Layla aquí? El emperador se inclinó hacia ella debajo de su escritorio con mirada preocupada. Pero la niña no lo escuchó en absoluto. Se llevó las manos a la cabeza y gritó algo. Una persona tan sabiamente tan miedo de un simple sonido. La pobre Layla estaba sollozando. Un ataque de pánico la asfixiaba. Dejó que la niña abriera los ojos y mirara a Killian. La niña se resistió sin darse cuenta, y no estaba aquí, sino en sus pesadillas que la asfixiaban. La imagen de su madre adoptiva pasó por la cabeza de la protagonista, abrazándola. Y lamentó su amada hija. Aquella fatídica tarde, sus queridos padres adoptivos se disponían a viajar, sin sospechar nada. Le prometieron regresar pronto. Y entonces rugió un trueno, que se convirtió para la heroína en un presagio despiadado de muerte. Y dolor. El personaje principal odiaba los truenos, probaba la niña de todo. Por eso, ahora está tratando de llevarla al sufrimiento. El idiota siempre le gritaba a Layla cuanto tiempo podría Eferas a los recudos. Y tenermido a los trunos. Ella no es una niña. Luego, después de tantos años de sacrificars, de ofrecers por completo en su altar. El bastardo la echo. Y tantos años después, la protagonista vuelve a asfixiarse en su propia fría soledad. Se volvió insoportable para la niña quedar cegada por lo que estaba pasando, quien era. Y finalmente la niña abrió los ojos. El emperador preguntó si la niña quería dormir. Su mente estaba nublada, pero sintió el toque de Killian. Los toques del emperador fueron increíblemente cálidos y agradables para su corazón. La niña se apretó contra su pecho. A la protagonista le gustaría mucho que esa calidez estuviera siempre ahí. Y no quiere quedarse dormida sola bajo el estruendo de los trunos. Pude una chica ser egoísta ahora, Leila le pidió a su majestad que cantara para ella. El emperador ni siquiera sabía si realmente debía cantar o no asustar en más a la chica. Que petición tan atrevida. Aparentemente Killian no quiere cantar. El emperador sonrió. La chica incluso se cambió a ti. Killian acarició el cabello de Leila, y le quitó un mechón de pelo detrás de la orilla. ¿Cómo estás ofrendo? A él le duel. Afuera de la ventana retumbaron trunos espantosos. La vio a canteros. El emperador sostuvo a la niña en sus brazos y cantó una canción de cuna, y nunca antes ella se había sentido más protegida. El personaje principal ni siquiera sospechaba que tal poder residía en una canción de cuna infantil común. Y corriente. A Leila le hubiera encantado escuchar más, pero si estaba quedando dormida sin piedad. Y estaba exhausta. La niña cayó en un sueño profundo, que si Marisha, Buno, Leila puso nerviosa al emperador por ella. Pero lo interesante es que colgaron al personaje principal de tal manera que la niña sonríe así mientras duerme. La protagonista estaba tumbada en el sofá, dormía tranquilamente y la chaqueta del emperador la cubría. De repente la niña saltó de su asiento, despertando por completo de su sueño. Leila ha perdido completamente la cabeza. Que hizo y como se atrevió. What a pity. It ruined everything. The main character will no longer be able to look His Majesty in the eyes out of shame. How horrible. The young woman should look into her emperor's eyes exactly as always. She has finally woken up. The girl fell asleep so tortured and woke up much earlier than expected. Leila apologized. How could she allow herself to fall asleep in His Majesty's presence? How embarrassing. The girl shouldn't even worry about that. Everything is fine. How does Leila feel now? Simply great. Fantastic. The protagonist started nervously, shaking her head and smiling. The emperor approached the heroine, carefully studying her gaze and her general condition. Well, the main character seems quite normal. She should return to the estate and rest. The young people looked out the window. It was dawning. The girl spent the whole night in the palace. Michelle would kill her. How can it be that the protagonist cannot go home? She has a lot of work. It's also impossible. The girl simply needs to rest today. She has survived and is exhausted. Then Leila will go home and the emperor will send her off. Killian will take the girl home before Leila tortures herself completely. And terrify her. The emperor was worried about the girl, wow, but her audacity made him nervous. And distracted him from his business. Leila was sitting on the royal horse's saddle, clinging to the emperor. It wasn't worth taking her. Killian had to make sure she went home and didn't return to the office. And also personally persuade the young woman's servants not to even think about letting the girl go to work today. There's no need for this. The heroine really won't go to work today. The emperor believes her. The young people had just arrived at the girl's estate, and the emperor bravely helped Leila down from the horse. The morning was simply wonderful, and what company Leila had. Even in her wildest dreams, the girl had never been this close to him. Killian repeats once more so that the girl doesn't even think about accepting work. Leila nods. The emperor laughed kindly at Layla. The main character always responds positively to him. Here the young man's gaze became serious and cold. Something was clearly pulling him. He became tense. In the shadow of the trees, near the entrance gate to the heroine's estate, the silhouette of someone watching the girl was visible. The enraged Duke Williot stared near his house, his eyes radiating blind anger. The sun hadn't even risen, and Layla was already at work. Michelle felt it positively. The maid didn't say that she simply hadn't returned yet. The personal maid has already been questioned by Duke Williot, so Michelle doesn't know when the girl will return. Why did this fool choose such a small house? If he found out, his reputation would be affected. The idiot hadn't changed. As soon as the Duke sees the main character, this house needs to be gotten rid of immediately. How much can Filna be disgraced? How can one be so selfish and irresponsible? There isn't enough evil. The selfish cretin was about to leave, but then he heard Layla's voice, and immediately turned at the sound of it. What the hell is going on between those two? Did Lady Tebessa really become the Emperor's mistress? The girl had never looked at Phil like that. Her eyes shone, and there was a smile on them. What a bastard! How dare he laugh and have fun not with him in case someone sees it. Then His Majesty heard a creak and sharply turned towards this idiot. The Duke immediately hid behind the door column, barely catching his breath. He shouldn't be seen. Killian thought about something for a moment. He quickly looked around and smiled with satisfaction. His Majesty thanked the girl. He told her to rest. Then he majestically saddled his horse and said goodbye. The idiot heard that His Majesty addressed the girl simply by her name, and not by Lady Tevissa. The protagonist is absolutely happy and walks calmly towards her estate. What a wonderful morning! The vile monster jumped up immediately when he saw the Emperor leave and called out to Layla. Then a creak was heard behind the Duke. Someone was here, like a shadow in front of the idiot. The Emperor's faithful warrior appeared. Captain Hilton. Lord Hilton is here to convey his Emperor's words to Duke Williot. With a sword in his hands, Captain Hilton, with lightning speed, brought the tip of his sword to the throat of the cowardly cretin. He immediately allowed him to stop lingering around Layla and leave her alone forever. Filno immediately drew his sword, since when is a fiancé forbidden from visiting his fiancée? The Emperor makes outrageous demands. Hilton used to be an assassin, no one could compete with his strength, and the idiot only recognized strength. What would happen to Duke Williot if he refused to comply with such a demand? Hilton's capital was unwavering. In this case, will Williot answer for violating the imperial decree? Well, since it's the Emperor's order, nothing can be done. He sheathed his sword angrily. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to see them. He is fighting with the royal guard. He will be immediately denigrated. Do we have to pretend the Duke retreated and then take revenge at the imperial banquet? Layla will definitely be there. The captain stared fixedly at the idiot. Hilton will take him to the estate. This is not up for discussion. Layla will surely regret this humiliation. She will regret everything and beg to be taken back. Meanwhile, at her family estate, the mistress was furious with the hostess. She told the girl that her ex-fiancé had come. The personal maid was even more enraged by his arrival than by her mistress's absence. This know nothing but not this. Layla does not want to return to the place of destruction of her soul and heart. The estate always suffocated the heroine. It was a terrible prison from which she couldn't escape before. And there, even her favorite work became torment and an eternal justification of its usefulness. The main character was in the royal palace in an imperial uniform. Layla felt very unusual in trousers in public. Both young men saw Layla approaching and were both fascinated by her in this form. His Majesty greeted his assistant with satisfaction. The Baron of Ronde gave her a respectful gesture. The main character was late. The girl apologized. She had to stay a little later at work and couldn't leave without finishing. The girl tried to curtsy, but it turned out awkward since the girl wasn't wearing a dress. The Emperor asked what it was, only that the girl was wearing an official uniform for the first time. It was a little unusual. This form seems so natural to the girl that there can be no doubt about her discomfort. The girl flushed with happiness. The support didn't hurt her, and His Majesty always felt it. Well, since everyone is ready, it's time for the three of them to go to the hall. The emperor walked down the corridor, and behind him were his personal assistants. In front of them, the servants began opening the doors to the hall. The emperor called out to Layla to let the girl be mentally prepared. The hall was simply huge, shining with luxury and grandeur, a large crowd of nobles and members of the aristocracy. There was a silent surprise on the main character's face, how many people there were. And she would be at the epicenter. Then the girl noticed among the other guests a man she knew. It was Andante Tevessa. The man was the second son of Countess Tevessa. His father was involved with women, and his older brother was involved with gambling. But Andante treated those around him kindly, which made him stand out in this poisonous family. This man even treated his servants with respect and was always kind and attentive to them. And then, for some reason, the main character thought that Andante was someone she could trust and not be afraid. But how wrong the girl was then. This degenerate gave Layla the opportunity to reciprocate the kindness of his family by inducing her to sexual intimacy. The girl begged him not to touch her, asked Andante to leave her alone, and called others asking for help. But the terrifying screams of the illegitimate daughter of Count Tebessa never bothered him. Because of her refusal of the second, all the countess's children began to condemn the girl and call her ungrateful, and the person spat in her face. After this event, her entire family estate began to hate Layla, and she became an even greater outcast. And today's royal banquet was dedicated to those heroes who led the empire to victory. The main character recovered. Layla simply cannot ruin everything because of her painful past. Not only her life is at stake, but also the lives of those she can help. The emperor raised a glass to those who are no longer with them. The crowd roared in approval. The guests greeted their ruler and raised their glasses in memory of those who died in the war. What is this geek doing here? Andante actually studied at the academy during the 6-year war. Moreover, the girl knew very well that the Tebessa County did not receive any invitations. They were not distinguished by any feats, except in hell. A man's hand lay on the girl's shoulder. Layla immediately jumped up from her seat. It was just a look. The Baron of Rond apologized. He didn't want to scare his colleague. It's the girl's fault. There are so many guests here that she is nervous. Bar said that the banquet hall was very crowded, so he planned to walk out onto the balcony. If Layla wants to, she can walk with him with pleasure. The Baron hasn't worn the dress uniform for a long time and felt uncomfortable too. Layla herself puts on the same uniform. She also feels uncomfortable and is endlessly confused when greeting. But the heroine cannot use a man's greeting, an aristocrat's, and that it is really possible to do so. Baron Delrond himself doesn't know. He just wonders if Layla can use a similar format. The young people laughed. A good, warm relationship began. The personal assistants ran out of shamanism glasses. Bear took care of filling them up. The girl will stay on the balcony. She doesn't want to hide from Andante and Filna. It is calmer here. In that case, Baron Delrond will quickly go get champagne and return immediately, leaving Layla to wait for a while. The main character was on the balcony of the royal palace, alone and silent. The cold air calmed him. Layla heard the sounds of heavy male footsteps behind her. Really, Baron Beer returned so quickly. But it wasn't his colleague who stood in front of the girl, but the unfortunate idiot Phil, and demanded a conversation. The protagonist was furious. She had nothing to talk about with this cretin. Get out of her way. But the vile monster did not give up. Phil grabbed the girl roughly and abruptly by the hand. She wasn't going anywhere. Let her go immediately. Otherwise, he will regret it, ever since Layla became the emperor's mistress. What this idiot is saying again means it's true. If the girl denies it, why should she suddenly be His Majesty's mistress? Layla will no longer count to 5. Phil's hand will be cut off if he doesn't take it off himself right now. What this notorious, narrow-minded degenerate, began to allow himself to continue believing the gossip. The Duke, angry, opened his eyes and looked at the face of his ex-girlfriend, which hadn't changed at all. If the cretin has nothing else to tell her, she is leaving. Don't let her back to the estate, then he will let her be an assistant. He will let her go, but no one asked the idiot. In fact, his mistress is about to give birth soon. So what? Actually, his firstborn is Layla's business. She is actually his fiancée. She is already forgotten or something. The idiot lost his memory. Layla broke off her engagement with him. No. She said it in a fit of anger, because Phil kicked her out. The cretin is greatly mistaken. Everything is over between them, that's it, because she became the emperor's mistress. Phil talked about the conversation, but he ceaselessly talks nonsense unilaterally. What is the problem? The Duke knows very well that the Count's illegitimate daughter will not let him go anywhere. So stop showing off. Since this stupid bastard doesn't believe it, the girl will prove the truth to him using her own methods. This cretin is already sick of the girl. He will pay for all the humiliation and finally realize that she is not his slave. The unsuspecting Baron of Rond was heading towards the balcony with 2 filled glasses and froze. The main character dragged Duke Williot by the hand through the entire noble crowd. His grip was like steel. Layla dragged this cretin to the emperor. His Majesty turned to look at them with interest, after which the girl disdainfully threw her ex-fiancé's hand away and now pays attention. Let her struggle. Lady Layla Tevessa, officially and publicly announces her divorce from the Duke. A whisper of surprise swept through the banquet hall. All the guests immediately began to discuss this scandal. Baron Beer was horrified. What a shame. Where was His Majesty looking? What to do? The personal assistant saw that the emperor was not very worried about the current situation, which made him smile. But Baron Beer immediately put 2 glasses on a tray and ran to his master. Delrond grabbed his emperor's hand at lightning speed. Killian must not worsen the situation. Killian doesn't understand what it's all about. The emperor wants to intervene. When you get the position of assistant, apparently you start mind reading. His Majesty assured his personal assistant not to worry, that he wouldn't do anything. Beer exhaled as soon as Killian achieved what he had planned, only this was not enough. The emperor had to stop. And Killian understands that in this way, he brings all the rumors swirling around him. Rumors are born without a reason. The issue is desires and goals. Phil immediately began to insult the girl. How long will she remain so self-assured? The emperor won't be attentive to her forever. And if the emperor kept always attentive to Madame Tevessa, His Majesty intervened in the conflict. The effect was like lightning striking from the sky. If Duke Williot has finished his monologue, His Excellency wants to pick up his assistant. But Phil hasn't finished yet. The emperor immediately silenced the idiot, turning his attention to the girl. And to what Layla thought about this? Immediately rumors arose that His Majesty had resorted to his mistress, a fake assistant. The protagonist perfectly understood that if she took the emperor's hand, the rumors would get even worse. But she doesn't want to live like this either. Constantly fearing rumors is simply stupid. She and the Duke are finished. Layla confidently took Killian's hand. The guests were delighted or remained in complete stupefaction, and His Majesty admired the heroine's courage. Under the growing whispers of curious aristocrats, 2 young and free people walked away. His Majesty confidently led the girl upstairs. This is the place destined for Layla. But His Excellency truly has a great knowledge of people. His personal assistants are the most capable. The main character didn't know what was happening. Killian took a scroll from Ver. The trophy presentation ceremony hadn't even started. It was for personal reasons that His Majesty ordered everyone to be silent. The emperor unrolled a long scroll and announced that historically all assistants received a title. Baron Delrond approached the girl and suggested she kneel down and bow her head. Layla did so. The heroine knelt before the emperor and bowed. Lady Tevessa was awaiting the result. Not understanding what was happening, Vera pointed the imperial sword at Rachel. Baron Delrund before the royal sword to his majesty. With this sword and law, the emperor grants Layla the title of baroness. In addition, for her outstanding services and unwavering help to his empire, the heroine receives the Castle of Aster. Castle Aster. It is really why Killian handed the girl a piece of paper with names in the ancient language in the corridor. With so much effort, so much support and praise, the heroine will never repay the emperor for his generosity. His Highness looked at Layla with pride. The young man smiled at her thoughts. They were never wrong about her. Why did the man decide to leave? Because he can no longer live in this mansion and advises his interlocutor to do the same. Why leave such a beautiful place as an estate for cheap hotels? The person leaving can no longer live here. Because Lady Tevessa broke off her engagement with Duke Williot, which was simply unthinkable. Moreover, the girl also received such a high position, along with a title and her own castle. It is simply the naive appearance of the main character. Behind her hides a brilliant mind. And subtle. But what is it, madam? The woman will definitely be very upset about her second son, or rather, she will be furious. Don't worry about this, her mother will quickly distance herself from this news, because others are waiting for her. Meanwhile, at the nightly meeting of die-hard louts, the young lady who received the title of knight was, of course, actively discussed. It was urgent to point out to His Majesty the incorrectness of his actions. When they tried to convey this to Killian that time, the emperor replied that there are laws. So a reason is needed to dismiss Layla from her post. So it is necessary to emphasize the tradition that men now watch as a girl receives a title. Men and women are different from each other. They should have different rights and opportunities. The two old chauvinists froze at the sound of their leader's voice, as in every den of cowards. The minions only bark. The action is too bold for them. Gilton explained that if traditions are considered outdated, there must be a good reason. It would be best to just listen to His Majesty and then decide what to do about her in the end. Meanwhile, at his family estate, the humiliated and offended Duke was lamenting that he didn't even think that a low-ranking girl could say no to him. How dare she break off her engagement with him in front of everyone? Felon spent the whole week trying to convince everyone that it was all rumors. And then she left arm in arm with the emperor, showing everyone that the Duke was still a useless man. Phylum threw glasses all over the estate. What everyone thinks of him now is that he is a duke and a war hero. You can't treat him like that. She must fix everything and lift him up, lay him at her feet. And all because Layla became the emperor's mistress. And how could this guy be better than the Duke, except for the title? He abandoned the Duke himself, what an ungrateful bastard, but she had to kiss his hands her whole life. Phylum hesitantly got up from his seat and ordered the butler to prepare a horse for him. His eyes burned with hatred. The Duke needed to immediately correct the situation, so as not to be looked down upon. The main character sat in her cozy mansion and admired her prize. She has now become a baroness, she has become herself. If she had known about this prize earlier, although it is possible that Layla would have made mistakes. At that momentous banquet, there were two men at once who hurt and humiliated her. And both saw that she wasn't broken. Get all the bad thoughts out of your head, you had to think about what the girl should do with her title. Why is Layla leaving again? She was supposed to work only in the afternoon. The heroine will leave early. Then the maid will call a carriage for her. The girl wants to take a walk. The girl left her mansion in the capital and closed the door. A familiar and hateful voice called out to her. What is Phil doing here, yesterday at the imperial banquet? They had a wonderful conversation and decided everything. Layla knew he might come to her after the banquet, so his lordship wanted what a great mind needs. For his courage, Phil feels that the Duke and his fiancée have begun to drift apart, and this will not happen. The two are close people, they are a family, and this is the most important thing now. Let the main character give Phylum a couple of minutes. They just have to discuss everything. This is important. And what will happen if Layla refuses another dead-end monologue? She is not interested. Well, there is nothing to do now. He will have to hold the girl by force since she doesn't want anything else. Philin had his faithful sword hanging from his belt, which killed many of his enemies. And he was not reluctant to teach Layla manners. The girl was not afraid of this idiot at all, but if they made noise, rumors would spread. And then he could set a trap for the emperor. And Layla, more than anything, did not want to cause Killian trouble, so she agreed to talk. Well, why did the Duke fall silent? The heroine was in a fighting mood. She wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible. In fact, Philin realized that all this time he had been indifferent to his fiancée. And he asked for forgiveness. And since the Duke is so noble that he accepted the humiliation and admitted his fault, the girl must return to the estate. The unexpected thing is that Phil died instantly, without even stopping. Of course, he is missing some things, but they are not worth it. As the main character said earlier, she has no intention of returning to the Duke's property. Her decision is absolutely deliberate and unshakable. Stop hanging your convenient fantasies on her. Philin suffered such humiliation because of her. He gave in and continues to build up a proud woman. How disgusting. But there is nothing to be done. Phil is incapable of anything. The property is dying. The nobility is humiliated. What should he do to get the girl back? There is no such thing that would make the main character return to her hell, so let Phil calm down. How can Layla give up her Duke so easily? They have been together since childhood. Phil was the first to give her up. Yes, and the Duke asked for forgiveness, also for rudeness and indifference. They can go back now. What is wrong with Phil's head? The girl has already given him the answer 3 times that he finally leave her alone. Something changed in the Duke's eyes. His gaze became dead, empty, and ruthless. This was clearly a sign of trouble. After which the geek threw the defenseless girl against the wall with all his might. Layla painfully hit her back. What is this monster doing? She decided to go headless, at least to do something useful for society. Then Duke Williot asks the scoundrel one last time if she is going back to his property. There was a look of mania on his face, a dull rage, and a set decision. Phil had decided to beat the answer out of her. The protagonist is already standing up after a strong blow, isn't she? Layla is not going back to this degenerate. Something suddenly changed in this cretin's face, and he immediately left, although he was clearly going to finish Layla off. And what stopped him? Layla saw no reason. She hoped this would be their last encounter. Duke and Duchess Williot loved the girl so much, but they couldn't even imagine that they were sentencing Layla to eternal suffering. Her favorite serving staff, who were always very caring and kind to her. Of course, the young woman cannot help but suddenly miss these people. But that doesn't mean she will return. This is her path, which Layla herself chose, and the heroine will decide that she will follow it without deviation. When the idiot's face suddenly changed and the decision he had made there dissipated, he felt darkness. Then, in the alley near Lady Tevis's house, the Duke felt a terrifying darkness for the first time. And deadly. These were the feelings evoked by the captain of the knights, Hilton. The shadow of his majesty, no one could compete with him. And the fact that the faithful personal wolf of the empire's ruler Carlin was attached to Layla for protection. It confirmed the conjectures. The main character really became the emperor's mistress, as everyone around her said. Hence her patronage. Of course, Philin was castrated and did not get what he wanted, something he was not used to at all. Okay, the Duke gave the shameless bastard too many chances. He had enough. Some dirty blood dared to contradict and cross the Duke's path. They would never see her again. Then a servant burst into the Duke's room with urgent news from his family estate. Why is the butler bursting into his room so abruptly without even knocking? Philin himself asked. What he asked was to ignore etiquette and report immediately at any time, without any explanation as to when his mistress would go into labor. Cecile's labor has started prematurely, so everyone at the estate is waiting at home for the Duke's help. Philin needs to save his reputation, but he cannot leave the child alone. He had to leave urgently. The Duke picked up his jacket and shouted at the servants to immediately take him by carriage to the estate. Meanwhile, the main character carefully and persistently studied the spines of thick books. A strong man's hand appeared again in front of Layla's face. The girl was looking for a book on how the woman received the title. Why waste time on this, Killian himself? He can tell his personal assistant. In the entire royal history of the Kardon Empire, not a single woman has received an award, Layla. She became the first in history. Layla still couldn't believe it. The emperor really wants to make her a baroness, of course, then there will be no ceremony. But the girl is sure that all the nobles will be against this. Titles are given by the emperor. What else matters? There was concern and irritating thoughts on the main character's face. The emperor saw it very well. Killian understands everything, the girl is worried. All this is expected and normal, the emperor is nearby if something happens. And His Majesty knows exactly what is bothering his personal assistant and can help. By the way, she didn't run into the diplomatic conflicts of Cannes. The girl immediately took out the necessary materials. Apparently, the protagonist herself was looking for this book, of course. She learned about the conflict that was brewing. But the girl isn't even responsible for this. Maybe then, the assistant collected the necessary information. Layla nodded her head in approval. Of course. He picked it up. The emperor laughed kindly at her. The charming lady generally knows what laziness is. What does her body depend on in this way? Can the emperor see the data that Layla has collected? Of course, they are in the office. The young people returned to the personal assistant's office. The emperor sat down at Layla's desk and began to study her papers. While Killian enthusiastically read every line, Layla was noticeably nervous. Fearing shame. Her work is incredible, Killian could certainly use it, but it would be better to use accounting materials. If we talk about diplomatic conflicts, these documents are perfect, simply fantastic. In this case, it is time for the emperor to go to a meeting. Layla helped Killian a lot today. He is grateful. And may the protagonist not forget to sign her new title of baroness. The royal meeting hall was filled with serious men, dressed in luxurious clothes. And silence fell. So, Cannes is an island located southeast of Hatton, a tiny place with a population of 20 people. This place is not marked on maps. Complete anarchy reigns there due to the absence of a leader. Getting there is quite difficult too. Ships sail very rarely, so it serves as a hideout for pirates. And to the east is the famous kingdom of Natcha, consisting of 7 islands and having a strong fleet. There are huge differences between the fleets of Khan pirates and the kingdom of Natcha. So conflicts cannot be avoided. And the kingdom, in turn, filed a simply absurd claim against the empire that owns Khan. Well, one of the ministers read Layla's documents. Everything was presented brilliantly and intelligibly. This is the first case of a bold conflict because of Khan pirates. You can leave everything as it is. But if Khan takes the kingdom, then the territorial waters of the Kardon Empire will narrow. A delicate issue. He also did not want to give up land or water. The emperor suggested sending a delegation. At this point, today's meeting can be considered closed if no one stands up. Then he has something to say. The same minister consulted with His Majesty whether he really intended to confer the title upon Lady Tevessa. His Majesty looked at the interrogator with a steely gaze. Address him correctly. Madame Tevessa, what is the problem with the emperor's personal assistant becoming a baroness? But women have never received the title before. Isn't there any law preventing women from getting the title, or is it just because it's the first time? Of course, but to receive such a title, one must possess a number of skills according to imperial law. Therefore, Gilton doubts that Lady Layla can match. That's the reason. What is the reason for such doubts? The girl passed the exam better than anyone. If you give a title for passing the exam, then you should nominate scholars for the award. As expected, this is not enough for the toxic nobles to acknowledge and respect the main character. Killian understands that Gilton is categorically against giving her the title at all. If the girl demonstrates her skills, he will demonstrate his skills. Great, what does Lord Baldier think about these documents he read? The documents are perfectly prepared. Everything is explained perfectly. Baron Bear works hard. His results are surprising. These documents should be handled by knowledgeable people. They cannot be entrusted to a girl who does not understand them. Men approach such tasks more rationally. This is not a superpower, but a girl cannot do it. Yes, what a lord. It means no problem should arise, right? These documents are not the merit of the Baron of Ronde, but are entirely drafted by Madame Tevissa. All the men present gasped. This cannot happen to a woman. This is unthinkable. And now, what will the lord who rated the main character's work as impeccable say? And ideal? No, well, if you look closely at the girl's work, then, of course, you can see quite serious shortcomings. Let the lord show where he found them. The vile liar didn't know how to get out anymore. Gilton intervened here again. His Majesty trusts that Tebessa will cope with her title. Of course, hasn't this already reached the ministers after reading the heroine's documents? All the works were prepared excellently, and there is no doubt about it. But a more objective assessment is necessary. Of course, Bill Gilton wants to see visible results. This is exactly what the Emperor was waiting for. The main character will solve the problem with the orphanage, then no one will be able to oppose her. Since His Majesty values his assistant's talent so much, Gilton has a proposal. That the girl becomes a representative of the imperial will, an ambassador or diplomat. Layla opened her mouth. The Council of Ministers wants the young woman to attend a diplomatic meeting with the Kingdom of Natcha. If the ministers want to send a girl with a diplomatic delegation, she will become a representative of the will. His Majesty was no less worried than Layla and apologizes to the girl for such a burden. Killian told the girl to prepare to sign the documents to accept the title. And here is the story. Layla is very grateful. The Emperor did everything possible for her to receive the status without any problems. But she is worthy of participating in the delegation. If the girl overestimates her abilities and skills, Layla will be disgraced for the rest of her days. His Majesty understands everything. Layla can refuse. The Emperor will not force her. What will happen if the main character suddenly wants to renounce that responsibility and withdraws? This simply makes the title assignment process more complicated. But Killian was in a hurry. Initially, the girl was supposed to receive it later. There will be no problems. Other tests and trials of the main character's skills are possible. His Majesty had to hurry because the nobles were spreading vile rumors. The Emperor repeats that Layla is not obliged to accept his offer. She can continue working in orphanages. The Emperor wants the girl to refuse. To be honest, Killian wants her to agree. After which, they won't be able to say anything more. Moreover, His Highness trusts the girl. She is a truly unique person and definitely won't manage worse than others. The Emperor believes in her. If she wants to assert herself, she must fight. Fear of failure does not fit her choice at all. Layla wants to do this and appease the pompous peacocks. She will do everything possible not to betray the Emperor's trust. So, due to numerous requests from the dissenting nobility and the girl's desire, Layla's name was added to the delegation list. But the position was not granted to the Emperor's assistant, but to his deputy. Only by giving the lady freedom can she conquer them all. This is the only reason for His Majesty's actions. She is so young that sometimes she loves the blind. The Duke humiliated the young man with a stony gaze. The Emperor didn't even react to his provocation. Perhaps this time an exception can be made, but if His Highness loves her so much that he makes her Empress. The Emperor slammed his hand on the table. It seemed Lord Gilton had forgotten how to hear in his old age. His Highness is not going to make the main character Empress. He needs an exceptional assistant. But Gilton thinks this is not the only reason. It's his problems, not His Majesty's. This is the only meaningful and valuable reason for everything that is happening and will happen. Well, since the young man considers this true and believes his words, then it is time for Lord Gilton to return. The Emperor vigorously asked the Lord where he was going, if to a separate palace. That's all. His Majesty should not delay Lord Gilton. That man was already waiting for him. He should not be late. The main character had a day off today according to a strange schedule. The girl worked hard. Well, it's true that Layla deserved a good rest, and not just from work, to breathe after the moral crush. Not now, since the list of the diplomatic delegation has already been published. Everyone says she won't cope. Everything will be fine with the main character if she goes with him as an ambassador. Baron of Rond was worried. His Highness was also very worried about the girl, but he believes in her, and there is no turning back. Then the captain of the knights, Hilton, unexpectedly entered the office. The man looked exhausted and tired. Lord Hilton came to report that they managed to find him. The emperor jumped up from his place where they found him. This place is always open. His Highness put on a dark robe, then we have to go. Layla wore an elegant pistachio-colored dress under a pink umbrella, as if everything was in order. And they could be under the same umbrella. Michelle is fine. Compared to the infernal, rotten estate of the Count, the maid is simply in heaven. The personal maid pointed to the side. Isn't this the alley with several merchants that she was talking about? Two young girls entered one of the elegant boutiques in the capital, and Michelle squealed with delight. There were many people, everyone was bustling and crowding together. It was impossible to distinguish who was a customer and who was an employee. One of the ladies, in a very threatening tone, shouted to the whole hall that people there didn't touch anything. She urgently called the workers. Then, upon seeing the girls, the noisy woman greeted them and offered to help. The main character spends her time in this place for a reason. The girl needs a man named Kun. While the girl was busy with her business inside, Michelle obediently waited for her outside. The protagonist handed several gold coins to her faithful and devoted assistant Michelle. You shouldn't stay in such heat waiting for Layla. Let the maid go to the cafe. And buy herself something cold. The personal maid bowed gratefully to her mistress after all. How kind Layla is. Then the girl's attention was drawn to a man in the crowd. Michelle froze, anticipating who it was. In front of the naive maid stood the second son of Countess Tebessa himself, who tried to force Layla into intimacy. But Michelle had no idea who was in front of her. She didn't see him, and the lady said nothing. The monster apologizes for his lack of tact. Now he will introduce himself as expected. He put his hand in his pocket. Mersevka pulled out the silver shield of the Tevez family from his pocket. His name is Andante. This will tell Michelle something. The maid immediately recognized her mistress's county coat of arms, which meant it was Layla's brother named Andante. The maid apologizes for not recognizing the master. It's all right because the lady has never seen him, so everything is logical. If her lover's brother is looking for Layla, then the Talyati girl definitely came to the merchants. Michelle bowed. Not at all, Andante has already seen his sister. And by the way, why is Layla here? It is the height of the working day. The main protagonist took the day off today, which means she has an important task. Andante Tevessa immediately thought he didn't have any particularly useful information. But it was better than nothing. The strange man handed the personal maid a huge bag with gold coins. She couldn't accept so much money. Let Michelle take it and not think about anything. It's about taking care of her sister. Layla takes care of the maid. The main character's birthday is in a month, and Michelle wants to buy her something worthwhile. The personal maid was immediately inspired. Her birthday was approaching very soon. She had to hurry. But only in this case will the assistant take this money and buy the best gift for Layla. How wonderful! So let Michelle keep secret what she saw today of her lover's brother. Why shouldn't a personal maid say such things? Then the lady will start worrying about money. Moreover, Anton de Tevez himself is preparing a big surprise for the protagonist. And he wouldn't want it to be revealed. Michelle bowed deeply to the lying monsters like a maid in her game. Definitely, Neve Prio is engaged in the export of goods and provisions to the Natcha kingdom. Which means Layla has finally made a decision. If the main character decided to go to a diplomatic meeting, then she has her own campaign plan. Andante scratched his head. Well, everyone wished the girl good luck. Andante Tevessa hoped that he too would get something out of this. And what brought the noble lady to such a place? Wow. How did this man know she was dressed in an expensive suit? No commoner could afford such a luxurious umbrella. So looking at the girl, it's obvious. But everyone is so observant, like Kun, the assistant in the corridor, and they didn't discover a noble family in Layla. The knight thanked the protagonist for the pleasant compliment, but attention is part of his job. So, why was such a charming person looking for Kun, the girl? He carefully examined the bags. Lady Tebessa was curious whether large quantities of grain were really exported to the Nacho kingdom. Even if Layla didn't even continue. The man was worried about the fact that throughout the continent, there was a good harvest. But thanks to the large-scale purchase by Nacha, the losses were small. The kingdom of Nacha is a realm where business is mainly conducted by its merchants. Layla thought, the girl needs to ask Kun a couple of questions if he can answer them. He will be happy to help her. The main character asks simple questions that the man shouldn't worry about. He will be able to answer them. After the necessary conversation, Layla came out and exhaled. It took much longer than expected. Layla couldn't believe that a whole hour had passed. She urgently had to look for Michelle. She was already tired of waiting. Then the girl heard a familiar male voice, which she had already fallen in love with. The emperor was in an alley surrounded by dubious figures, claiming to be an ordinary person. And ordinary. They say that the blue hair color is a characteristic feature of the royal family. Only the emperor, the prince, and the duchess are alive. The young man is not fit to be a prince. He is still too young, which means the Cardin emperor is in front of them. The girl pushed through the crowd. What should she do? She had to immediately take Killian out. He had knights with him. But these scoundrels had swords. Killian could have done something wrong. He could have been injured. If this guy doesn't immediately say who he is, then the guys will just kill him so he doesn't go where he shouldn't go. The main character almost lost consciousness from fear of the emperor. The girl covered him with her back. After a few seconds, the girl started pretending to be his wife and dragging Killian by the hand. What is her husband doing here? And why did he dye his hair blue? Layla said this would confuse people a lot. The main character grabbed her emperor's hand. Layla was not so much afraid for her life as for his, and closed him with herself without hesitation. The emperor froze in silent surprise that she was doing such a thing. He felt the girl trembling, but at the same time covered him at lightning speed. Killian decided to play along with Layla. The young man sensually hugged the girl by her waist, but she likes the blue color that she doesn't like. Why is my dear so dissatisfied with her? It's not that she doesn't like it, but the paint is expensive. The emperor moved very close to the girl's face, but the main character likes the color blue. After which His Majesty pressed the heroine even closer to him. I really like it. It is Layla's favorite color. The alley scoundrels watched the young and open couple with interest. Definitely, there were feelings between them. What a sweet husband, and what a young one. It's not that she's an unfortunate idiot, it's embarrassing for a man to be like that. The three criminal personalities began to talk among themselves. Definitely, this was not the emperor. He was without an escort. Layla moved even closer to her emperor. She was very worried about his future fate. Here, the ruler of the empire grabbed his assistant's waist from behind and whispered his name in her ear. Since this happened, maybe the main character will agree to help Killian finish his business. The scoundrels were convinced that this was not an emperor at all. This gentleman's wife would also go with them. It was thanks to her that Killian received the invitation. It would be sad if his wife stayed. Let the girl not worry about her maid. Captain Hilton will accompany her safely. And safely home, so she knows that the gentleman is here. Well, it's time for adventures for the newlyweds. The emperor invited Layla to go with him. The young people followed the young people by taking detours through hidden alleys they knew well. At the end of the trip, one of the offenders asked the main character to hand over her summer umbrella. After which one of his escorts knocked on the door, it opened, and a hand came out. Someone's hand pushed a white invitation envelope through the door for a young couple. After which, the entrance to the black market world of the Kardon Empire opened up to them. What day? And it started with tea. When the emperor and his assistant entered, Killian immediately threw a robe at her. The heroine must not take it off under any circumstances. If they are recognized, the situation will become very complicated. The girl understood everything. The young people put on hoods with dark robes and went to familiarize themselves with the assortment. The young woman immediately froze. She had never been in such a place in her life. She had only heard about it secretly. Just look at what's around. The rarest goods that cannot be found anywhere or are prohibited. They are really in the empire's black market. The emperor nodded positively. This cannot be. The emperor deeply regrets that Lady Tebessa had to go to such a place because of him. He will amend it. In turn, His Majesty promises that this campaign will not take long. Layla put her hand in his. The girl carefully examined everything around her, but then something caught her eye. And she couldn't take another step. In one of the stalls, children were being sold, small and scared, and everyone walked past them. How is this possible? What are they doing? The emperor noticed that the girl was worried. Killian looked in the direction the girl was pointing. Everything was clear. Layla was worried about the fate of the little ones. The children were sold as slaves. They were all skinny, hungry, and scared. They had no right to control their lives. Unfortunately, slavery in the Kardon Empire is legalized and flourishing. No matter how harsh it seems. Layla took this very hard and close to her heart. Her eyes forever left a cut in the girl's heart. The young people will not be able to influence this. They must accept this reality and not let it go. Would it be better to leave there and not think about the poor children? This is where you need to be careful and not stumble. Just a few minutes ago, the girl was looking forward to being in such a place. But now everything in her soul hurt. Killian forcefully took his companion by the hand and confidently led her through the narrow streets of the squares. On the shelves there were many terrifying things: skulls, bones, objects for black rites. And alchemy. The emperor stopped right at one of these stalls. Layla didn't understand at all what they were looking for here. Behind the counter was a twisted, hooded figure, walking slowly and menacingly towards his clients. Wow, what important people were in front of the cellar. Under the shadow of the hood was a wrinkled face with dead eyes. The emperor immediately covered Layla with himself. The merchant knows him. Those who know, then they know. Those who don't know, don't know. What did His Majesty need from this terrible old man? This merchant had the poison he needed. It was as if the emperor had said in the square that he was looking for a certain plant that was an ingredient in the poison. And the emperor also gave the girls a bag of seeds that the cart swindler had gifted him. The young man seeks an odorless and colorless poison from the cellar. He comes up with over 100 options for such poisons. More specific information is needed. After eating it, a sweet smell appears in the mouth. The fingertips turn black. The poison does not react to silver. The merchant placed a colored glass bottle in front of the emperor. He has what he asks for. What about the others? The emperor would like to know the names. The merchant only sells information. Let the old man state his price. His Majesty will buy everything here. Killian threw a huge bag of gold coins. Let the young man come visit the old man if he can. What an unpleasant and creepy place. If His Majesty had already bought the poison he was looking for, why would he have to come back here? A wild roar was heard throughout the black market. The emperor's henchman was discovered, and all the merchants' shops began to be raided. But in the black market, there are impressive guards. The emperor ordered the girl to go unnoticed and follow him. The voices were getting closer. It seemed they had caught His Majesty. What should they do now? What should they do? Run? Maybe they don't have to run from the guards throughout the entire black market. Layla pressed her cheek against the emperor. The emperor put his arm around the young woman's shoulders. It was unpleasant, but everything would be fine. They would make their way through. The young people walked through the alleys again. The further they walked, the more they felt like they were moving away from the entrance. The emperor approached one of the large oak doors and brought the iron ring closer. Layla stood up and looked around. The young people quickly ran to the other side and closed the door. The canal current was very strong. The mercenaries will soon catch up with them. What should they do? Dive? There are no other options. The young people are going into the water, but the main character cannot swim at all. Killian can. Layla must entrust her life to His Majesty's hands. Killian reached out his hand to the girl. The screams of the ruthless black market mercenaries were heard behind the door. They discovered the Emperor and Layla. The main character trusted Killian and rushed into his arms. The Emperor did not expect such closeness. But he was satisfied with her warmth and touch. The Emperor smiled. Now it was time to escape. Layla hugged his arms and legs to her Emperor. His Majesty took a deep breath and jumped into the cold water. The girl took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She was incredibly scared, but she believed Killian. It was cold and creepy, but everything was over in just a few seconds. How is that possible? The main girl was right in the ice canal on the other side of the city. In a second, they were already in the palace. What kind of miracles are these? This is His Highness's royal palace. It was all like that. Killian wrung out his shirt. How could the Emperor transport them here to the imperial palace so quickly? It's simply impossible. Layla now looks like a mouse that fell into the water. The girl can catch a cold like this. The Emperor covered her with his robe. The girl dried instantly. What is it? His Majesty can use magic, but only water magic. Being handed over to the Empire, the girl must know that the royal family inherited the blood of the dragon. Thanks to this ability of the blue dragon, the Emperor can go anywhere where there is water. This is simply incredible. The girl was full of curiosity and what the young man felt and did at the same time. And it can be painful or pleasant for him, on the contrary. When abilities manifest, it is incredible. Layla approached her Emperor, and he knows how to turn into a blue water dragon. Of course not. Killian coughed and apologized for the inconvenience suffered today on the girl's day off. The girl was worried about many things, but she couldn't blame His Majesty for this. It was time for her to go back. But then the Emperor stopped the girl and carefully took her hand. For some reason, Killian really wanted to do this. Layla immediately froze, expectant. The Emperor wanted to know or do something else, and Killian also froze. His Highness continued holding the heroine by the hand and could not give a clear answer to what he wanted. The Emperor and Layla were too close to each other. Both were confused and didn't know what to do next. The main character called the Emperor by his name several times. The young man simply stood frozen in silence. And then, finally, His Majesty told himself that he would really like Layla to stay longer. The Emperor immediately apologized. He was very confused and didn't understand what he was saying. He didn't even understand why he grabbed her. The girl has some complaints regarding work issues. This can be solved today and right now. Or Baron of Rond noticed some error in her documents. Layla will correct everything. It will just take time. The young people held hands. The Emperor did not understand what he wanted. The girl understood. But she didn't believe it was mutual. Let the protagonist forget about everything. Today is her day off. No questions for her. Layla did a good job. He let her go home and rest well before working. The main character turned inquisitively towards her Emperor, and what was all this about now? The head of the Cardan Empire smiled in turn, trying to understand himself what had just happened to him. Killian reproached himself why he grabbed Layla by the hand, what he was thinking, and what he himself wanted from her. Then the young man understood nothing. Layla gave him many new feelings. He was not familiar with the gatekeepers before. It's good that the lady arrived safe and sound. The personal maid was already all nervous. Everything is fine. The personal maid worried in vain for her. Layla just met her friend. When Michelle arrived home, Lord Hilton dismissed him. The knight looked very handsome in those silver hair. And while the personal maid waited for her mistress, none of that happened. Maybe she met someone. That young noblewoman asked to keep her presence a secret. She will. It's better to remain silent. Michelle replied that nothing suspicious happened, and that in general it was enough to spend the cold. Let Layla rest in the room with her, and her maid will prepare a delicious and hot tea with a light snack. When the fateful day of the departure of the diplomatic delegation of the Kardon Empire arrived, Layla was very worried. The girl entered the office of the emperor's personal assistants, and Layla approached his desk. Delrun had already left. Apparently, Bear was preparing for a diplomatic meeting in the outer palace. The result was a general report, compiled from information from Kuhn, and from what was already available up to that point. The flute will have the original, but the copy must be handed over to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Marquis Valdir. If the main character's forecast is correct, it will be very important during diplomatic negotiations. In front of the girl was Dylan Valdir, the Marquis's chief assistant, on the topic the girl was addressing. Layla needs to discuss with the Marquis the issue of a diplomatic meeting with the Kingdom of Natcha. Apparently, His Majesty sent the girl on an errand. No, this was her personal initiative. Marquis Valdir is not in his place now. The girl will have to visit him later. The assistant clearly looked down on Layla. Then the Marquis can hand over at least the documents from the Emperor's personal assistant to his master. So be it, you can leave the documents. The assistant will deliver them to his master. This girl really wants to join his diplomatic mission. She really imagines herself as the Emperor's advisor. The assistant began to reread the documents that Lady Tevessa wrote there to Marquis Valdir. As the deputy thought, the documents are pure useless nonsense. What else can be expected from the girl? Let the assistant immediately get rid of this document, but it had to be delivered to the Marquis. His master is too busy a man. The assistant cannot give him his precious time for such heresy. Madame Tevessa walked through the corridor of the royal palace and thought about her answer. The voice of Burr shouted behind her. The colleagues greeted each other, and Baron of Ronde asked if the girl had just left the outer palace. Very well. The protagonist decided to take her report to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Beer immediately jumped towards the girl. How was it? If everything was fine, what did they tell her? What was going on? Everything seemed to be going well. What took her to the Department of Foreign Affairs was that poor Layla was clearly not welcome there. Everyone knows it. Layla found useful information that could help in the diplomatic meeting. She is working very hard. Of course, a girl needs to work twice as hard as a man, and even then it won't be enough. Only then will other people start taking her seriously and respecting her. And she didn't know any other language of interaction. Here Baron Bear sharply attacked the girl with furious shouts, urging her to be careful. Layla leaned her cheek against Delron's jacket. What was it? She had trouble breathing. What was coming? Baron Bear became seriously alarmed and told the girl to be quiet, but what was frightening her so much? There are wasps flying in the palace. So, what are they doing inside the palace? And even in a whole swarm. His colleague cannot answer these questions, but there are many wasps here, which means there is a wasp nest nearby. And this is no longer a joke to the wasps. Like a company of soldiers, they will defend their home to the end. Layla was afraid of bees and clung to her colleague. The Baron raised his hands so as not to embarrass the girl. The familiar voice of her emperor called these two. The young people had already lost all shame. His Majesty's assistants immediately turned around. Killian immediately assessed the distance between them and the contact. Anyway, what is this? Any personal claims must be made outside working hours, but people are walking. What are they doing in public in broad daylight in the royal palace? They have had such a relationship in general for a long time. Killian looked at both of them suspiciously. He would never have thought that Layla would like to see. The emperor will not interfere, but he will ask you to refrain from showing affection until the end of the day. What other manifestation of feelings? Has the emperor gone mad or something? It's not at all how he expressed it. Layla didn't understand anything about what His Highness was talking about. She was scared, and the wasps were still nearby. Baron Bear was furious. This is how dirty gossip arises. since the emperor is not ashamed at all. By the way, his personal assistant was performing his civic duty. Instead of groundlessly accusing him, it would be better to solve the problem. Well, what happened then? He was saving the emperor's personal assistant from an imminent threat. It's all because of those bees. They fly in a whole swarm, there are many of them, they are hungry and angry. And what are wasps doing in the imperial palace in general? Let His Majesty find out from his gardener. Okay, the emperor understood everything. Killian waved his hand, saving the situation and his frightened assistants. The entire swarm of wasps immediately fell to the ground. The insects seemed to go into hibernation with a click. The assistant thanked him for saving his emperor, but how did His Majesty do such a thing? Let the Baron immediately go to the gardener and tell him to take care of what happened. Someone could have been injured. The emperor has one thing to do with the main character, so let him follow His Majesty. The girl nodded. There was an awkward and tense silence. His Excellency asked, however, that of course they did not have a relationship with Ver. The emperor himself saw that there were wasps above, so it was simply a defensive reaction. Well, yes, there were actually wasps flying there. Well, let's drop this topic. How the girls spent the day, everything is fine. Killian is glad to hear this. The young man was clearly still, a little offended by the scene in the corridor. But he tried not to show it. The emperor called the heroine here because of the report on the orphanage. The girl addressed the topic very thoroughly. Yesterday, Killian studied everything and had several doubts. Layla will be able to dedicate time to him. His Highness looked up from his documents. It really had been so long. Killian is greatly delaying his personal assistant. Okay, everything is fine. The main character will leave the capital soon. What are her feelings? She is worried about something. To be honest, the girl is still stunned and with a slight tremor of emotion. This always happens, especially on the first trips. The most important thing here is to always remember one important thing. Even if I forgot everything, Layla is participating in a diplomatic mission as the Emperor's deputy. The main character immediately became much more serious and brave. The girl will not forget it. Well, then it is time for the young assistant of the Emperor to undertake her first diplomatic trip. Captain Hilton entered His Majesty's office. The Emperor looked out his window and was already waiting for him there. His master will have another personal errand for his faithful captain. Hilton listens attentively. Let the Lord secretly accompany the main character on a diplomatic mission like a shadow. Layla will fulfill His Majesty's role in this mission, so any negligence is disrespect to the Empire. If someone suddenly decides to harm the girl, let Hilton not even think about it. The bodyguard will have to get rid of this person silently and unnoticed. Regardless of their status, personal assistant Bayer arrived at His Imperial Highness's personal office, and the young man found Kultan. Baron of Rond said that if the Emperor sends his faithful captain to look after the girl, then he is very worried about her. If the Emperor is so worried and thinks of assassination attempts, then he shouldn't have sent her at all. It is his decision. And Killian respects any decision of the main character, but it was the Emperor who prompted her to make this decision. And also that the heroine receives her new title as soon as possible, and Beru knows everything. By the way, His Majesty has completely forgotten. Killian found work for Baron Delrond. But the young man will not spend the night at home for 2 days because of this work. But for Bear, this is already the norm. This is the devil, beautiful, fragrant, and seductive, but give him your soul, you will be a slave for life. Wait, the orphanage is not the protagonist's business, because she handed it over to Baron of Rond. From this day on, Bear will be responsible for her cause, but then all her efforts will not be recognized. The Emperor agrees with his assistant's opinion, but Layla herself desired it. So there is no other option left. The girl does not want the children to suffer because the trip is suddenly delayed. That's why her colleague should continue his work here. What a noble and worthy girl. Such feats, so much effort, and everything goes through her. The Baron will immediately begin to perform them. Baron Bear will immediately start taking care of the orphanage. By the way, the assistant almost forgot. The emperor hasn't been to the annex for a long time. No, His Majesty wondered. That's right. This man said he was very annoyed because Killian visited him. And although Gilton doesn't leave there at all, some duke comes to the man, not the emperor. Killian understood everything. He will definitely go to the annex in the near future. Moreover, this man is very eager to know all the information about His Majesty's new assistant. It was still too early for such a meeting. They would definitely meet, but that moment had not yet arrived. The personal assistant understood everything and is in a hurry to return to his hellish work. Let Bear wait. Another stack of documents flew into the assistant's hands for verification. The devil will be kinder. The emperor is definitely practicing new types of torture on him completely. And traitor. Baird automatically started scanning the documents with his eyes. He was in silent shock. What is this? Baron of Rond held a pact in his hands to abolish slavery in the territory of the Cardan Empire, which was simply unthinkable. Meanwhile, the Duke, eager to see his son, has already hurried to his family estate. Inspired, Philem jumped off his horse and asked his servants where his son was. If it was a boy or a girl. And what's wrong with your service staff? What's wrong with your faces on such a happy day? The butler hesitated. The thing was that the man clearly couldn't finish the sentence. It was difficult for her. The Duke already felt that something was wrong. Let them immediately say where his son is. Otherwise, everyone will be punished. An employee of the shameful office is already here and is busy with his funeral. The Duke was pierced by a painful ray. This cannot be. This is definitely a mistake. It's about his own son, and they want to tell him that his son is dead. Everyone is very sorry, and it is difficult to say this. How could this happen? What happened to him? The servants wanted to comfort their master, but he just pushed everyone away from him. How could he be fine if his son died? Let them immediately bring Dr. Cecil to the Duke. We need to figure everything out. He will not leave things like that. The mistress's personal doctor greeted the sword of the Empire and confirmed the death of her son. Let him explain the situation to us. The labor started prematurely. It was very long and the child was already stillborn. How is he dead? The doctor had previously said that the child was absolutely healthy. The doctor nodded. What happened later to the heir of the Williot Duchy? It would be better to understand everything in detail. The child was healthy, but poison was used, which caused the child's death. It's hard to say, but Cecil was deliberately poisoned. It seems the lady took a drug that killed her child. Phil immediately jumped up from his seat. This is an attempt and murder of his heir. Who dared? An investigation will be launched to immediately summon all servants and representatives responsible for preparing food for their mistress. In the corridor of the family estate, there were already numerous employees, but the Duke did not think it was their fault. Then they wouldn't have been called. The Duke went out onto the balcony and told everyone to be quiet. There was a murder in his mansion. They killed his son. It would not be necessary to organize such interrogations if the culprit had confessed personally. Have all the maids immediately answer who has been acting suspiciously or differently lately. Any useful information will serve now. The reward will be appropriate. Here, among the large crowd of service personnel, a hand was raised in the air. The red-haired girl saw something. She doesn't know if it's important or not. It is not for her to decide. The maid saw the head maid sneak into the kitchen with a strange red bottle. It cannot be that Sarah poisoned her lover and killed her son. Even the Duke doubted it. The crowd immediately began to whisper, by the way. That day it was Sarah who distributed food around the estate on a cart. The butler intervened at that moment. Everyone had known the girl for a long time. She simply couldn't do it. This information is very easy to prove or refute, so the truth will come out in any case. By the way, where's the main maid? Why is she not here now, among all the other servants? Here a cautious guard intervened in the conversation. The guards managed to find a suspicious figure in the back of the courtyard. The doctor carefully examined the glass container inside. There was poison, which is used to terminate a pregnancy. This is exactly the red bottle that the red-haired maid saw in the main maid's hands. Actually, the Duke was simply stunned. It just didn't fit in his head to raise his hand against the child. Immediately finding the accused on the estate, the guards rushed to look for the alleged murderer and let the butler immediately take the Duke to Sarah's private room. They need to conduct a search. The employee accompanied his master to the small, neat room of the head of staff. And why is the door locked? How strange, it is usually always open, which means there is something to hide. Let them immediately open the doors with a spare key. All this is too suspicious. There is a lord. The butler opened the door to the head maid's room. There was no light inside, it was dark and depressing. The smell of blood, so well remembered from the war, invaded Fillion's nostrils. And his eyes popped wide open. The butler was the first to enter her room and almost lost consciousness. Even the experienced warrior could barely restrain himself. The first thing we could see was a military kitchen knife next to the icy hand, and the lifeless body of a maid. And then the whole body. Sarah was dead. Her body was cut with a healthy knife, blood was flowing from the wounds, she was dying in agony. The butler was very sympathetic to Sarah. She was honest and worthy, and she had such a terrible death. The guards immediately rushed in. One of them stated that the death had occurred a long time ago. Since the blood had already dried, the body had cooled for a long time, and the cadaverous end had arrived. Sarah's body had been here for a long time. How is it possible that others didn't notice such an irritating smell? We need to find out who else was involved in this. Or did the maid commit suicide? Unable to bear the pangs of conscience, but all this is a lie. It's not about Sarah. But everything pointed to one person. Cecile began to regain consciousness. The Duke leaned over her. She began to pretend to be a fake student who had experienced the worst tragedy of her life. Finally, the mistress regained consciousness. The liar's stomach hurt so much. That's all she remembers. With the child, everything is fine. The scoundrel was waiting for him. She already loves him very much. The Duke apologized. It was his fault. He couldn't save his son and Cecile's. Her baby died. They killed him. No, this is some kind of mistake. The mistress asks about her son. The Duke confuses everything. Did his son really die? The actress began the central act of her bloody play. No, how could that be? After all, before dinner, the head maid brought her a tonic medicine, because labor was supposed to be difficult. Of course, the liar drank it all, trusting her servants. But after this drink, her mistress suddenly felt unwell. How can the mistress live now? She has lost all meaning. The dirty murderer has deprived the Duke of his heir. Phylum was moved by all her strings according to a clearly planned scenario. Her mistress was an experienced puppeteer. Let the servants take the corpse of this creature from his property and feed it to the wild dogs in the forest. This is the only end for the murderer. The butler nodded obediently, not believing what was happening, but realizing with his head that something in this story was not pure. The rest of the servants must take care of their mistress if they kill her too. All heads will roll. The lord left. He waited so long for this child. A naive donkey. The lady can get up now. Everyone has left. It's as if everyone has left. Let the maid check. They cannot destroy everything when the mechanism is already running. How tired the lady was of pretending to be a heartbroken mother. She even had to starve to create a bitter look. Cecile was simply magnificent. Everyone believed unconditionally. She already had a lot of experience, so they had no chance. And here is the payment to the devoted and loyal accomplices. The maid and the doctor did a good job. They will get more if they take care of the rest. When she becomes Duchess here, everyone will be rewarded. Although she is a ruined princess, Phylum simply loves her madly, which raised doubts in everyone's mind. But the lady was sure that the wedding was a matter of time. Even the doctor, who visited them only a couple of times, saw no feeling in the Duke where such confidence came from. After all, after such a supposedly terrible tragedy, Duke Williot didn't even ask about her health. Meanwhile, the royal carriages arrived at the unloading point. The personal assistant got out of her carriage. It seems the owner of this hotel was very surprised by the woman's appearance. And what's wrong with everyone? His interlocutor called the owner of the establishment. Something happened to her, or something like that. Everything was fine. He was just surprised. Only double rooms were booked. No one informed her hotel about the lady's arrival. Apparently, the information was not entirely accurate because she is the only lady in the entire group. Because of these stereotypes, everyone thought it would be Tebessa, but not a young woman in the position of deputy. His Majesty would have criticized everyone for such carelessness, whether accidental or special. But he already has enough of his own problems. The main character asked if there were other rooms where she could stay. Yes, there is a single room, but it is very small and old. It's nothing. The lady will spend the night there. But there is almost nothing in that room. The lady will definitely feel uncomfortable. It's just for one night. No, that won't do. The knights cannot allow a lady to sleep in a miserable room. One of the ministers intervened in the conversation. Moreover, His Majesty's guest, this bastard, just called Layla the Emperor's mistress in front of everyone. The Emperor announced that the main character would represent the Emperor himself on this expedition. It seems only His Majesty considers her a full member of the diplomatic delegation. The Marquis did not relent, he had decided everything. The lady would not sleep in the hut, and that was the end of the conversation. He will give up his place as a knight and go to a single room. And how can a noble knight sleep in a terrible, damp hut? What other news is this? He will not. The minister gave him a stern look. Clearly Sepel had no other choice. Incredible, thank you, Layla. Nothing more needed to be changed. Everything was already decided. Layla was terribly uncomfortable. The gentleman would have patience. The attendant offered to take the belongings of the members of the diplomatic delegation to their bedrooms. It is really a very miserable place for such a noble lady, but for him too, it is unacceptable. Let the owner show his miserable place. It's good that the young man got enough sleep beforehand. The youngest one was unlucky. He fell under the hot hand. Anyway, someone should have done it. So the diplomatic mission began. Everyone hates her. She causes nothing but trouble. And so far there is no benefit. The road will be long, difficult, and with many stories like this. A great start to a career, hang in there, girl. Layla decided to at least carry her luggage herself, but they told her to sit down. The men would figure it out themselves. The protagonist has already suffered such neglect in her life, and then everyone regretted it. You shouldn't treat her like that, but how can it be? They already feel pity for her with all their might. The heroine clearly is not the one who evokes pity. But all conversations are meaningless. They are truly stubborn blockheads with limited perceptions. Well, then she will educate them. Her or evolution, everything always repeats everywhere, but she will change everything. Everything was like in her native Tebessa estate. An illegitimate son was humiliated and rotten even by the mustard greens. Everyone considered the girl insignificant and defenseless, a fool incapable of anything. Let the lady return to her carriage to rest. She clearly cannot endure the journey. Vile idiots, there is no point wasting time on these degenerates. Time is simply material. The girl tried to read her manual, but couldn't concentrate. This didn't happen in the palace. Then something caught the girl's attention. Her eyes widened, she froze and listened. The girl couldn't even utter a word at the beauty she saw, which simply struck her on the spot. A fantastic landscape opened up before her. She had never seen anything like this with these colors before. This is the first time the main character sees the bright waves of the sea under the iridescent rays of the sun. People write poems about these beauties, paint masterpieces of the world, and carry them with them as pleasant memories throughout their lives. The transparent water stretched to the horizon. It was unthinkable. She wanted to see and touch everything. The Hatton Marquisate lives here, the head of a family of distinguished sailors. They say that a certain Armand Hatton has no equal in navigation, a worthy ally. This man controls the entire city, but no one says a word about it. Such is his influence. A majestic and stately young man greeted the imperial delegation at the Hatton estate. The man's name was Alder Hat. He was the second son. The Marquis immediately shook his hand. They knew each other. The man immediately asked what the name of such a beautiful lady was behind the back of his old friend. The main character introduced herself and was named the Emperor's deputy of the Carden Kingdom, as the girl herself thinks. When exhibiting the Hatton mansion, the young Marquis gallantly asked for the main character's hand, but manners are not a guarantee of honest thoughts. So Alder Hayton introduced himself to the young Madame Tebessa and kissed her hand. It was a great honor for him to meet such a beautiful lady. The main character immediately began to tremble. This Alder has the same crazy look as Andante. The minister immediately called the young Marquis, giving him no chance to delve deeper into conversation with Layla. Alder approached the same official. The man wondered where Alder's father was. He had gone to the port for a while. Since a very important merchant ship was due to arrive today, the Marquis expected the delegation's understanding. His second son invites the tired guests into the mansion to show her his rooms, and let the minister accompany him. A man of excellent bearing, dressed in a black suit embroidered with gold, approached the main character with a monocle hanging from his face. He informed the girl that Madame Tebessa's schedule was free for the day. But in the evening, Layla will have to meet with other members of the delegation. Of course, the Marquis Armand Hatton's dinner is scheduled for something important. The girl asked the person in charge of the diplomat's schedule if there were other items. But there were none. Layla wished the man a good time, and he went about his business with a bored expression. A sweet maid named Arilla immediately approached the young woman and was honored to serve such an important lady. The polite and radiant maid with a ponytail took Layla's luggage. She will accompany the girl to her room. And let the girl follow her. The main character, along with the maid of the Katanov estate, entered a wonderful room. And spacious with panoramic windows. Arilla placed her mistress's suitcase on the bed. Inside the guest bedroom, the girl could breathe very calmly. There was even a kind of joy. And then her attention was drawn to the view from her window. It is simply amazing. From the windows of her bedroom, the crystal-clear surface of the salt water could be seen. How beautifully it shimmered under the rays of the friendly sun. Arilla began to unpack her mistress's suitcase and discovered that she liked the sea. Layla saw it for the first time and immediately fell in love with it. Wow, apparently the beautiful lady spent most of her time inside her country. And there was no opportunity to see the coast. It was all like that. In this case, perhaps Lady Tevessa would like to look at the sea before dinner. I would like to. But for this, she will have to get permission. Layla immediately went to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and, to her greatest surprise, the man immediately let her go without asking questions. Since the nearest and central port was far away, the Marquis Valdir will ask for a carriage to be prepared for him. And a knight to accompany him. It's that simple. The Marquis is clearly not the kind of person who can show unfounded favor. How much it will cost him later. It is true that you can go. Why is the main character asking again if a girl goes and looks at the sea? Let her go look. Well, in this case, of course, the girl will go because the sea attracted and called her. But her soul was very restless. Clearly, something was wrong here. This harmless trip was definitely being protected against the heroine in the hands of the minister. The ride turned out to be simply fabulous, the silver moonlight on the sea surface. Majestic ships contemplating the sunset. Harilla was very glad that the lady had such a high opinion of the sea that the locals are no longer so impressed by it. As his lordship thinks, the girl managed to rest at least a little, of course, more than that. Thanks to the sea waves and the sound of the waves, all worries disappeared. That is the charm of the sea. First, the lady will ask for an opinion on her documents. She will not escape his insinuations. The main thing here is to cope with the mission. The butler announced that Marquis Valdir was not present now. Where could he be at such an hour? The servant knew something about where his lord might be. As far as the butler knows correctly, his lordship is currently holding a meeting with other diplomatic envoys. And this is the price for the Marquis's generosity. A crowd of diplomatic representatives was leaving the meeting room. Lady Tebessa arrived just in time. The girl liked the sea. The protagonist learned that the ministers of foreign affairs had convened a meeting of all diplomats. Yes, the girl understood everything correctly then, because the Marquis decided to neglect the Emperor's deputy. In fact, the girl herself asked to go for a pleasant walk. No one warned her that there would be a meeting. No one deigned to do this. Salmon conveyed the Marquis's instructions to Lady Tevessa in the afternoon. The person in charge of the schedule, named Salmon, actually came forward. He conveyed everything word for word to Leon. A brazen lie, they clearly told her there would be no important negotiations before dinner. But Salmon remembers exactly saying that. The brazen liar was picked up by the rest of the vultures. Everyone saw that Salmon was approaching her and talking about the meeting. Baldur, with a radiant look, clarified what the lady would say now. This degenerate addressed her specifically in this way, in order to belittle her. While the rest enjoyed making fun of the girl, with noble blood only tinsel. Apparently, the stupid lady simply forgot, as is typical of all ladies. Since the girl joined this mission on a whim of the Emperor, everyone knows it. Let the upstart sit quietly until the end of the diplomatic task. And don't stick your head out, Valdir looms menacingly over Layla. The main character sat down with a disgusting, sticky feeling inside. No one said this trip would be easy. Layla did not know about the meeting. If this continues, the heroine may not be taken to the meeting with the Natcha kingdom. In this case, Layla will disappoint His Majesty if the girl had known that it would happen like this. She would have refused. Leona, the heroine of the king himself for her mistakes, frivolity, and naivety, must sharpen her core and become the one they dare not look askance at. The pigtail maid brought the lady a letter from the imperial palace, a magical bluebird. What a small, good chick. A small bluebird served as a guide to the Emperor Layla, arrived at the Hayton estate normally. Everything is fine, but how are things with the Emperor? Everything is as usual. It is raining in the capital. Like the weather, he greeted the imperial delegation. Today is a beautiful sunny day. The girl enjoys the views of the port and the horizon. Tears of resentment and powerlessness stream down her cheeks. Why did the protagonist suddenly cry? This had never happened to her before. It's great that it's sunny there. The sea looks much worse when it rains. It's so good that the girl communicates with His Majesty, not through a full-fledged magical connection. And the Emperor will not see Layla's tears. Then His Majesty's voice asked if the main character was crying. Or something like that. Of course not. Does the heroine have a reason for this? Killian doesn't even know, for example, if Marquis Baldur said something vile or did something inappropriate. Or if the Emperor also has psychic abilities or something like that. Layla was confused and didn't know what to answer, as the girl fell silent. Then His Majesty's words were true. Apparently he forgot that Killian told her that Madame was his representative. Not at all, the protagonist perfectly remembers that she represents the interests here. And His Majesty's will. The main character is the deputy of the Cardan Emperor, as the girl herself thinks. She behaves accordingly. Well, let Madame Tevessa remember the purpose of her position, and most importantly, her powers. Here His Majesty's voice began to break. Apparently the magical load had reached its limit, but the Emperor managed to remind her of the most important thing. The main character returned the little bluebird and stroked its feathers Killian. He meant that Layla could do whatever she saw fit. His Majesty expected such a reaction from the nobility and ministers, so he untied the girl's hands so that Layla would not feel restricted by anyone. But how can she prove her worth if she is not even invited to meetings? But failing the Emperor's trust is much worse. She cannot do this to Killian. He believes in her so much. You can't return without trying something. There is too much honor for these pompous fanatics. It is necessary to successfully carry out diplomatic negotiations. Confidence and determination grew more and more in the voice and the eyes of the main character. Layla is obliged to do it. The sun flooded the entire coast, and the port on the pier was a majestic and luxurious ship moored to starboard. The diplomatic delegation of the Natcha Kingdom was leaving the ship. That was the day the girl was here for. In front of the delegation walked two people in luxurious black clothes embroidered with gold. The ambassadors had dark purple hair and eyes. Their appearance was similar to Layla's features. Marquis Hayton immediately jumped forward and greeted the important guests arriving on his lands. The head of the delegation thanked him for the warm welcome. A female voice called the main character. The girl froze in amazement, and they offered her a hand. In front of her was a confident and friendly girl from the Natcha Kingdom named Diana Adrian. She greeted Layla. The girls were delighted to meet each other. They were the only women in the diplomatic organizations. Diana noticed that Hayton is truly a beautiful place. It evokes memories of her own kingdom in the girl. No one will argue about the beauty of this place, but Hatton's lands are not the only ones. There are many beautiful cities in the Kardon Empire. Layla thinks that the capital Baluchi is different in this regard and highly recommends visiting it if the opportunity arises. Diana Adrian will look forward to a pleasant trip. Madame Tevessa will show her the city, of course. Aldor abruptly interrupted the conversations of two beautiful representatives of the political mission. What are such beautiful ladies talking about? This monster unceremoniously interposed himself between the girls, and with obvious sarcasm, noted that short hairstyles were rarely seen in the empire. It was very refreshing. Layla was surprised. Why the hell does this degenerate allow himself to be so rude? Lord Catton should not show his ignorance. Anyway, no one doubted him. Diana's voice was assertive. This is how you greet the imperial delegation. It's customary for Kardon to harass ambassadors. All participants in the diplomatic negotiations instantly turned towards the girls when Aldor was harassing. What can he be called, who taught the idiot to treat strangers like this? Marquis Hayton immediately intervened in their conversation, pulling his son away, and apologized for his son's rudeness instead of him to Lady Adrian. Diana accepted the Marquis's apologies, but the gentleman should address her accordingly. Either Madame Adrian or Viscountess, but not Lady. Diana came here as a diplomat, or no one is familiar with trade etiquette. The Marquis understood everything and asks Madame for forgiveness. The protagonist was surprised by such firmness of character and confidence in her position, which was generally nonsense for girls of her age. Meanwhile, at the Williot Duchy estate, the investigation into the murder of the Falnick child continued. What the maid just said, repeat her words immediately. This bottle belongs to Lady Tebessa. How does the maid get this information? She is not Layla's personal maid at all. That day, when the lady was packing her things to move, the maid helped her with this. And she saw this bottle in her hands. The maid handed the glass bottle she held in her hands to her duke, the same as the lady had that day. Moreover, the maid rummaged through Lady Tebessa's things, which were also in the storage room, and found it there. Meanwhile, at the Hayton estate, two representatives of the Natcha Kingdom were talking. Diana did not advance too far on the pier. The master himself told her to find fault in everything. Moreover, the girl didn't even have to do anything. This monster is just ignorance itself. Yes, but the conversation unfolded in such a way that it could have been carried out without her. It doesn't sound very convincing. Marquis Hayton seems normal at first glance, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Baldier, is a complete idiot. With such an ignoramus, the days of the empire are numbered. With such a collection of pompous and narrow-minded idiots, there is no need to worry about the outcome of this diplomatic meeting. Diana is not sure about this. The man was surprised if the Viscountess really initiated a person who could interfere with their plans. There is such a person in the diplomatic delegation, but we have to figure it out. It is too early to say. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting at the table with hot tea and understanding what happened to Diana. Simply an incredible woman whom one can only admire. These are the qualities that Layla lacks now. Such open confidence in every word and action. A decisive gaze. It simply doesn't allow you to act against her. And that respect for one's own status is absolutely legitimate, so the Viscountess does not allow anyone to neglect it. Then the maid Arilla entered the main character's bedroom. In her hands was a large number of gift boxes. They were gifts from the Marquis. Which Marquis? Of the degenerate Valdir, who despised the girl with every fiber of his being for being a girl. Iri already clarified, it's not worth it if the maid should open the gifts for the mistress. The heroine can do it herself. Layla felt very embarrassed when they did something in her place, when she could do it herself. Well, we have to see what this bastard spat out once more. The girl opened the box. The maid took the lid off for her mistress, so she wouldn't be in the way. Both girls froze. Iria admired, Layla indignant. Marquis Valdir's gift box contained an excellent and luxurious dress with expensive embroidery. Thus, the cowardly bastard showed the girl her place, and that she shouldn't even dream of her position. This phenomenon wants to control Layla, humiliates her secretly, wants to overwhelm her with numbers. Because there are many more men here, what bold moves. There was also a note inside the box. Marquis Valdir asks to wear this dress instead of a uniform for tonight's dinner. After all, the geek added a special note to her dress, because she cannot ignore the orders of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The maid happily clarified if the lady would try on her gifted dress. No. The girl won't. But the Marquis also sent shoes and accessories matching this precious dress. Iri will do anything to beautify the young lady for tonight's dinner. Wait, she talks too much. Clearly she is nervous. The main character said in a steely voice. The maid followed orders for Marquis Valdir behind her back. It's not like that. The maid immediately began to sweat cold, and it was thanks to this geek that Arilla invited Layla for a walk. The maid immediately froze in silent shock. She didn't count on the heroine guessing. She did none of that. Well, everything is clear. What a helpful girl, how much they paid her for such hard work. A real worker. Arilla immediately bowed. The maid apologizes greatly to her mistress because she didn't do it out of malice. His lordship just said he wanted to show the young lady the beauty of Katona. But Layla had never been there. Well, of course, but the poor maid simply had no other choice under the Marquis's orders. Layla understands everything perfectly. And the same situation with this note, the main character angrily squeezed the note. Now she is angry. She is in the game. The protagonist looked at the gifted dress with disdain. Well, let's start taking the first steps in it. The girl took her cup of hot black tea and brought it to the gift. Then she poured the contents over the luxurious and whimsical fabric of the dress. The maid immediately shrieked that her mistress was wearing such a luxurious gift. Oh, what clumsiness! Layla accidentally spilled her tea on Marquis Valdir's gift, and now she couldn't wear it to the diplomatic dinner. Once the gift was spoiled, the heroine left her bedroom and walked proudly towards the corridor. The protagonist really forgot who she was. Thanks to Killian, the girl remembered and will not forget it again. No matter how cowardly and pathetic these parasites shine, no matter how they tremble before Layla. She is a representative of her emperor's will. Layla is the representative of the emperor, which means that any disrespect towards her becomes disrespect towards his majesty. And this cannot be allowed. The girl was filled with confidence that she was in the right place, and Layla was now responsible for her honor. And the emperor's honor, everyone in the hall froze. The Marquis immediately greeted the venomous Lady Tevessa. He immediately realized that the girl was not coming in her uniform. Layla is grateful to the affectionate Marquis for his gift, but it happened that the main character spilled tea on him during dinner. The girl is very clumsy and apologizes for such an inconvenience. The Marquis was shocked by the heroine's disobedience. Layla apologizes. How could this happen? Shock gave way to anger. Marquis Jayton turned around. Why did Valdir get so angry? The Minister of Foreign Affairs did not give up. But how dare she disobey? The delegation from Natcha is about to arrive. Don't let that ruin the atmosphere here. Valdir clenched his fists furiously like a child, whose whims are not answered by his parents. He let the minister sit down and calm down. It was incredibly pleasant, and the minister's face was so angry that they had been dealing with a degenerate until now. But you cannot deprive other insignificant tyrants of attention. All the seats at the table were already occupied before the meeting. Only one place remained in the distance, otherwise the girl would have taken it quietly. But not now. The main character approached the place she would like to occupy slowly and calmly. Viscount Malpin was sitting there. Layla stood in front of the Viscount and expressed to him that this place was for her and that Malpin should allow her to yield it to Madame. This is why this place is for Lady Tebessa. Do not have illusions about the status of the Countess. Of course, if you are specifically based on status, then it is higher. However, the main character came here as a representative of His Majesty's will. And his deputy. According to the law of their empire, the title of Cardin prevails over status, and the title of a girl is many times higher than the title of Viscount. And this meeting should not be an exception, is that right? At that moment, the doors to the hall opened, and the diplomatic delegation of the Natcha Kingdom entered the room. Diana Adrian immediately froze at the door when she saw Layla in front of her. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened. Among the numerous ignorant blockheads at the head of the table, and despite their looks of disgust, Madame Tevessa was sitting. The sight was astonishing, and so bold that people will talk about it for a long time. Layla felt great. Diana Adrian looked incredibly amazed. The girl really did not give the impression of seriousness. Well, this place rightfully belongs to Layla. Whoever disagrees with this disagrees with the laws of the Cardin Empire. And I also disagree with the decision made by His Majesty and his will. And this is already high treason. Diana Adrian sat not far from the heroine and asked if the girl would participate in the meeting that would take place in 2 days. An overwhelming silence immediately ensued. Numerous pompous and uniformed ignoramuses froze and listened. Marquis Valdir began to clear his throat, intending to insert himself into the conversation between the two ladies and answer in place of the main character. But the girl gave him no chance to try to intervene and be heard. That's it. Layla will be present. When the dinner with the representatives of the Natcha Kingdom ended, the offended Marquis called the main character. What was the upstart thinking? Let Valdir explain to her immediately. The girl will keep pretending not to understand. How can you come to a meeting of your own accord? Layla doesn't know that it is the Minister of Foreign Affairs who chooses who will be there. And who won't. Of course, everyone knows, and the Marquis persistently does not let anyone forget it. But the girl has an order from His Majesty, or the idiot decided to defy him. The Marquis had the pitiful look of a protester with inevitability. He shouted that the girl should refuse the meeting. The Marquis apparently did not understand. Once again, the girl asks a question to the injured blockhead. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is going to act against the will of his emperor. The goal of the main character's mission is to participate in diplomatic negotiations to demonstrate her skills. And the pathetic whims of an ignorant turkey are not taken into account. If Marquis Valdir is so eager to stop the heroine, let him immediately send a request and receive approval from His Majesty. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was withdrawn from the race. Layla did an incredible job. Diana talked about this girl. She is very worried. How interesting. But by her appearance, one cannot say that there is power hidden in her. Diana's uncle simply does not pay attention. So why, in this case, did the delegation of the Natcha Kingdom agree to have dinner? It was more profitable not to go, it was too boring. The main character has gone too far, and this will definitely become an obstacle. Which is why Diana considers her an obstacle. The Viscountess turned to her uncle and calmly told him that she still hadn't noticed Layla's interference. Whether this girl is a stone or a boulder, today they will forget and check tomorrow. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking about a strategy to carry out diplomatic negotiations. Layla was not yet familiar with all the representatives of the Natcha Kingdom. But it was necessary to pay close attention to Diana Adrian. It was necessary to think through all possible ramifications of the diplomatic debate. To avoid falling into a trap, Diana is extremely intelligent. The young representative of His Majesty's will, a servant of the Hayton house. He brought her a bird, a messenger from the emperor. The blue-feathered chick didn't have much magical mana this time, so it was only enough for 10 minutes of communication. The blue-feathered chick sat on the girl's desk, the Imperial Palace Communications Department. You must give your name and position. Layla Tevessa, representative of His Majesty's will and deputy, wishes to speak with the emperor. The caller's identity is being verified. She will be contacted later by Layla. Then His Majesty's voice sounded. What kind of uncertainty and confusion is in the main character's voice? She contacted Killian herself, but did not expect the emperor to answer her so quickly. Well, it happened that His Majesty answered Layla next to the emperor. There was a breathless signalman. Judging by the calm voice of the young heroine, nothing bad happened. It is really so noticeable it is always noticed. The protagonist is an incredibly sincere girl. Her face and voice always reveal her true intentions and feelings. Madame Tevessa contacted His Majesty for a reason. Negotiations will come very soon. She needs to ask something. The emperor was completely attentive. Killian was clearly happy that the girl's voice finally sounded confident. Finally, the right question was asked of him, how far she could go during a diplomatic dinner. His Majesty smiled. Clever girl. This is exactly the law that he wanted to rescue from within. Exactly as much as she herself wanted. Thus came the day of the conference with the diplomatic delegation of the Natcha Kingdom. The ambassadors were already sitting opposite each other in the meeting room. The head of the Natcha Kingdom representatives held a piece of paper in his hands. All they needed was the land of Khan Island. Marquis Valdir even grimaced in indignation upon hearing such an outrageous demand. Natcha hopes that Cardan will not be offended by such a request. Here the head of the delegation's niece, Diana Adrian, also spoke up and added that they only want to reclaim their lands. The Minister of Foreign Affairs clarified if the Natcha Kingdom really considers Khan Island's lands theirs. That's exactly what it is. Diana Adrian stood up from her seat, setting the desired tone for the diplomatic negotiations. And the game began. Natcha is an alliance. 700 years ago, this alliance was called Randall and consisted of 7 islands. Its leaders united, becoming the basis of the current kingdom. At the time of the alliance's creation, Khan belonged to Randall, and here is the proof. Diana Adrian brought evidence to the diplomatic negotiations in the form of a document confirming her words. There is also the opinion of an expert that the seal belongs to the head of the Khan territory of that time. But there is no reason to consider the document authentic. They have proof before them, so Natcha expects to be honest if they want to question this. Let them prove that this document is fake. Surely the political representatives of their empire know very well under what circumstances Khan approached Cardan. They say that the head of Khan was seriously ill and bedridden. His uncle took advantage of the moment and sold the lands to the Cardan Empire, receiving his share. This story is very famous and comes up every time Khan mentions how long it took the Cardan delegation to reach Hayton. As the diplomat knows, the representatives traveled by carriages, crossing mountains and villages which took 5 days. But from the side of the Natcha Kingdom, the journey takes 3 days. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was paralyzed with bewilderment. The Cardan Empire neglected Khan Island, so the lands passed to be pirated. It will be easier for the kingdom to take care of them. Moreover, the Natcha Kingdom knows that after a long war, the empire is simply not capable of governing Khan. The minister roared. This is a declaration and contempt for Cardan. Not even sending a fleet will solve the deep-rooted problem without great expense and loss of life. Consideration for the safety and compassion for those living on Khan Island will be important. But there is no reason for the empire to waste resources and time on something like this. Natcha is not trying to claim ownership. It is simply trying to convey that this is being done for navigation safety. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, who came here with absolutely clear intentions. And he has already started to doubt them. Let them listen to the kingdom. The main character calmly and confidently said that the Kardon Empire cannot transfer the lands of Khan to the Nacha kingdom. The ambassadors of both diplomatic missions instantly fell silent and looked at the young representative of the emperor. The Minister of Foreign Affairs gritted his teeth in indignation. What the hell? She opened her mouth, but no one paid attention to anyone. That's why the empire still cannot cede lands to the kingdom. Layla understands that there must be good reasons for refusal. Of course, these reasons exist the protagonist. She also brought materials that serve as justification for a fair refusal. Diana Adrian angrily took the girl's documents in her hands. Her entire delegation froze, waiting for her opinion. Nacha, a member of the kingdom's diplomatic mission, nervously read every word of Layla's documents. The Minister of Foreign Affairs roared what kind of materials the lady was bringing. That's what he thought. This pompous monster didn't even look at the documentation that the girl prepared so diligently. And yet, these papers will change the course of these negotiations. As written in the newspapers, the Randall Alliance is an alliance created by the aristocrats of the Kardon Empire who settled there 900 years ago. The aristocrats ended up there due to a shipwreck and finally organized settlements. There, the Kardon Empire was the origin of the alliance. Therefore, the documentation and the right to own the lands of Khan Island make no sense. It would be more honest if Nacha became part of the empire. How could Diana challenge this with something? The representative of the kingdom, Nacha, was already openly nervous in effect. The alliance was founded by the empire, but the situation is much more complicated. When the country of Kardon took Khan, which already belonged to the alliance, Salmon roared that Khan had legally come to the empire. The excited ambassador referred to a legal proceeding that the Khan chief knew nothing about in general. It was an illegal sale. Salmon immediately faltered and couldn't squeeze out anything intelligible, a bunch of brainless cretins. And how much pomposity! Kardon at least understands the losses the kingdom is suffering due to pirates having settled there. And it is becoming increasingly difficult for him to trade with other countries. That is why the Nacha kingdom, with good intentions, wanted to take on tasks that the empire could not cope with. The main character sighed calmly. So be it, the Nacha kingdom will receive Khan Island. Everyone turned to Layla. Here, none of the imaginary men were ashamed to show their emotions. Every one of them did not understand at all what was happening now. Then the girl looked straight and openly at Diana Adrian. There was steel and firmness in her gaze. But in return, the Kardon Empire will cease all trade activities with the Nacha kingdom until all pirates are exterminated. The entire opposing diplomatic group froze in horror. The main character now threatens the kingdom under no circumstances. As the Viscountess said, the empire is facing a difficult post-war period. Perhaps Nacha wants to lend their ships to accompany the Kardon ships. As this was necessary until the pirate problem was resolved, the kingdom's delegation immediately fell silent. Diana Adrian was at a loss. Her entire group believed that her success was just a formality. With such ministers of the empire, Khan would have been theirs today, but this girl. At first, this girl seemed to the Viscountess like an easy obstacle to be pushed around by her own people. But now it is clear what her appearance concealed. The main character calmly and confidently continued her thought, but there is one more proposal. Madame Adrian immediately blurted out that her delegation was ready to meet him. The rest waited in fear and silence. The pirates have established a base on Khan Island and are interfering with both the local residents of those lands and trade processes. Therefore, the Kardon Emperor expects the Nacha kingdom to lend its naval power. That is, an offer an alliance with Kardon. What is the benefit for the kingdom? If Nacha helps get rid of the pirates, then a trade base will be organized on Khan that they can use. To compensate for the damage suffered by their country, the export tax on grain will be reduced for 10 years. And the purchase limit will be increased. All members of both diplomatic missions stared fixedly at Layla, grain exporter. Where this information came from? The Nacha kingdom is forced to import half of its food products, since its production is affected by unfavorable conditions and climate. It was for this reason that the kingdom tried so eagerly to seize Khan Island that they needed to have a base there, so they could use it to import goods to other countries. The main character punished all the participants. No one dared to whisper a word. No one expected such cold and indestructible strength in her. But it was enough to read the documents not to show inconsistency now, and these are political luminaries. It's a pity. Diana Adrian was boiling with anger. This girl understood from the beginning why the kingdom needed Khan. The uncle saw that his niece had nothing to answer and tried to focus on the stupid Marquis Valdir. But Madame Tevisa did not allow this to be done. This question is for the representative of the emperor's will. Are you willing to accept His Majesty's offer? The diplomatic negotiation table of the two political delegations was empty. The meeting was over. The Marquis, of course, could not admit his uselessness. What was the point of Layla mocking the ambassadors? The girl is glad that the Marquis appreciated her skills. But all materials on this subject were personally handed over to his assistant Valdir. The Minister of Foreign Affairs shouted at the young assistant, "This girl is not telling the truth. Let him answer immediately." The young man turned white with fear, but generally Layla really handed over these documents. And the head assistant called them useless and threw them away. Everything went dark in the Marquis's eyes. A cold sweat ran down his face. He opened his mouth in surprise, his assistant Dylan. Valdir was incredibly angry at his son and disappointed in him, but the Marquis would not curse him, since he adored his hereditarily stupid son. Well, it seems that all misunderstandings between the Empire and the kingdom have been resolved. So it is time to say goodbye. The main character turned around. The Viscountess stood in front of her and smiled. Although they lost, recognition and respect were visible in their eyes. The personal assistant assumed that the kingdom needed Khan to open a trade route. But he did not think that they would go so far. How did Madame Tevisa guess everything? The emperor did not know. They had very little time. Baron of Rond roared that he needed to know all the details, his passion for new knowledge. Even under the yoke of work. It was impressive. Bear suggested simply burning all these mountains of documents. The emperor laughed. This would not reduce the work. His Majesty received a feathered messenger loaded with magical mana and received a call. Hilton was patrolling near Layla's mansion. The captain reported that Duke Williot had appeared at the house. Curiously, this idiot forgot again after a public refusal. The captain did not know. However, this idiot is extremely aggressive and makes a lot of noise. He promises to forcibly enter the building if the girl does not come out. The emperor guessed that this cretin would do something like this, but this simply goes beyond all limits. What to do with the Duke? You must call the guards to restrain the madman and then continue monitoring the territory. His Majesty ordered to find out how things were going in Layla's mansion. There should be an impeccable security system there. As a personal assistant moves in the orphanage, the paperwork is so well organized that it is a pleasure to work with it. Here are the documents on the current progress. Everything is great, but His Majesty does not receive the temple, who is worried that he will stop receiving donations from the Empire. The issue is very delicate. We will have to closely monitor the situation. This will be resolved when Layla returns. Baron of Rond really wanted to do everything before the girl arrived. But it turned out to be a difficult task. Therefore, we will have to finalize the issue of the protagonist based on the results of her return to the capital. His Majesty felt Layla's absence in an unusually melancholic way. He waited for the girl to return to fill the emptiness of this place. There were many clearly defined feelings inside the emperor, but Killian could not yet comprehend them. Everything needed time. To be honest, without Layla's participation, the negotiations would have been unbearably boring. But never fun. Layla made a great impression on the first day, so now, even without the girl's presence, the negotiations are going well. Diana wondered if Madame Tevisa was really not going to continue appearing in diplomatic meetings. But the protagonist just smiled in a good mood. She already achieved what she came here for, and the formality can now be handed over to the hyenas. Let Lady Tevisa rethink that. If word gets out that the Minister of Foreign Affairs disgraced himself in front of another country, it will affect the image of the empire. Therefore, it is better to leave Layla's action a secret. The girl has no intention of accepting such a thing. If Lady Tebesu is so concerned about the evaluation of others, then she might not care at all. Her Grace Marquis Valdir will praise the girl in front of Duke Gillant, and everyone will win. Of course, this was delayed. Her fame will now go beyond the borders of her empire. The girl has already given her answer. It seems the lady does not care about the reputation of her empire. There is no patriotism in it. He humiliates her again and calls her lady. But that's okay, soon all these idiots will come to an agreement. From the beginning, it was necessary to approach this issue responsibly and familiarize oneself with the materials prepared in advance. Layla will not change her mind, so let them hand over the 6, and this issue will be categorically closed. The man jumped up from his seat, trying to stop the departing lady. Lady Tevisa, lady, let her remember this well. Let the narrow-minded gentleman repeat this every day until he starts addressing Layla without mistakes. Leaving the meeting room door, the girl met the owner of this estate in the corridor. Marquis Hayton. The Marquis apologizes for bothering the young lady and asks her to give him some time. The 6 open their mouths. Of course, the estate owner knew that the heroine played a key role in the negotiations. Even though the case was obviously lost. The girl said she was just lucky, but luck is only had by those who have outstanding abilities. And according to Marquis Hatton, the Cardin Empire is very lucky to have such a representative. He is impressed. Moreover, Marquis Hayton really hopes that the girl will continue to defend the interests of her state. The protagonist was very proud of herself for the first time. Someone other than Emperor Iber recognized her. If a girl remains brave and confident, she will not stray from the intended path. But she will be able to conquer many more people. The girl thanked Marquis Hatton with all her heart and soul for his honesty and recognition. The Marquis was stunned and carefully examined the girl what was the country's reaction to her gratitude. Then the eyes of the estate owner opened, his eyebrows raised. Why is the man suddenly so surprised? The interlocutor apologized for his question and clarified if the girl had an escort. And she didn't have one. Marquis Hatton was focused on something, and, looking at the floor, maybe this was due to his character. And how old will the girl be this year? Dayla will turn 24. Well, the girl is still too young to give up after failure. We are talking about breaking off the engagement or something like that. For a proper person, this is considered tactlessness, but for nobles it becomes a habit. It is stupidity to take offense. Since Layla has no barriers in communication, the Marquis would like to introduce her to a suitable person. Well, that's all. That is too much to violate personal boundaries, Layla thanked, but she only follows her feelings. If she and the Marquis had already talked about everything, then the girl would already want to leave. She has plans, of course. The Marquis cannot distract such a serious person. The girl said goodbye and wished him a good day. The owner of the estate was very depressed because it was a great idea. His family clan could use such an outstanding person, a girl who was truly worth her weight in gold. Here the Marquis's eyes opened again. You cannot just give up, it is customary to fight for any treasure. The head of the Katona family called his butler, and the servant arrived immediately. Marquis Hayton ordered his servant to immediately find his second son and bring Alder to him. Meanwhile, the maid in the main character's room shrieked with joy and covered her mouth with her hands. How beautiful the young lady is. Her new luxurious dress perfectly highlights her dark eyes and hair, as well as her pale, dappled skin. Iria stood behind her mistress and began to arrange her long hair. Her dress was perfect for a dinner. It was a gift from Marquis Hatton. The maid worked hard to create the right hairstyle for her lady's look. The hair was done. The girl was confused about which jewelry her lordship would choose to wear. The jewelry had already been presented by Marquis Valdir, so she did not want to touch them. By the way, the protagonist wore a necklace with a spirit stone that His Majesty gave her. The choice was obvious. Layla no longer needed any other jewelry, only a necklace from Killian. The necklace with the magical stone was incredibly beautiful and perfectly completed Lady Tevessa's festive look. Then someone knocked on the main character's bedroom door. The girl got up from her chair. Who else was there? Alder Houghton entered her room in a luxurious festive suit. What is this obsessed idiot doing here? Madame Tevessa looked inquiringly at the uninvited guest. Something happened at the Houghton estate. In front of the main character appeared a beautiful and delicate bouquet of fragrant crimson roses, dusty peonies, and meadow flowers. Not at all everything is fine at the Houghton estate. Everyone is preparing for dinner. Alder Hatton came here to accompany the young lady. His father, Marquis Hatton, urgently told his son to accompany Layla. Marquis Hatton ordered his son to become an escort. His intentions are clear. He wants to pair the heroine with his second son. It won't be very difficult to guess his intentions after those words. He really believes that this worried idiot suits him. Layla doesn't think so. The main character persistently repeats that the girl does not need an escort at all. So Alder doesn't have to waste time in vain. Alder Cotton began to advance and approach the girl. Layla rolled her eyes and slammed the door in his face. The second son of Marquis Hatton stared with a stony face and cruel gaze at the closed door. Then a cunning and menacing smile appeared on his face, which clearly foreshadowed something not good. Well, Alder Cotton will withdraw for now. But this is not the end for the young lady. Then he threw the bouquet on the floor and walked away. A female voice cheerfully called Madame Tevessa behind her. Wow! Absolute beauty. Madame Adrienne looked at the main character with admiration. It was impossible to look away. If it were a man, he would fall in love immediately. The girl covered her mouth with her hand. Layla can say the same about Diana. What an impressive and daring dress she is wearing. Diana Adrienne will happily give something similar to Leda next time. The heroine is very grateful, but it is unlikely to suit her. What is the main character talking about? A dress like that would suit her even better. The conversation between the two beautiful ladies was interrupted by the masculine voice of the owner of the Hatton estate. Madame Tevessa is here already. The ladies greeted Marquis Hatton coldly. The man noticed the elegant beauty of both young ladies. Marquis Hatton began searching for his unfortunate son nearby. He was definitely directing him towards Layla. The girl really came alone to dinner. That's it, Alder really came to see her. But she refused. Why did the girl refuse Alder again? Did he dare to be rude or do something bad? Diana flew towards Layla. Only the Viscountess was the first to volunteer to accompany her. So Diana apologizes. Alder was apparently rejected precisely by her, since the girls had agreed before. So everything is in order. Then let the main character agree to give her son at least the first dance at a dinner. Well, what is it? Usually the first dance at a festive event is danced with a relative or lover. But if the main character continues to refuse, this can be considered an insult to the Marquis. Coincides Layla. Marquis Hatton was very pleased with the lady's consent. It was the right decision. He left and wished a good time. Diana Adrienne was surprised. The girl clearly doesn't like Alder. That's all true, but it doesn't matter whether she likes him or not. Of course she does. The girl is obliged to reject this idiot, but how can she go against the Marquis? Confident and calm, the main character is His Majesty's beloved, Layla froze. Madame Tevessa blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. What the Viscountess just said was so inconvenient. Diana Adrienne noticed the girl's reaction. Clearly something was wrong. What happened? Layla doesn't know why she thought that. But Layla is a personal assistant. She and the Emperor do not have that kind of interaction. Diana really thought that all the time. The protagonist was annoyed and embarrassed. She didn't expect Diana to be stereotypical. Layla will go greet the other guests and let the Viscountess have a good evening. Diana Adrienne said nothing bad apparently. Rumors about her connection with the emperor had already spread beyond Cardin. But here it is very important to understand why the Viscountess was so polite and kind to her, because she respects her. Or she considers her the emperor's mistress. Layla's difficult and unpleasant thoughts were interrupted by a familiar and disgusting male voice. And repugnant. This is where Madame Tevez's hides, and Raldor was looking for her everywhere. So quickly, the girl escaped from him for dinner. Then the arrogant and pompous brat offered his hand to the main character. Layla barely suppressed her nauseous reflex. Let the girl honor Lord Oldor and allow him to be her first dance partner. After which the vile bastard approached the girl and whispered in her ear that this time she had better not refuse. The main character took a deep breath and closed her eyes. This worried monster is right. If the girl refuses him, she will personally insult Marquis Hatton. Layla offered her hand. Live music sounded, and Madame Tebessa and the second son of Marquis Hatton began to dance in the center of the hall. The worried bastard did not take his eyes off Layla. The girl dances wonderfully. Alder is not bad either. The pompous turkey is glad that the heroine noticed this. Alder is indeed strong in dance styles. Then, the little, unpleasant snake's hand slid over the main character's shoulder blades down to her waist. Finally, the music ended, and the girl immediately broke free from the tenacious grip of this idiot. And she bowed. The main character started moving away quickly from the annoying young man. Alder managed to call her. Doesn't Layla want something cool to drink after such a hot dance? Alder called the servant. The pompous idiot already had 2 glasses of golden champagne in his hands. How did he get the girl? Alder did not give up. The girl was probably thirsty. Let her take her glass. Layla refused. The worried monster winked at the heroine and promised to leave immediately if the girl agreed to drink with him. The main character looked at the insolent man with contempt. Alder really promises to leave immediately after this. Clinging to someone is not his style at all. Alder glanced at his father next to him, but Layla should understand. Although Marquis Hayton pretended to be having an exciting conversation with the guests, he still looked at his son. Therefore, Alder Hatton suggests that if there is no progress after dancing together and drinking champagne, then the father will stay behind. So that the Hatton family stays behind the main character, the girl will gladly drink. By the way, the second son of Marquis Hayton heard a very fascinating rumor. And delicate about her. Layla, with a serious face, replied that she was not His Majesty's mistress. Alder was surprised. He didn't even have time to say anything. The girl is really very smart. The rumor definitely has no basis, it's all true. People are completely stupid because of idleness. They no longer know how to entertain themselves. Alder Hatton looked at the girl with a far from good and predatory gaze. Well, that's very good if that's the case. The main protagonist walked alone down the corridor. Her head was clouded. She really got drunk so fast. The girl thought she knew how to drink. It was too early, but in this state she should have left dinner. If Layla leaves through the main entrance, the guests will notice. You must slip away unnoticed through the back door. The main character opened the back door of the banquet hall, and a salty breeze immediately hit her face. The girl froze. An impressive view of the bright and dark waves of the sea under the moon opened up before her. The sea at night looked completely different, simply fantastically beautiful. How wonderful it is to see it every day. The heroine felt both good and bad at the same time. The fog in her mind consumed her mind more and more. Then the butler violated the girl's privacy. He approached the girl on the balcony and called her. Is everything all right with Madame Layla? She looks very confused. The girl covered her face from the blinding light. It was necessary to admit that the heroine was getting worse. Let the servant accompany her to her room. Of course, the protagonist already had difficulty orienting herself in the hallway. Her mind was clouded. What is wrong with her body? You cannot faint. You have to stay conscious until she is in her room. Captain Hilton was sitting on the roof of the luxurious estate, like a shadow, watching what was happening. The faithful lord told the emperor that Katin's second son was obsessed with Layla, that his intentions were unclear, and his reputation was very bad. His Majesty immediately fell silent. The captain knew his master well. The emperor made a decision. Let Hilton watch Layla and force the idiot to stop if he does anything wrong. What exactly will Hiltina have to stop? Absolutely everything the girl won't like. The emperor decided to clarify by understanding that the captain must not allow the heroine's body to be touched without her consent. This worried monster was still at the party. Strangely, the vacation somehow dragged on too long. The emperor has a bad feeling. Keep your eyes on the girl. Captain Hilton understood everything. The imperial spy silently jumped from the roof of the estate onto the balcony to improve visibility. The captain looked intently out the window of the banquet hall and began searching with his gaze for Madame Tevessa. But the girl was nowhere to be seen. How could he miss her? She was right here before his eyes. There is a crowd of guests and staff around. The guests continue to relax, but Layla is nowhere to be found. If she really went to the bathroom, but no one passed towards the main building, halting would have noticed. But how then did the girl manage to leave the banquet hall without showing herself in front of the gentleman? If the main character really left through the back doors, then it is understandable why the captain did not catch her leaving. Meanwhile, the protagonist was lying on the bed. Her body had no strength left. She was weak and did not listen to him. The girl absolutely did not understand anything, where she was, what was happening to her. Then the heroine danced at a banquet in the common room, then suddenly got drunk. And the butler accompanied her to her room. Apparently, Layla immediately fell asleep upon arriving in the bedroom. Then a squeaky voice was heard. The girl was preparing to go to sleep again. The main character immediately cheered up. She was not alone in the room. What the hell was going on here? What ignorant person dared to enter the mistress's bedroom at such a late hour? Layla is mistaken. This is not her bedroom at all. This voice was well known to her, vile and impudent. The girl clenched her teeth. Is it really that worried madman from Hayton? How dare he? The young lady understood everything correctly. This is his bedroom. How come this room is not hers? This cannot be. The girl could not go to someone else's room. But why is the main character in the Marquis's son's room? The girl remembers exactly what she asked the servant to take to her room. Layla apologized. The butler clearly messed something up. She asked to be taken to her room and not someone else's. The protagonist collected her thoughts and got off the Marquis's son's bed. It was time for her to return to her room. But then the vile degenerate grabbed the main character's hand, and what does this monster allow himself to do? Then the scoundrel abruptly pushed the girl towards him, squeezing her and twisting her arms tightly. What does this degenerate think of himself? He has nothing to lose, or he is tired of living. Let the girl be kind to him. After which the vile monster carelessly threw the girl onto his bed. Layla was still weak and could not defend herself completely. The main character is the emperor's deputy. Aldor is completely stupid and does not understand that not only will his head be cut off. Aldor laughed heartily. The girl was really going to tell his majesty about this, of course, to see how his head flew off his shoulders. In this case, the main character will very quickly lose her favorite position. That's bad luck. Let the girl think for herself whether the emperor will need such an imperfect woman. Aldor doubts that the emperor will believe the girl's words, because it was she who entered the Marquis's son's room. You can tell the emperor. Together they will see who he will trust more, Layla's brother also said. That terrible day, Andante also tried to rape Layla and announced that he was not afraid of being caught. Because no one would believe her. It is possible that His Majesty will also act against the main character, like all of them then. And not believe her. Well, the Marquis's son hasn't done anything yet, and Layla has already started crying. What nonsense. No matter how much she pretends to be strong, the girl is only a child and is needed for only one thing. Then a pendant with a magic artifact appeared before the girl's eyes. And the spirit stone began to shine. The emperor always believed in Layla, in her words and actions, and he himself risked his position for her. Killian is nothing like all these pathetic monsters. He is truly special in every way. The main character activated the magic spirit stone on her necklace and launched the transformation. The first blow hit the geek's jaw. With the second blow, the girl threw the insignificant worm against the wall. The Marquis's son clearly did not expect it. Then a squeaky voice was heard in the hallway, which worriedly called for Madame Tevessa. Evidently, they were looking for the girl. Madame Adrian and Captain Hilton burst into the vile monster's bedroom. The girl was saved. Movement began in the room of the estate owner. The butler stood with a candle in front of his marquee. Strangers must not enter. The butler must ensure that there is no confusion. At the feet of his father, the vile and degenerate Captain, who had been tied up by Captain Hilton. He lay and shouted furiously. The Marquis realized that his feeling of being followed arose precisely because of the Lord. He never expected the legendary Hilton to visit them. So now is the time to explain what is happening here. Diana hugged the main character in a blanket. Hilton smiled at Aldor. The vile degenerate shouted in a heartbreaking voice to his father that the poor boy had just been kidnapped and humiliated. His second son returned to his bedroom in the middle of the party, and Madame Tevessa was already lying there. After all, they drank and danced with her, so the monster thought the atmosphere was right. But he was accused of violence. Layla shouted that she clearly refused this scoundrel, but Aldor deliberately ignored her and mocked her. This geek deliberately tried to act against the main character's will. A blatant lie. The girl had no reason to enter his room if she didn't want to, thought the Marquis. This is a true statement. The girls stared dumbfounded at the estate owner. What is true here? The main character ended up in his son's room against her will. A servant took her there when she was in a bad state. But the result was the same. The girl lay drunk in his son's room. Here anyone could take this as a proposal. Let the main character point out the butler who took her to his son's room. In this case, they will interrogate the butler and find out his intentions. The girl could not remember his face. Layla cannot recall the face of this employee. Diana Adrian understood immediately, poor girl. In this case, Marquis Hayton suggests taking everything as a misunderstanding, since there is no one to blame. Is this not the best option for the girl herself, as a noble lady would want to get involved in such a scandal? The little Miss Rat bared her teeth with satisfaction. She relied on her inviolability and Layla's vulnerability. Diana was simply furious at what this idiot was saying. Let the girl not interfere. She does not know the laws of a foreign country. And finally, the main character realized that Marquis Hayton knew everything from the beginning. This scum acted according to his orders. It was the Marquis who planned everything. He persuaded her to dance with the geek, drugged her, and fired the servant. There is no misunderstanding here. This is a clearly planned crime. And there can be no talk of peace until the entire family of pathetic degenerates sincerely repents for what they have done. If Layla will continue to insist that Aldor is to blame for everything, and he blames her, the Marquis himself will be able to check that he is right. It is interesting how the main character decided to prove that she was right, elementary. They will meet in court. It is very simple. The Emperor's representative will submit his pardon and request to the Divine Court. The Divine Court is the last resort used to obtain confessions from malicious criminals. This trial is no different from mental torture. It is incredibly cruel. But at the same time, it is the most effective method. The Marquis humiliatingly called Layla lady. She is really willing to do such a thing for his whims. This looks like a threat towards his family clan. There wasn't even such a thought. But since this is the only way, she is ready. And the Catton family clan is ready to take responsibility for what they did after the truth is revealed. The vile degenerate immediately turned pale. He was not at all prepared to go through this torment. He is cowardly and weak. His father immediately silenced his son. If so, everyone will unanimously appeal to the Divine Court. So, at the estate of Marquis Hatton, there were 2 horse-drawn carriages waiting for their travelers. The Viscountess looked into the distance with a heavy heart and eyes. Today's incident was hard for her. Diana Adrian called Layla. She was very worried about the young heroine, whom they had beaten so much. Madame Adrian approached the girl with concern. She would not dissuade her from her intentions. Diana wants to return safely with Layla. The Viscountess has something to tell her upon arrival. Of course, the heroine received very pleasant words of support and affection in her direction, especially from the girl now. The doors of the Divine Court opened, and inside stood white-robed officials waiting for the accused. Just let his son do everything right. The Marquis walked confidently towards the servants. Alder had no confidence at all. He incessantly defeated his father, but the Marquis remained unshaken. Everything is fine, his son has done nothing wrong, there is nothing to worry about, his confidence is confusing. Since there is a series of consequences after the divine trial, the ministers recommend resolving the conflict through dialogue here in the temple. If this had been possible, they simply would not have come here, and the decision remains the same. Young Lord Hayton is of the same opinion. His father spoke for the cowardly monster, of course. Then nothing can be done against the process of the divine trial. They will prepare everything. Only 2 will be able to be present. The rest must remain outside the temple. 2 young people were sitting in the hall of the sacred temple. The ministers stood next to them and ordered them to close their eyes. The protagonist took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Everything will be fine because it is not her fault at all. The holy minister told the young lady not to worry about anything. What does this strange thing mean? The divine court is declared open. Layla closed her eyes, and indeed it seems the trial is starting. Thorns' crowns were placed on the young people, and blindfolds were put on their eyes. The main character still felt nothing. And then the pathetic coward began to scream heartbreakingly. It's all Alder's fault. Let it stop immediately. What's wrong with him? The trial hasn't even started yet. The girl immediately stood up from her seat. The priest asked if the accused was ready to confess everything. Alder Catton shouted heartbreakingly to the whole temple and assured that the monster would confess everything. That it was his fault. Alder was drunk and did so many things, but he didn't know how to fix it, and that's why he lied. What nonsense! A vile worm crawls on the floor and begs Madame Tevesse for forgiveness. He is not ready to live through all this torment. Alalo crawled to the girl's feet and bowed at her feet. Let her forgive him. The pathetic coward could not stand the pressure. Marquis Hayton froze with a stone face. Captain Hilton didn't let him have a single step, having his own conjectures. Insignificant Alder sobbed and shouted, his body shaking and trembling. The Marquis did not understand what was happening to his son, and why Lady Tebessa was fine, unless she needed to undergo the divine trial. In fact, the divine trial has not even started. It's just that his son, a pathetic coward, got scared of the pain and decided to confess everything. And now the main question, young Alder, did he plan everything himself or did he get help? The Marquis ordered him to stop. His son is in shock now. Then let the divine trial continue. Layla needs evidence, but not this. Alder will tell everything. The vile little snake cried out between sobs that he would not be responsible for the actions of others. He was not alone. Marquis Catton immediately ordered his son to shut up, to close his mouth immediately. Or he will end up. The girl got her due, admits the Marquis. His son is guilty, and this is where they will end this situation. So be it, the main character understood the truth and scared the culprit to death. And his father will remember that Layla must not be touched. The main character wanted to clarify something with the priest. The temple servant nodded approvingly. What happened to the vile monster before the divine trial? Alder, of course, is a pathetic coward. But there was something else. The priest smiled affably at the young lady and said that he would not reveal this secret to Madame Tevesse. But he can afford to add that the main character is accompanied by a very good gentleman. In the royal carriage, the bewildered Layla and the focused knight captain. Hilton rode in silence. The protagonist decided to turn to her savior and thank him because the captain protected her the whole time. After all, Hilton did not save the girl for the first time. The knight reproached himself and said that this time he did not have time to come to the rescue in time. The knight captain apologizes to the main character for his mistake. Hilton bowed his head in front of her. Layla raised her hands in surprise, so the captain apologized. Hilton saved her so many times, and this is the most important thing. His Majesty ordered to execute anyone who touched the girl without his permission. Layla froze in shock. Did Emperor Cardan really give such an order? The captain shook his head approvingly. But why go that far? We are talking about depriving a person of life. This would already be murder. The main character began to recall that day. Captain Hilton was already ready to draw his sword. But Diana stopped him. Layla would not want anyone to die despite the injustice. This is too much, so let the captain not do this, please. But this was an order from her emperor. Hilton disobeyed him anyway. The knight was worried that he was discrediting His Majesty's honor. The girl sincerely regrets that Hilton had to go against the emperor's order because of her. But she will not change her mind. Besides, the girl sees that the knight captain himself does not want to kill people. Halden froze nervously. The captain immediately covered his face with a gloved hand. His eyes burned from what he was doing. The girl froze, alarmed. The main character had already asked her savior for help, but he refused. In the hated Houghton estate, the girl was immediately met by Arilla. She had already heard that something terrible happened at the party. She was very sorry. The maid was waiting to hear an explanation from the young lady about what happened. But how could she tell Arilla such a thing? Layla smiled in a good mood. Everything is fine. Just a small incident, but it will be difficult to keep this topic quiet after so much noise. When the main character returned to the Marquis's estate, Kot himself immediately ran out to meet Layla. The parade of hypocrisy begins, but in front of her was the instigator of this whole incident, who was willing to sacrifice his son. Marquis Cotton apologizes for his son. It was not always like this. They will be taught a lesson. By the way, does the Marquis really expect Layla to keep this incident a secret from everyone? Let the girl keep this misunderstanding a secret, even from the Emperor. Of course, because there is always a reputation. It would be great to show the true face of the geeks of the Hayton family. But then the heroine herself will be criticized. It will only get worse if His Majesty becomes famous. So be it, Layla will remain silent. This terrible day finally came to an end. The perpetrators were identified and punished in their own way. How tired the protagonist is. How much more will she have to endure the blow? How much more pain and humiliation will she have to overcome? The girl definitely couldn't sleep today. She did not feel safe, and her feelings gave her no peace. Apparently, she won't be able to get enough sleep for a while, but everything has just started to get better. But why can't all these vile and vicious people just leave Layla alone and simply give her a chance to live? The protagonist was sitting on her bed. Layla looked very sick. Her eyes were worried. A maid entered her room with a tray. The light in Layla's bedroom was on all night, and the lady couldn't sleep. After something like that, it's impossible to sleep normally. Consciousness reacts to every whisper, taking it as a threat. Arilla left a tray. There was a cup and a teapot on it, and the maid prepared delicious tea. And strong for her mistress. The tea was made of chamomile, so it was supposed to promote pleasant sleep. The aroma was fresh and light. The main character immediately remembered the main maid of the estate after the Duke's death. And the Duchess. She prepared chamomile tea for Layla to overcome her insomnia. Wiliot's maid always lit lavender candles and fluffed the pillow before bed when something bothered the girl. The maid did everything possible to help the heroine sleep. She will have to write to her upon arrival in the capital. Then someone knocked on Madame Tevez's room, and a familiar female voice was heard, which could only belong to one person. Viscountess Adrienne entered Layla's room. The heroine was surprised, and the maid immediately faltered. Diana sat in the chair next to Madame Tevez's bed. How did Layla feel after yesterday? The girl had not yet had time to tell anything, and Diana was very worried about her. Aldor admitted everything was fine. The Viscountess is happy to hear this. The girl was truly inspired and seemed relaxed. Since this matter with the scoundrel is closed, will the main character be able to dedicate some time to the Viscountess? Diana was truly worried about Layla, but there was another reason for her visit here. Diana Adrian bowed her head and apologized for her thoughtless and offensive words. She did not have this opinion of the girl at all. Layla didn't immediately understand what it was about. So many events happened yesterday that she couldn't even fit them all in her head. So the heroine was really annoyed by Diana's confidence, but not now. In a difficult moment, Madame believed her, so everything is fine. The Viscountess was looking for information about Madame Tevez before the trip. Everyone said that the girl had become the Emperor's mistress. Layla is only the Emperor's personal assistant. With such fantastic abilities, it's no wonder. It's a pity they have to part ways already. The girls just started talking, they will see each other again. Diana was thinking hard about something. The main character looked at her inquiringly, and there was an awkward pause. In fact, the Viscountess would like to tell Madame Tevez something else, so that the heroine has something to think about. In the Natsha kingdom, sexism has given way to equality. Diana Adrian is a living example of this. In her state, any capable person can take a place in the government. Talented people are supported, both single and married. It is very difficult for Diana to leave such a brilliant mind to someone who doesn't even want to recognize her. The Viscountess took Layla by the hand. The main character never thought about moving to the Natsha kingdom and finally spreading her strong wings. Layla was completely confused by such an offer. She never in her life thought of moving from her country. She loves her empire, so she is forced to refuse. Diana expected that answer from the girl. She didn't think for a second and immediately refused. It was necessary to simply kidnap the main character and take her with him to the Natsha kingdom. Then the girl would be appreciated. The day of departure for the diplomatic delegation of the Natsha kingdom has arrived. The cargo ships were already waiting for their travelers. On the pier on the shore of the port, 2 representatives of different states stood. The girls said a warm goodbye. Diana Adrian really liked Layla. She left her here with heavy thoughts and offered her a hug. The Viscountess hugged Layla tightly, really hopes that the girl will be happy and appreciated. The main character is a person of exceptional intelligence and honesty, so the girl deserves all the best. Besides, Diana asked to think carefully about her proposal. As long as she is alive, it will be valid. The girl was completely embarrassed. They did not praise her at all, but there was such an attitude that they called the Viscountess aboard the ship. Well, it was time for her. Matters of national importance would not wait for her. Their time was up. Madame Adrian winked at Layla. Do not be sad and remember her more often. The girl will achieve a lot. Diana Adrian waved goodbye. The Viscountess promised to write to the Emperor's deputy. The main character said goodbye to Diana and was frozen in silent stupor. What it was and why it was so pleasant to her soul. The girl spoke about what kind of person she really is, what she deserves, and what she will never tolerate again. There were too many situations in her life where she was humiliated, trampled on, and hurt. So this became the norm for her and was taken for granted. Of course, the prospect of finally being completely free from constant oppression is attractive. Diana Adrian's proposal was very interesting, but the first person the girl thought of was not herself. All her thoughts revolved around Killian. It was unbearable to imagine never seeing him again. Then the girl realized that after that night of judgment, in the Temple of Divine Judgment, she no longer saw the captain. Lord Hilton accompanied the girl in a carriage for the last time on the way back to Hayton Manor. But His Majesty ordered the captain to accompany Layla, which means he must be somewhere nearby. Perhaps the girl simply doesn't notice him. That is the essence of his profession. She stepped out onto the balcony. The main character decided to call Lord Hilton, and the knight captain immediately jumped from the roof like a gust of wind. The girl froze in astonishment. Yes, that's right. They are actually on the 3rd floor. The lady called the captain. Layla timidly replied that she wanted to ask the gentleman if he told the emperor what happened yesterday. Captain Hilton replied that he had not done so yet, but in the future, he would most likely have to. Of course, if His Majesty starts asking questions to the young man, then Hilton will not lie to her. Layla lowered her head. The captain will not violate his loyalty to the emperor, and rightly so. In that case, let Hilton allow her to tell His Majesty everything herself. The captain froze, questioning. Therefore, Madame Tevessa asks the captain to keep this information secret until she tells him herself. Lord Hilton thought and nodded, but Layla understands that she won't be able to wait long, because this is not an easy request. Well, if Layla has no more questions for her bodyguard, then it's Hilton's time. The girl grabbed him by the robe. Actually, the girl had one more request for him: let Hilton stay in her carriage on the way back. That's why the girl cannot tell him the truth, that she wants to save the gentleman from suffering. So it would be more convenient for Hilton to protect her. The main character was with Captain Hilton in front of Marquis Valdir. He wouldn't mind her accompaniment. The once pompous and venomous scoundrel replied in an absolutely lifeless voice that she should do whatever she wanted. Layla thanked the Marquis and was about to leave his office, but Valdir called her. The Marquis could not resist poking the girl. The rot could not be removed from him. As Layla thinks, because the Emperor assigned his captain to her. His Majesty was worried about her safety and justified himself. Everything is true. But this could have been done officially, but His Majesty did not say a word to anyone. Maybe the girl can guess why this happened. The Marquis smiled venomously. Who knows? Maybe soon he will have to bow his head to Layla. The girl blushed. The captain looked at the Cretan with contempt. Baron Bayer clarified if His Majesty was overly worried about his personal assistant. Too much concern. Delron added that when he himself goes on a business trip, the Emperor does not worry about him at all. Killian never accompanied his faithful captain. He didn't ask for daily reports, but she is a girl and it's easier for her to cope with problems. Especially when all the vultures from the delegation are hostile. Who knows what these hyenas will do? But the personal assistant doubts that his ministers have dangerous thoughts and intentions. Baron of Ron's opinion has not really changed, even after the sickly attacks of Duke Williot. This scoundrel knows that Lady Tevessa is not at home, but he keeps approaching her every day. And threatening her. This idiot insisted that there was a good reason to behave this way. But how could Layla do something like that? She probably tricked him. Let Bear continue to investigate and find clues, of course. Everything must remain secret. The Emperor was thinking about something. How strange it was that His Majesty had not yet received a report from his captain. Meanwhile, the main character was returning to the capital in the royal carriage. Accompanied by Hilton. The girl froze in fear. What was happening to the captain? His face changed so dramatically. The girl was holding a box of fresh, aromatic cookies in her hands on her lap. And aromatic that she decided to share. But Captain Hilton, in a steely voice, announced that this very cookie was filled with poison. The girl froze in horror. Stop. Hilton himself did not try these cookies. What will happen to her now? She needs to immediately go to the temple where they will help him. Everything is fine. This poison does not pose a threat to the captain's life. You cannot take it like that. The girl was very worried about the brave knight. Hilton's body had been accustomed to poisons since childhood. How is this possible? Layla. The main character takes a deep breath. She believes the captain, but he is obliged to tell her if something bothers him. As a result, fresh cookies in a beautiful box were poisoned. But what kind of geek dared to do that? This box was brought on the trip by her ponytailed maid named Arilla. But why would she poison Layla? And generally, it is unlikely that the maid would do such a thing. It could be anyone, Marquis Valdir or Catton, his vile son. There are really too many options. The knight captain announced that the girl must be as careful as possible, since they did not know the identity of their enemy. From now on, Lord Hilton will taste all the girls' food first. The main character looked at the captain in a state of shock. Layla asked the captain a million times not to taste her food and not to get poisoned. Layla did not want the gentleman to hurt himself because of her. But the night captain keeps testing every dish. There was no poison in this dish first. Layla only liked the fact that she didn't have to eat with other people. This is necessary to detect poison. The simplest way to detect poison is silver, but there are many poisons in the world that cannot be detected this way. These types of poisons can be noticed by color, taste, or smell. For example, there are also other ways to detect them. For example, giving questionable food to another person and not touching it yourself just sounds terrifying. The main characters and the night captain's meal was interrupted by the sharp male voice of Marquis Valdir. The vile bastard stood in the threshold of the room and waited for the lady to become free. Something happened. Marquis Valdir waited until the girl was free because he wanted to talk to her alone, and where he wanted to have the conversation. The hotel reception will be empty. There you can talk safely. 3 people walked down the hallway. The captain did not lag behind Layla. Valdir ordered the bodyguard to stay in the hallway. He had to talk to the girl alone. The captain flatly refused. This is impossible. The girl could be in danger at any moment. The pompous Cretan shouted at Hilton that he saw a threat in the Minister of Foreign Affairs himself. Let the night captain answer immediately. He meant it. Layla was trying to protect her captain. How dare a commoner ignore the orders of Marquis Valdir Vala Notitia himself? Who would have thought that a true legend and a great warrior is a commoner? And common. The night captain caught the main character's surprised gaze and, embarrassed, he averted his gaze to the other side. Baldir, once again, hissed at Hilton to stay in his place. The captain refused. He had orders from His Majesty. The Marquis was furious. The vile snake hated that his words were ignored. Baldir did not argue anymore. He turned around and ordered the night captain to do whatever he wanted. Freshly brewed tea was served to the main character in the hotel reception room. Recommended by the owner of this hotel. Hilton looked with disapproval behind the girl. Well, he is right. If she wants to drink it, then he should be the first. Since Marquis Valdir might have poisoned the unfortunate cookies, it is better not to touch this tea. So why is the girl here? Marquis Valdir put on a serious and concentrated look and began to clear his throat to clear his ligaments. They will start with the fact that this is not his personal opinion, but that of those below him in rank. Well, another game has begun. Everyone says that it would be better to transfer all the merit to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. That is, the merit of the diplomatic meeting with Natcha. Well, everything is clear. Layla did nothing about it, and this vile monster decided to strike first. This will be difficult. The Marquis is one of those who steal the merits of others for his own benefit. What nonsense! He does this for the Empire. This is exactly what the girl is talking about. The girl also wants to pay tribute to everyone who tried for the good of the Empire. But too many people were watching her. Including diplomats from another kingdom, Layla could opt for a little lie. But in this case, the truth will only be a matter of time. And it was then that it became clear to everyone that the Marquis was trying to attribute the merits of others to himself. The Marquis pursed his lips angrily. The heroine is not entirely clear about his concern for the reputation of the Empire and the ministry, but Layla has a proposal. It can be stated that the ministry deliberately chose abstinence to provide an opportunity to reveal the abilities of the deputy emperor. A cold sweat ran down the face of Marquis Valdir. Well, that's really a good idea, then there will be no problem. Layla is present as the emperor's representative, so everyone respects her infinitely. But the degenerate has already forgot how he humiliated her and tried to put a brake on her wheels. Vile and pathetic hypocrite, since the Marquis has stopped trembling for his own skin. Madame Tevessa returns to her place. Of course, the Marquis does not dare to stop the deputy emperor himself from helping His Majesty's assistant. Valdir waved his hand towards the girl with satisfaction. This room is too small, the ceiling is too low, and this house is too far from the road. Bear worked hard. Day and night, I reviewed all materials and prepared lists of suitable buildings and properties. But everything was missed, roared Baron Delrond. At least the Emperor understands how hard his assistant tried to prepare all this. She will have to try even better. Madame Tevesse does not have a large family. Is this place not suitable for a girl? Killian is sure that Bayer will find a much better one. Delrond was already at his limit and looked angrily at the Emperor. All right, that's enough for today. Dinner time. Today His Majesty will dine in the annex and Bayer too, so let the Baron prepare properly. His Majesty will really go to that very man. The Emperor looked at his assistant over his shoulder. Baron of Rond understood everything correctly, so Delrond should not hesitate. They simply cannot be late. Burr noticed that His Highness had not appeared there for a long time, so he would certainly be welcome there. He was really looking forward to it. Then a crackling sound was heard in the foliage. His Majesty and his personal assistant immediately turned towards the sound. Then a blue-haired boy suddenly jumped out from the bushes and shouted, trying to scare the young people. Then the boy rushed to hug his older brother. There was bewilderment on Killian's face. And Bear tensed up. The blue-haired boy then gave a warm and gentle smile and ruffled his little brother's hair. The baby's name was Sepel Usulvidia. He was the crown prince of the Cardan Empire and Killian's younger brother. And finally, the day has come for the main protagonist to return to her already native capital. Her carriage has already arrived at the palace. Baron of Ron was already coming down the palace stairs to meet the girl with cries of joy. The girl got out of the carriage and turned around. She also finally met Bear and returned. The personal assistants had not seen each other for a long time. It seemed like an eternity had passed, but Layla was fine. The main character looked quite normal, which could not help but please the assistant. His work did not burden Bayer too much. The girl really hopes that the Baron did not work too hard during her absence. But he froze. Baron Rond nodded obediently. In no case, ordinary working days at the royal palace for him. Then the radiant Minister of Foreign Affairs appeared in Layla's carriage, whom Burr looked at coldly. The entire diplomatic delegation was already standing in the conference room in front of His Majesty, with Layla and Valdir in the lead. The Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately stepped forward and announced that all members of the diplomatic delegation had arrived safe and sound. The helpful Salmon immediately flew towards the vile Marquis. Valdir prepared a report on their meeting. His Majesty humiliated him with a steely gaze and said through clenched teeth that the Minister of Foreign Affairs had begun to forget the laws of his country. Since then, in the Cardan Empire, the status of the Minister of Foreign Affairs is higher than that of the Deputy Emperor. The main character also froze. Of course, the girl had the right to report on the negotiations. But instead of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she felt a little uncomfortable. Marquis Valdir made an offended and humiliated grimace. What the hell are they sidelining him for? Madame Tevesse should not stand aside. Let the Deputy Emperor report on the diplomatic negotiations. The main character stepped ahead of her delegation. Valdir clenched his teeth at his whim. Madame Tevesse spoke in detail about the negotiations, clearly and organized. And that's it. His Majesty was delighted and rated Layla's work as excellent and the results of the diplomatic negotiations brilliant. The Emperor turned to Duke Gilton. The man might have an objection or a question, but not at all. The other members of the meeting present, the ministers, might have questions or additions, but they don't have them either. His Majesty rose from his throne and triumphantly looked at everyone present here. In this case, Madame Tevesse will be awarded the surname Astor and the title of Baroness for her outstanding services and the validity of her capabilities. The protagonist bowed to her emperor in gratitude for the demonstrated trust and the assignment of the title. Duke Hilton immediately approached Madame Tevesse, or rather Madame Astor, to congratulate her. Of course, the main character did not consider it sincere. This scoundrel was one of the most dangerous people in the palace. A harsh male voice interrupted Layla's conversation with Duke Yilton, wondering if they were really that close. How long had it been since they saw Layla, a red-haired man in luxurious clothes standing in front of the girl? It was the father of that very lying bastard from Sofia. Duke Hadlin transferred his powers to his son due to his health. What is he doing here? The girl has grown and changed a lot since their last meeting, obviously, like all other people. After the insolent Sofia burst into Thebes's estate and started a pogrom. They did not communicate. Then everything ended on a depressing note, which the Duke had forgotten here. And why this forced joy? Duke Gilton clarified whether Madame Astaire is close to Duke Hadlin, rather they have known each other for a long time. The pleased Duke Gilton stretched out with a venomous smile. This expression is not good. By familiar means, if we are already talking about the events of 10 years ago. Sophia's father's eyes immediately lit up with fury. The tension was so palpable that it could be felt with hands. Lightning thundered between the two dukes. The royal palace, despite its grandeur and beauty, is essentially a political arena. A constant place of battles. Well, at least Phylum is not here. By the way, Duke Cloud is also not visible. If Phil was given a rest as a reward, then Cloud should be in the capital. Bear Delron called the girl and congratulated her on her new title of Baroness. He was very proud of his colleague. They have the same titles, and now they can only address each other by name. His Majesty is looking for Layla. It's time for her. The main character asks both dukes to step aside. Gilton replied that they would see each other again. Hadlin remained silent. Bear accompanied the girl to the Emperor's office. His Majesty was waiting for her, and the assistant had already left. The girl thanked the Baron of Ronde for seeing her off. She let Baroness Astaire contact her if anything happened. The personal assistant entered Killian's office with a serious look. She is here, wonderful, let her sit down. The main character was worried because the Emperor called her. Did the girl do something wrong? The Emperor, with a serious gaze and calm tone, announced that His Majesty was gifting Layla a new mansion. There are some problems with the house where she lives now. Why a new property, if the Baroness and the deputy will live in such a small house? Will it undermine the Emperor's reputation? And if so, the girl thanks for the concern what kind of mansion His Majesty wants to grant for her use. This is not decided yet. Apparently, the house has not been chosen yet, so the girl won't mind living in the palace for now. How is the palace? Only members of the imperial family can live here. Layla simply has no right to this. Why was the main character so surprised? The Emperor said something unnecessary. Layla felt embarrassed. This is possible because there were cases when nobles stayed in the palace. And when a mansion was chosen. Such an issue will not be resolved in a day, not in 2 days either. And when the issue of the girl's place of residence was resolved, the Emperor began to think about it. In about 2 weeks, Layla was surprised. How could it be that the girl simply couldn't stay in the Emperor's palace for so long? Even with the permission of the palace owner, Layla is not a member of the imperial family. And her long stay in the palace might be considered strange. Rumors are constantly piling up dirty, and false ones around the girl that she is the Emperor's mistress. His Majesty smiled in a good mood, even if the main character doesn't even care about such useless things. Of course, the Emperor allows Layla to stay in his palace due to housing issues. But it also has to do with the issue of shared childcare. Since the heroine has already returned, it's time to end this matter closely. Wouldn't it be easier to do if Layla stays in the palace? In a way, Layla frowned. This was more burdensome than she thought, and the rumors would not disappear. The Emperor knew that the girl would feel uncomfortable, so the Baron of Ronde decided to stay in the palace too. Both personal assistants moved to the royal palace to carry out a plan to create an orphanage. A loud sneeze from his personal assistant was heard in the Emperor's office. Baron of Ronde. But what is that? What new misfortune? My ears are itching, my nose too. Someone clearly remembers Bayer with a bad word. His Majesty clarified whether his assistant would ignore this. Even the Emperor is sometimes remembered with bad words. The Emperor had long suspected that someone behind his back remembered him with bad expressions. Killian put his elbow on his assistant's shoulder. letting Bear admit that he is the one slandering him. Both young men laughed because the emperor called the baron. It's not time to submit documents yet, they need to talk. The emperor walked all the way to the outer palace just to talk. Very interesting. Of course, his personal assistant will not be interested in the reason for such a conversation. Bear rubbed the back of his neck. Well, what is the reason for such efforts? Layla has to move to the palace for a while. Baron of Rond opened his mouth in surprise, and when the girl agreed. The emperor nodded. But still, Madame Astaire is worried about what others will think. Rumors about the ruling family have something to worry about. The emperor knew that this problem would definitely arise, of course, and he had already found a solution. The solution to the current problem was the Baron of Rond himself. The emperor pointed his finger at him. Baron of Rond looked at His Highness with a serious face. So, Bear will be the solution to Layla's problem. Baron of Rond is the solution to the current problem in Layla's case. Killian winked at him. Let His Majesty not tell his assistant that Beer is also moving to the palace. Let the Baron be patient for a while. Killian promises to let him go as soon as they manage to solve the problem with Duke Williot. And His Majesty really told Madame Astaire about her arrival. She never knew, she didn't say it, and she doesn't need to yet. Since the situation is already tense enough, the girl has just returned from a trip. She is very tired. Let him take a break at least for a little while, live through all the recent events. Exhale and be ready to face the new. By the way, the Emperor is aware that the main character's birthday is approaching. Killian opened his eyes. His Majesty walked thoughtfully down the long corridor of the royal castle. Layla's birthday was approaching. And there are only 10 days left before this festive event. What should Killian give the heroine? This will be Madame Astaire's first birthday after they met, and she needs a memorable gift. His Majesty also thought about how he would receive the girl on this day, whether she would like the noisy party. Perhaps, on the contrary, something more secluded in a quiet and comfortable place. You can't think of anything, you will have to return to this thought after dinner. The Emperor announced to the butler that His Majesty was going to dine with his assistants. Let them prepare everything. And where is the Baroness? Aster Killian did not find her in the room. The girl went to her old estate to pick up her things. The Baroness gave no instructions to the servants. Maybe they should have taken the initiative and taken care of this. Not everything went according to plan. Eileen made the girl postpone her conversation with the Duke. But now this cannot be avoided. Let them immediately call Knight Captain Hilton. Killian has a very bad feeling. Meanwhile, at Layla's old manor, the angry idiot was already interrogating Layla about why she did this. And why she killed his son. If Filna hated her so much, she should have taken revenge on him and not on an innocent child. The Duke was in uncontrollable rage. Pain and suffering were felt in every break of his voice. Phylon has gone completely mad. A girl would never do such a thing in her life. He himself knows that he is saying these things. A drug to terminate a pregnancy. The girl knows about it. That's why his mistress drank and lost the child. What other medicine? Why should a girl know anything about it? She was never pregnant. Wait, those terrifying bottles from Countess Tevisa immediately flashed through the main character's mind. Are we really talking about them? Judging by Layla's facial expression, she knows everything and understands what kind of drugs we are talking about. How this happened, the girl did not use them and got rid of them, let alone gave them to her lover. It wasn't her. It was the head maid. She brought this garbage in tea before her mistress gave birth. But this is even more nonsense. This simply cannot happen. The head cleaning lady is not one of those people. She is one of the kindest and most honest people on the estate. The maid might have thought that the problem between Phylum and Layla lay with the girl. And she was killed for missing her lover. This is complete nonsense. The girl will talk to the maid and find out everything immediately. It's useless. He has enough evidence of her guilt. The main character has known Filion since childhood, in addition to his ability to analyze and make quick and reckless decisions. Therefore, Layla insists that this tragedy simply needs to be resolved in detail. She will take care of it for her mother and will start with the maid. This is no longer possible. This pathetic coward committed suicide after killing his lover's son. The Duke pushed the girl hard on the shoulder. Layla could not keep her balance. It was his daughter. This was Filna's firstborn, whom he had been waiting for so long that Layla took away his chance to become a father. Therefore, the main character will surely pay for this. He is really going to write a complaint against her. If the girl does not want trouble, then let Layla give birth to a child instead of his lover. The Cretan is completely stunned. If Layla gives birth to his first child, then the case against her will be well hidden. And for a long time, she will still have no options. Philem pressed his face against Layla's. She will have no other choice and will fulfill his demand, whether she wants it or not. As if by a lightning strike, Captain Hilton appeared out of nowhere. The gentleman threw the idiot away from the girl. And he flew away with a roar. Philem was at the gate of the main character's property. His face was distorted by a grimace of horror and fear. He was afraid of Hilton. The captain covered the young baroness with himself and advanced the blade of his sword, thus demonstrating that he had permission to kill. The main character did not have time to process the information at all. What was Hilton doing here? What the hell was going on? Well, Filion understands everything. The girl needs time to think about his proposal. The Duke's eyes shone with rage. He gives the main character exactly 4 days to think. And if Baroness Astor does not want to lose everything she has achieved, it would be better for her to return to the estate. Otherwise, Layla will suffer unbearably, but even this will not be enough to compensate her for the pain of losing her firstborn. The protagonist didn't even know what was worse in this situation. She would lose everything she had dreamed of and achieved, or she would live her whole life with this degenerate. After the demand was made, the angry Duke turned and walked away. Hilton did not leave Layla. The girl immediately found out why Captain Hilton was here. His Majesty poisoned him here, that's right. The heroine is fine thanks to the captain. She is okay, she will go up to collect her things. And then come down. And since this happened and Hilton is here, they can return to the palace together. It will be safer now. Here the main character suddenly began to lose consciousness. Everything became blurry in her eyes. Her legs became disobedient and her body felt weak. A second before the fall, the knight captain managed to lift the girl in his arms, examining her with concern. The girl remembered the first time she saw the head maid of the Williot Duchy estate. So kind and bright. Then little Layla bowed and greeted the new maid, whom she immediately liked. Then the young lady asked if she had greeted the maid correctly. She hadn't made a mistake anywhere. The head maid was fascinated by the young Miss Tebessa and kept this reverent attitude until her death. What a sweet and little lady. The maid is also very happy to encounter such a miracle. Meanwhile, the protagonist was delirious in a spacious bed and tormented herself with memories of the dead maid. Bitter tears streamed down Layla's cheeks. Why did the maid do this? The girl did not want this at all. The main character covered her face with her hands. Layla missed her maid terribly, and now she won't see her at all. Baron of Ronde was worried about his Majesty. The planned dinner was cancelled so suddenly. Was Madame Esther really in trouble? Burr immediately froze. The young man did not want to attract attention, as he was trying to solve everything on his own. His Majesty stood in front of Layla's door with a tray in his hands. There was dinner on it. His face was darker than a cloud. Bear could not stand the tension and approached his emperor. What happened? There is no face on Killian. The Baroness got sick or something started bothering her. Something happened to her. What is going on here? If the emperor brought hot soup to the girl, why is he standing here in front of her door? And doesn't go in. His Majesty simply assumes that Layla is still sleeping, and he will have to come back later. The sun has barely set, and Layla is already asleep. Everything is so bad that maybe she will go see a doctor, but maybe later. And now, the emperor asks to take the food tray back to Layla to the kitchen. The Baron did not understand why suddenly. Let him give it to the servants if he finds them. Bear nodded his head. Now the Baron is also responsible for household chores. If the rumor spreads that the Emperor personally brought soup for Layla, she will never be able to erase the reputation of her lover. It is worth doing this even for a valuable subordinate, while Killian stayed here. And his soup got cold. It doesn't seem to be the boss's concern. Baron Bear interrupted his Emperor's thoughts. His Majesty had not forgotten the meeting with Duke Gilton and the reason for this question. Well, the personal assistant is simply curious to know if His Majesty has forgotten about the meeting. And what kind of checks? Even if the Baron leaves here, he will have to take care of dinner himself. Baron of Rond understood everything, he couldn't even deal with it. The young man is not blind, he sees what the Emperor's thoughts are about. His Majesty looked gratefully at his faithful friend Killian. He perfectly understood that they were taking care of him. And he was grateful. The Emperor placed his hands against the door of Layla's room. Killian heard that the girl was still crying. Her soul and heart were broken by her own powerlessness. His Majesty called his faithful bodyguard. The Shadow. Hilton heard what Layla was saying to this monster. It was about his lover's dead son. The captain conducted a private investigation. The Duke claims that all evidence points to Layla. Phelan, although he is a complete idiot, was really looking forward to his son. But he didn't do that, so only one suspect remains. That woman, what is generally known about her, has many motives and intentions. But we need to find out everything in detail. Then Cecil was the princess of a fallen state. Then she became an idiot servant, and the main reason for his breakup with Layla. The Emperor is a gentleman, so he does not dislike the lady. But everything will change if it turns out that she is harming his beloved. Meanwhile, the protagonist kept blaming herself for all the events that occurred at the Williot estate. How could this happen? The girl's eyes burned terribly from salty tears. The girl realized that she had fallen asleep again, as it was already early morning. The heroine had a dry mouth. She had to ask the maid to bring her a glass of water. Layla pulled the rope. Killian entered her bedroom door with a tray in his hands. The Emperor was incredibly happy that the girl had calmed down for now. Why is the Emperor himself in her room? Killian found out that Layla woke up and decided to check on her condition. Why bother with the girl personally? You could have told the maid. This is a personal decision of Killian. There is nothing to worry about. He majestically, with great grace and care, prepared herbal tea for the girl. That should cleanse and calm her mind. After which he carefully placed a hot cup in the girl's hands, so that she could drink it, even if she didn't have that desire. Calm the mind, does the Emperor really know what Layla had to go through? Why does her heart hurt? If Hilton was on the estate by Killian's order, then he knows everything. But how much does he know? Maybe His Majesty knows about the head maid, but then he wouldn't be so calm. The Emperor studied the main character's gaze attentively. The girl was not going to drink. Of course, Layla will drink herbal tea. She really needed it now. She thanks him for caring for her so much. The protagonist was already wandering through the rows of the royal library, still in her own thoughts. The Emperor ordered Layla to rest after all the events that occurred, since she had not fully recovered yet. But if the heroine could still be his personal assistant, she had 4 days to think about it. And the girl spent a whole painful and aching day in her bed, and now only 3 days remained. She got goosebumps. Phylum stood before her eyes and demanded that she give birth to his first child. Layla felt nausea rising in her throat. It was better to be behind bars than to spend her life with that cretin. Layla could not return to the Duke, so it was necessary to prove her innocence. Otherwise, the girl might forget her dream. How can the heroine defend herself judging by Filian's running around? He had evidence of Layla's own involvement. Why did the head maid do this? Why did she leave her young and beloved lover? She didn't want this at all. The main character was once again consumed by pain and fear. How could she accept the death of a loved one? Accept her guilt and face all this? Then, to everyone's relief, the physical condition of Baroness Astor's body was absolutely normal. The same cannot be said about the mental state of the young Baroness, The girl was clearly experiencing internal experiences. It is her internal emotions and sensations that cause her unbearable pain to which her body responds. Mental illness dulls the girl's appetite. She becomes lethargic and apathetic. She loses interest in life and fades away. The only correct solution to save the girl's health is to eliminate the causes of the experience, which have deep roots, the doctor bowed. Deeply rooted. During a conversation with her, it became clear that this illness has been bothering the girl for many years. And it hasn't gone away. Now it has simply worsened. Several months have passed since the appearance of her lover and the breaking of the engagement, which means that Layla's tormented soul began to suffer much earlier. By the way, perhaps the uncontrollable fear of thunder has something to do with my current mental illness. The doctor will prescribe aromatic and medicinal herbs that will help stabilize the mind and the body. His Highness summoned his faithful shadow again. The captain appeared behind the emperor in a dark robe. Killian really does not want to delve into people's past, but now there is no other way out. We need to find out everything about Layla's past. Every detail is important. Nothing can be missed. Captain Hilton understood everything. The shadow bowed before His Majesty the Emperor and left his office at lightning speed. Why is Killian so worried about Layla? Never before has anyone's soul hurt him so much, as if she had become his weak spot. Moreover, the main character will never ask for help, even if she drowns in her own tears. And in this, she and Killian are very similar. The Emperor feels similar to her in many ways. Layla resembles the foolish Killian of the past, which is why he continues to interfere in her affairs. There were two people sitting in the office. The Emperor and his personal assistant, Baroness Astor, arrived, which neither of them expected. It was said to rest, what a stubborn woman let Baroness Astor into the office. The young people froze cautiously. The shattered and devastated protagonist entered the office. Her eyes were empty, and the head slightly bowed. What happened? What happened? Killian perfectly sensed that the girl clearly did not come to work. Bear also became nervous. Layla came to talk. The Emperor asked his personal assistant to leave the office, and Bear nodded. The Emperor crossed his arms in front of him, anticipating something bad about what the main character wanted to talk about. Baroness Astor placed a document signed by her hand on the desk. What is this? Killian wanted to take the document, but the girl interrupted him. Then the girl sat on the sofa opposite His Majesty. In front of him was the Baroness's statement about her dismissal from office. The Emperor was surprised by such a statement. That such a girl would even say such a thing, the girl continued her explanation. Layla has a request for the Emperor that His Majesty should not yet sign the girl's statement. What she wants to say. The main character will go to the Juliet estate to find out the circumstances of the incident and reveal the whole truth. This must not be done under any circumstances. It is too dangerous. The girl herself does not understand it, and besides, Killian can help with this. The girl refused His Majesty's help. She must manage on her own. After all, this is her past and her mistakes with Fillion. The Baroness has an idea of the danger she is unnecessarily exposing herself to. Killian has noticed it for a long time. The girl is too stubborn about useless things. Layla thanked His Majesty. This was not a compliment at all, but rather a prayer that the girl would listen to common sense, at least once. Then Baroness Astor wants the Emperor not to accept her resignation until the whole truth is revealed. But then she won't be able to help. Everything is wrong. If Layla still fails to get to the bottom of the truth, she will be disgraced and condemned. In which case, how can she ask for protection from His Majesty? The Emperor took a deep breath. How much can you affect this girl? He agrees to fulfill her request, but in another way. His Majesty tore up the girl's statement in front of her eyes, so that the Baroness would not dare to bring him such things again. The Emperor will never let go of the main character's hand as long as she is faithful to him. Precious words that everyone dreams of hearing. Killian ordered Baroness Astor to rewrite the statement. She is not totally sidelined, but she is on vacation. If her innocence is not proven, then her reputation will be at risk. What a stubborn guy. But Layla specifically sent her letter of resignation to protect Killian and what he was doing. The main character's thoughts were interrupted by a servant. He informed Baroness Astor about the arrival of a guest and let him into her room. Her personal maid, Michelle, entered the Baroness's bedroom. What was she doing here? Something happened. Suddenly she was threatened too. The main character immediately rushed to Michelle. How she missed the girl. How things were going for her. What was new in life? Michelle did not answer a single question. She knew everything. And her mentor would never do such a thing. Layla doesn't believe it either. But Phylum, although an idiot, would never accuse her of something like that without evidence. But this simply cannot be. The head maid left this letter for Layla and asked to deliver it on the day of her death. The handwriting really belonged to the deceased maid. The letter was for her beloved mistress. She worries about Layla every day. She wants to know how she is. Since her lover's birthday is approaching soon, the maid planned to visit her. If Layla is against it, she should at least allow her to send her a gift. The maid eagerly looked forward to seeing each other again. Layla pressed the letter against her chest. She is not guilty. It is really all the work of that false garbage, but she really harmed her own son. It seems that, after all, another person is the criminal, and Layla will definitely find him. And with her own hands, she will make him regret what he did. The main character is filled with confidence and indestructible strength. She and Michelle are immediately heading to the Williot Duchy. The royal crew was already waiting for their companion. The girl was determined and calm. Now she knows that her beloved mentor died innocent. A personal maid carried the ladies' bags to the royal carriage. Layla was about to get into the carriage. But Killian called her, and the girl immediately turned around. The emperor clarified why the Baroness was leaving right now. The girl just wants to solve it faster. His Majesty noticed on the girl's neck the same pendant that he gave her during the walk. She liked it during the walk. The emperor approached and took the pendant in his hand. Something more elegant would look much better. He would give her a new necklace for her birthday. Therefore, the girl will definitely return. Everyone will be eagerly waiting for her. Killian kissed the girl's pendant. The main character was moved by Killian's attention. The girl had realized a long time ago what he felt for her. She would definitely return. By the way, Baroness Astor also has a gift for His Majesty. Killian must have it. The royal carriage departed. His Majesty watched the departing carriage where his Layla was. Baron of Rond was quickly climbing the stairs of the royal palace, where the worried Bear was running. Bear was trying to catch his breath. If Baroness Astor really left, how could the emperor let the heir go if he needed to hide her? Or take her with him? Killian cannot change the decisions that the girl has already made. The emperor took a deep breath. The baron noticed that His Majesty's reaction was surprisingly restrained. He was sure he would be angry. Killian managed to talk to her about something. A warm smile appeared on the face of the handsome, young blue-haired man. His friend is also worried about Layla. But it's okay. She will definitely return to them. Then, His Majesty, with approval, placed his hand on his faithful comrade's shoulder. Of this the emperor is sure. Killian walked down the gloomy corridor of the royal palace. The young man calmed down his emotions, but there was still anxiety in him. A shadow appeared behind the emperor. Killian did not call the captain now. It was his initiative already. His Majesty froze, inquisitively. Something happened, not yet. But His Majesty is not really against it. Killian's face remained calm and confident. He had already made a decision and accepted it. The emperor didn't care. Today was Layla's last day for the decision, so it was necessary to prepare the property for her return. Duke Williot excitedly ordered the butler to prepare everything for his return. The girl would definitely come, he knew that for sure. By the way, it was necessary to start looking for a mage as winter approached. The prices for their services were getting higher. His Excellency received a message from the duchy residence. The Duke will receive him. Phil nodded. A false lover appeared from a magic crystal ball and happily squeaked a greeting. Phil asked distantly if she had had lunch, but Cecil had eaten and it had already been 2 hours after lunch. The Duke didn't even listen to her answers. All his thoughts were occupied with Layla. Why wasn't she there yet, if she would really never show up? The lover immediately realized that they were neglecting her. Something happened to Phil, maybe he got sick or had problems at work. Everything is fine, what the lover wanted, but she can only contact Phil for business. Of course, this is not the case. The lover lost her child. She probably has a broken heart, so in the beginning you have to be careful why Layla is not there yet. Phil, the Duke, is actually listening to Cecile, Philan, what is happening there? As if nothing had happened, what the lady said. The butler announced that Mrs. Layla had arrived. The Duke immediately jumped up from his seat, and finally, the Duke immediately jumped up and ran to meet her. He would call his lover later. He had an urgent matter. His lover tried to attract him, but all in vain. The lady waved the crystal ball and called the Duke. What is this? What the hell? She's back. The plan was precisely for Filion to personally deal with this interloper for the death of his firstborn. And she would return, and he would be happy to see her. This idiot understands nothing at all, so it means we have to change the plan. The scoundrel has already gone too far. He is not in a position to give up. The main character will have to die for the deceitful creature to live long, happily and luxuriously.